not the Earth. Fucking hell.
Well, but I'm saying I'm saying that you cannot feel an air pushing you when you're
Yes, you
standing
can. You want
on
to
the
know
earth.
why? You want to know why? And let's explain this next part to you, Captain, since you don't seem to get it. So, when you're driving in a straight path, or let's say you're on this perfectly smooth road that never exists, right? You'd still have to be rotating
Okay.
while you're moving along one trajectory, and you'd still have to be moving along a different trajectory, right? So you have four different vectors that the Earth is moving on, right? At different speeds, okay? And these different speeds are orbital speeds. So they have to accelerate and slow down, right? So they have to accelerate and decelerate at different times. Okay, so that's number one. You can feel acceleration and deceleration, right? Now that's just based on the orbital
No.
paths. But let's also take into consideration that all of these vectors are curved vectors. There's curved trajectories, right? So what's a curved trajectory? It's called acceleration. Curving is acceleration. Okay, so you would feel all of that different motion that's happening, right? None of the which can be verified, which would be easily measurable if it was truly happening. This is the problem. This is why your analogy doesn't make any sense. For what you're saying to be true, we would have to be moving in four different directions at insane speeds without being able to measure any of them when we would clearly feel it. Why? Because there's acceleration happening and then there's deceleration happening at different times.
So explain me how that if you're standing on a plane and then you're jumping in the plane, you will stand in the same position.
That's not telling
Because
us
the
that
plane
Earth
is
is
pulled
in
off.
motion, right? Sorry, John. That's
The
not
plane is
telling us
pulled
that
off
Earth
on the
is
outside of the
in
plane.
motion, is it? That's just telling us that you can't tell the difference between Earth not moving and Earth moving. So
Yeah, that's right.
if
That's
the Earth
why.
was still, you're saying that if the Earth was still or if the Earth was moving, it would feel the same. So how are you going to know the difference?
Okay, so that's a good point. But if that is the situation, you can prove also that the sun is moving.
Yes, we can. That's what you observe. Just go outside and watch it. It moves across the sky. That's your direct experience
Well,
of reality.
Yeah,
but
you
you
have no
said
reason to
that
believe
it will
otherwise,
feel the
Captain. You have
same.
no clues. There's no clues. There's no reason for you to think anything otherwise. That's the point. The only reason why you're even bringing this crap up is because it's a garbage story that's been force-fed to you since you were a small child, and you haven't thought about it for long enough to realize how foolish it is on its
Yeah.
face. You haven't looked at it like a detective with a skeptical mind. That's the problem
Well,
here.
maybe
You're sitting here trying to tell us
maybe
to
it's right. I'm
tell
not
us
saying
to think illogically like you are. That's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah. Now
Hey, you see that
I want to
plane?
I'm
talk
not
about
You think it's
saying.
moving?
Oh,
You should
hang on
really
now.
think like it's not
Hold on.
moving. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I want to talk
well, but I'm
I
not
want to
saying
offer
you're
up.
wrong. I'm just.
Excuse me. Can you not hear my voice? Thank you. I want to
I'm
offer
sorry.
up. Yeah, I want to offer up now proof that the Earth isn't rotating via the snipers. You know, those who fire the weapons. The longest rifle shot today coming out of a weapon is four. That's on record. That is 4.4 miles. 4.4 miles. Okay, the projectile was in the air for 25 seconds as it hit the bullseye from 4.4 miles away. Those individuals did not calculate the Earth's curvature, which they would need to for the distance, and then the Earth's rotation at their point and at the point of the target, because you have to do the maths for that, because the target would be rotating on the Earth as the projectile is flying through the air. They didn't do any of that, and they hit the bullseye. Okay? So there's proof Earth is not rotating. Another proof, when an aeroplane takes off, okay, and then wants to come and land at its destination, it would be the Earth would be rotating underneath it, so it would come to land on a rotating, moving runway. That doesn't happen. Okay, thank you.
In a what? Sorry, missed the last part.
If the aeroplane takes off, yeah, and it flies to its destination, whilst it's flying during the flight, the Earth would be rotating underneath the aeroplane because it's spinning, yeah? And as it comes to land at its destination, okay, it would have to land on a runway that is moving. No aeroplane does
Well,
that.
But
Earth is
the
not
airplane
rotating.
is faster.
No, it's not faster than 1,037 miles per hour. It's not. The maximum speed aeroplanes can reach is about 900 miles per hour. That's with the assistance of the jet streams. Outside of that, the passenger jet airliners maximum speed normally is 600 miles per hour. So they would never make it to their airport anyway because the spin would be too fast. Depending on where the airport is, that is. If it's in the UK, they may make it in the UK, but it's going to be touch and go. But anyway, the Earth is
Okay,
not
but
rotating. You, Einstein couldn't prove it. You can't prove it. And I'm going to post 5 experiments that prove a stationary Earth. Give me 2 minutes. Look in the side chat. 5 experiments, famous experiments that prove Earth is stationary. Okay? Thank you. So you don't know us, man. We've got everything for you.
mm,
Everything.
but but maybe that's because the airplane is still in the sphere and it's moving still with it.
Moving what? I don't understand. Explain.
The Earth is rotating, right? Like in my
Supposedly.
mind, not in your mind.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So then, if you are in it and it's like to walk on the it's like to walk on the plane. If you're walking in on the plane, yes, the plane is moving, but you will still get to the other side. So if the plane is in
No,
the
you
sphere of
don't
Earth,
understand. You
you
don't
will.
Not if
understand.
the Earth is
You are
curving.
not
Not if the
yeah,
Earth is. Not if the plane is moving in like two different directions at
that's
different
right. He
varying
doesn't
speeds. You're
understand.
not going to be able to do any of that stuff, dude.
Yeah, it's
You'll be
convoluted. What you're
flying
saying
all
is
I
over the
didn't hear
place.
convoluted.
you.
I said if the plane is
Didn't hear
moving
you.
in different directions at different. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now.
Can you hear me? Okay, so if the plane is moving in different directions, so at different vectors, which no object has been known to do this, the Earth is the only one claimed to do this, have varying vectors at varying speeds. Okay? Now, if all these motions were true, there'd be forces at work. And you wouldn't be able to move around like there's no problem. You wouldn't be able to move around as if there's no issue. Number one. Number two, what if there is a Coriolis effect, which is what they're claiming, then that means the atmosphere, or the alleged atmosphere, is not attached to the surface, the actual solid crust of this alleged globular Earth. Okay, so there's a problem in
Mhm.
your logic, right? Your own side is a hostile witness to what you're claiming is happening.
Yeah, okay. I didn't understand still why my I get your point, but I don't understand why what I'm saying it's not a possibility.
Because you can't prove it.
Well, you can't prove your either.
Oh, yes, we can. I proved it. I've already proved it because snipers do not consider Earth's rotation or Earth's if the Earth is curving and rotating. You'd have to consider it, but they do not. Thus, Earth is not proving. I've posted one video there. You can see it. It's called 5 Famous Experiments Prove a Stationary Earth. And then the second one is a $20,000 challenge to prove the Coriolis. For any man, woman with a rifle, you bring your $20,000. I bring my $20,000, for example, and my solicitor, your lawyer, your senator, whatever, and you sign the documents. You put the money in the safe, and then I say, show me the Coriolis. That challenge has been there since 2016. $20,000. No one has taken the money.
Well,
Earth is not rotating. That's
then
why.
what he's proposing is something totally different. He's proposing, oh, well, the reason there's no Coriolis because the alleged atmosphere is somehow velcroed to the solid crust and is moving with the crust to make it feel like there's no motion, which would totally contradict all the varying wind directions at different places on the map, at
Yeah,
different times of
on
the
the
year,
Earth.
different.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm giving you proof and data, stuff you can get your hands on and verify. You're giving me nothing but nonsense. Hopeless, desperate
Oh,
words. That's all they are.
well, first of
Hopeless,
all,
desperate words. That's all they are. Hopeless, desperate words.
well, I
No proof.
respect your opinion. So you don't need
I'm not giving you.
to
I'm not
speculate
giving you
it.
my opinion. I haven't given you my opinion. I've given you facts. I don't give opinions. I only stick with empirical facts, what we can prove. I'm not giving you a single opinion. Maybe you're doing that. Yes, that's why I say it's hopeless, desperate words. No proof.
Well,
Zero.
I didn't.
Nada.
Okay.
Right.
Um.
Right. And remember, you haven't done the investigation. You don't know the model. You haven't gone out to investigate whether the Earth is curving or not. We know the model. We've investigated. Remember that. We've done that. You haven't. So you cannot say we're wrong. Can't even begin to say that.
Okay. I didn't say you're wrong from the start. I
Well,
just
you're not. You're
tried.
dismissing what we're telling you. As my friend said earlier on, he was frustrated because you're not acknowledging anything else, and you said, "Oh, the reason why is I've got to go and check." Okay, so go and check. I'm correct about your position,
Yeah.
right? So you can't say we're
I'm
wrong,
still in this position. I didn't
right?
say you're wrong at
I know.
any
I
point.
know.
You can
I know.
check me.
Yeah, I know. So
I
you need
just
to go and
saying
check.
I went. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So you
I
take
know.
your position. Yeah.
Um,
So we're right, ladies and gentlemen, because we've gone out to check it. That's why we're telling you it's flat. And what you need to do is pay attention to what we tell you and then come back with the same results. That's why I boldly say to you, correctly, we are correct. We are right. He's saying the
so
earth is a
I will
ball.
do it because
Is wrong, is completely and utterly wrong on several grounds. You don't know your model, you haven't done the investigation, and you're emotionally attached. Thank you.
well, I'll do my
Yes,
uh
please do.
I'll
And
search for it.
yeah,
I'll
out
do
in the
it
nature,
because
yeah?
I
Don't do it
want
on
to
a
know
computer model.
truth.
Yeah. Don't give me a
Mhm.
computer model or a mathematical formula. It must be practical work measuring outside in nature where you live.
Okay, and
Right.
where can like are you here every day?
Well, we
How is
yeah,
it
I
work?
try to be. I do try to be, yeah, but sometimes I can't make it every day, and the time zones and my work. So I try to be here every day, but I'm not always there at the same time. That's the problem. Okay,
Okay,
but there'll be other people here anyway. So you can mention Jin CBR1, you can mention Johnny, Sasha, Berserk, you can mention some of the people you spoke to, but everybody is going to be interested in your findings. So it doesn't matter. You come, you tell your findings, and they will tell us later. Okay?
okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds good.
Everybody's going to be very interested in your findings for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. No problem at all. Yeah.
Okay,
Like I said,
I
ladies and
guess
gentlemen,
I'll.
we're the ones, the flat earthers are correct. We know the model. We eat, sleep, know this model inside out. We've gone out to try and verify it. We cannot find it anywhere else. Okay. And we've backed it up many ways from Sunday.
Okay.
Right. So if there aren't any more questions that you have, though, any other queries, because everybody's learning. For every question you have asked, many people have learned. So thank you for your questions. Thank you for using the English language because you've made it possible. We congratulate you on that. And if you have any questions, please ask any questions. Any.
Okay,
So,
thank you. I think I don't have.
okay. Any other Globers waiting in the sidelines? Think they can prove the globe? Please come ahead.
See you later.
Stand. Yeah. Please stand forward and bring your questions. You've got Johnny, you've got myself, and my other colleagues are here waiting to help you. Any one of these is very capable. Yeah. Come on, Globers, don't be shy now. The African brother who was questioning my position on the globe and the knowing the shapes in it. What about you, sir? Do you have any more questions? Do you have any queries?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't have.
Okay, you don't have any more
Thank you.
questions. Okay. What about the African brother that asked me a question earlier on regarding the shape and what we can tell from Earth and the shape of the Earth being seen from outside of the Earth's situation? Is that African brother still here listening?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, do you have, what is your name, sir? Sorry.
William.
William. Okay, so William, do you have any questions regarding the topic matter at this point?
Not particularly, but I can't quite remember your answer to the question, the initial question.
Oh, well, my answer to the question you asked was about the objects in the sky that we call planets. We did say to you that if you think Earth is a planet, that would be a mistake, because when we translate the word planet into English from Latin or from the Greek, it means it's a false equivalence to say that the planets and the Earth are the same. Because as I said, you cannot get a pistachio nut up there, but you can get it on Earth. You understand? We don't know what we look at when we look through the telescope. You're looking through a tube with two lenses. You don't know what you're looking at. You can only theorize, assume, speculate, postulate. That's all you can do. You cannot confirm unless you go there. That's why my answer to your question was, I don't know those shapes at all. They look spherical, but I cannot confirm that. You see? Does that make sense?
Got that. Yeah,
okay.
I got that. So
Yeah,
the issue is you at the same time said you cannot confirm Earth's own shape until you can leave it. So it brings the question: at what point, where is the right place? Where is the right distance to the object for you to say for certain this is the shape of the Earth or those other things that we're saying?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, not knowing the full size of the Earth, but I know it's enough to know that it's not going at 8 inches per mile squared to make up the radius of the ball they give us, which is 3,959 miles, which then goes on to make the circumference of 24,901 miles. Having given those numbers and not being able to find that means that, well, what's going on there? What is the size of the Earth? You understand now? Because the numbers they give us are not checking out. So in order for me to find that out now, is either I can leave the Earth, but not knowing the size, so I wouldn't be able to know the distance I would need to go to leave to see it. So there's a problem there. But what we know is that the Earth is level, and we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We've never, ever made that claim. What we're making the claim is the Earth isn't an oblate spheroid because it's measured flat. All industries on Earth are measuring flat Earth. No one is measuring curvature anywhere. No one. That's what we know. We can take that to a court of law and make that statement. And then the court of law would find it in our favor, because they would have to present the people who have measured the curvature of the Earth on the Earth. Those people do not exist. That's how strong the statement I am making. I am prepared to go to court to make that statement with all my money. Yes. See, when you know, you know. When you don't know, you have a lot of questions, and rightly so, because you don't know. Only those who know can make the statement. And that is, we know that the Earth is not an oblate spheroid. We do not know the shape of the Earth. We've never made that claim, ever. Not once have we said we know the shape of the Earth. Never been uttered by any flat earther. Because how would we know? How would we know? We would have to have been able to go all over the Earth, number one, and then leave the Earth to actually see it. Underneath, let's say, if there is one. We don't know that stuff. See? Now you're beginning to see that the globe is a big lie. It certainly is. Easy to disprove. Easy to debunk. The clues are outside, in plain sight. Just like the Stanley Kubrick movie, title, what's the word I'm looking for there? And proper, apt title for this film, okay? It's called Eyes Wide Shut. That was me for 48 years, walking around thinking I knew what I knew, but my eyes were open, but they were shut because I didn't see the clues to the earth right there in front of me, level horizon. That's simple, that's clean, that's clear. And I missed it because of all the junk that I picked up at school, through the TV, through the movies, through the music, through the magazines, through the supposed science programs that are not actually doing science, they're doing pseudoscience on you. Okay? All that junk that you carry in your head, thinking you're looking good whilst you're going to the nightclub, dancing or drinking and dancing and drinking and thinking you're doing good, doing the splits, doing the spin, jumping backwards, right? Thinking good. But your eyes were all shut all the time. Yes, that's the truth of the matter, ladies and gentlemen. That was my case anyway, 48 years, walking around blind, even though my eyes were open.
Hey Jen, so when you realized that the globe Earth model wasn't relating to what you were seeing in real life, was that your first moment of like kind of more questioning the government, or were you already like questioning things and then you came to Flat Earth, or did Flat Earth like bring you to question even more things?
Okay, that's a great question. Flat Earth was the final piece in the puzzle because I was already questioning everything else. I already knew that 9/11 was an inside job and it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald. It wasn't the Muslims that did that event. And, you know, you can't trust your governments and the medicines are not safe. I knew all that. And the moon landings were a hoax. The final piece was the Flat Earth. So I came that way round. You see? That's how I came. And my embarrassment is I was in the army for 2 years as a Royal Engineers, Army Cadets for 3 years, and you're exposed to nature. And I saw nature in all of its beauty, and I missed the Flat Earth clues right there in front of my eyeballs. You see, that's my story. 48 years of believing, whilst the clues were right in front of my eyeballs. Yeah. So when I realized it was one of embarrassment for myself, smacking my head, and then relief. Because I now know that no asteroid is going to come and hit the Earth, because the Earth isn't a ball that is spinning in universe. You understand? The dinosaurs never existed, thanks to Eric Dubé, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, no man, I'm relieved. I'm a helium balloon now. Yeah, I have no worries about the Earth. Now it's dealing with the governments now. Let's stop the tyranny. Let's stand up, expose the lies, stand up and be counted, and bring back freedom as it should be, as God intended. It cannot be that 1% is ruining the lives for the 99%. That has to stop at this point. That's where I come in. Old school, military, put me in front, I'll lead it. Yeah. Our lives has meaning, has worth, but at the moment it's being devalued because of all the nonsense going on. Okay, that's where I am. Thank you for the question, though. Very good. What about you, sir? Can I ask you the same question in return? How did you get to the flat Earth, please?
Yeah, similar. I think the biggest thing that brought me to the conversation was NASA. Just looking into NASA, looking into the moon landings, and because things weren't. I would read facts about it, and I would read articles that were skeptical of it. I would watch debates online, and the more I learned about it, the more skeptical I became. And then I think it was like a YouTube video, and I saw a little link to Discord. I didn't know what that was, and then I found the Flat Earth channel. And the 24/7 the Flat Earth server, that one is really good because it has all those little it's like hashtag, and then it has certain topics. And so I went through the moon landings and the NASA topics, and that's really how I got into it. I think that's how a lot of people get into Flat Earth. They get into the moon landings first. They start questioning NASA, and it just kind of snowballs from there.
Okay, thank you very much. How do I pronounce your name? Is that Muskin?
Yeah, that's it, Muskane.
Oh, Muskane. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, well, thank you for that, because that's, like you said, that is one of the most common routes. Yes, absolutely. Through the moon landings, of course, because they were a hoax. I was researching the moon landings from 2001, you see, okay, and I made a lot of discoveries, but I still realize I sucked at it, because if they never went to the moon, then they could never have made that photographic shot called the Blue Marble, the original one from the Apollo 17 mission. They could never have made that shot. That had to be a painting, and it was, in the end, a painting. It wasn't even a photograph. So, but I sucked at that, even though I understood they didn't go and how they couldn't have gone. Still didn't join the dots, you see. That's my embarrassment, you see. Yeah. But and I'm still learning about the moon landings anyway. I'm really interested in the vacuum of space, of course, and the material that's in there, like the cosmic ray particles, the radiation, the solar flare particles that are coming off the sun. These are the obstacles that NASA would have to surmount to get to the moon, and were they prepared to do that? When you look at their equipment, they were ill prepared. They were not prepared to go there. So these are the things that I'm looking into, that I bring forward when I have a discussion or a debate, and I'm always winning my debates, because NASA was never prepared to go. You can't even go to the toilet in place. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't go to the toilet in space. That's dangerous to do in 0G, by the way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The thing that people don't want to talk about, that's what I talk about. How do you go to toilet in 0G during the Apollo missions? Okay, how would you go to the toilet? And in order to do it, you have to take your suit off. That's 45 minutes it takes to take your suit off and do a poo in a plastic bag that has this special gorilla type adhesive that sticks to your buttocks, but it doesn't hold your penis. Your penis is dangling outside. So you're exerting muscular force, which is not under your control, and you're pouring it into that plastic bag, transparent, but then you're urinating at the same time. Now, your urine is now in 0G. Can you imagine that? That is a hazard that should never be happening in space. For your spacecraft has to be more hygienic than a hospital on Earth, because your life depends on it. So NASA's methodology for going to the toilet is a hygiene and a health hazard that would kill you. But yet, that's what they gave the astronauts. Plastic bags to defecate in. And you couldn't do it by yourself. You're going to need your colleagues' help. So,
can you imagine trying to go to sleep?
Sorry, yeah. You can't even sleep either.
It would be so annoying, I reckon, because like you wouldn't have that like feeling of like
relaxation.
Resting. Yeah. Like it'd be horrible, I reckon, trying to go to sleep in an environment like that.
It would be stinking in there. It would be rancid in there. Come on. Think about it. You know, and the air pressure is not the same as Earth. So it's going to be even worse for you. Bacteria and stench is going to be there all the time for the 8-day journey, because it's 8 days. Okay? It's an 8-day return. And then there was 12-day missions as well. So imagine that, yeah? Okay? And you've got to then, ladies and gentlemen, going to the toilet shuts down the mission completely. Just like that. They didn't go to the moon because you couldn't go to the toilet properly. That's my answer. I don't even have to go technical. How do you not even go to the moon? Well, you can't go to the toilet, of course. How could you go to the toilet in space? Are you mad?
I thought they had a really long hose that was connected to a sewer down here.
That would be possibly the ISS, which I was going to do a presentation yesterday on the ISS toilets. But we got some Globers coming, so I had to put it on the shelf. But I'll do it another day. Yeah, a presentation on the toilet. Yeah, the ISS toilet. It broke down in 2017 anyway. And then they replaced it with another one in 2018. It was backing up, apparently. They love the drama. They have to create the drama. Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
How are you guys?
Oh, we're very well, thank you very much. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, I mean, before it was my first time, but I think it's my second time. It's the kid.
Oh, your second time. Okay, what
Yes,
is your name on this server? What is your name?
it's Furious.
Furious. Oh yeah. I remember the name now. Well, welcome back,
Yes.
Furious. Long time
How
no
are
see.
you?
Yeah. Oh, I'm very
Yes.
well. Thank you very much, Furious.
Yes, I was going through a mental dilemma, you know. I was really started to question a lot of things, you know.
Yeah. I praise God that you came back. Okay, you sound good. Thank you for
Yes.
returning. Do you bring any news, please?
I mean, to be honest, I'm trying to like convince my friends about like Flat Earth, but like they don't believe it.
That's okay. That's okay. Remember how you were with us. When we tried to tell you, you were doing the same thing. As long as you understand number one first, and you
Ye-
fully understand that the earth is
Yes.
flat, convincing your friends will come slowly. You've just
Uh,
got to keep giving the basics, keep hitting them with the basics. And the basics are one, they haven't gone out to check, so they can't say you're wrong. Two, they don't even know the model. So once they know the model and then they have to go and check it, then they're going to learn. That's all you've got to keep doing. They can't
no,
say you are wrong because they haven't checked. They don't even know the model. You understand?
yeah, I just try every day, every single day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. You just keep trying. Don't worry. It will come eventually. It took my brother 2 years. My younger brother 2 years. My youngest one, he's because he's a Muslim now. He doesn't even want to accept that the earth is a flat. It's a globe. He has no proof, but I leave him. Still love him as my brother. And my wife took 8 years before she came around. 8 years. And the only reason why it was 8 years was because she was not interested. But finally, the interest got there because I'm always talking about it to my relatives, friends, people. And in the end, she came round. So don't worry. Okay?
It's like
Do not worry.
I'm going
Doesn't matter
through a
how
lot
long it
right now.
takes. Yeah, exactly. Mashallah. Because it doesn't matter how long it takes, the truth will always overcome the lie. It has to. It's the truth. You cannot lock up the truth. The truth will come out. 2 years for my brother. Young brother still adamant. Okay, that's fine. Wife, 8 years. There you go. I
That's
love it.
good. I appreciate
Oh
it. You
yeah.
know. Oh, God bless. I just wanted to check on you guys.
Yeah, God bless you too, you know. How's the weather where you are at the moment?
It's sometimes it's snowy. It's
Really?
hot. Yes,
Where are you?
South Africa.
Oh yeah, sorry, right, yeah. We're here in Japan. It's been raining now 9 hours non-stop. My house
Yes,
is clean. The car is clean. It's been cleaned by the rain. 8 hours. There's no dirt on the car now. And the roof of the house is clean now. Non-stop rain. It's warm. It's I think it's 26 degrees currently. Let me check that
so you're in
quickly.
Japan.
Yeah.
I love that song.
Yeah. It's 26 degrees Celsius at the moment. So it's still warm. It's a warm tropical rain we're getting. But I'm really glad you came back, Furious. You know, I'm giving you a clap and I salute you
Yes,
as I shake your hand, okay? Because you
thank
you
you.
like you said, you had some mental things to get over. You've overcome
Yes,
them. So I salute you, brother. I salute you. Thank you.
I still haven't overcome it.
That's okay. It will come slowly. Okay?
It's a lot to handle.
Yeah, but as long as you don't give up and you keep yourself positive, it will happen. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maintain.
don't
Go
focus
ahead.
on trying to like convince people or anything. You just go about your life like normal, bro. Come in here and talk to us about it and talk to Globers online about it if you like. That can be an outlet for like this the
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 desire
the
to inform, the desire to tell people.
right, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and the how do you explain it? The shock of it, I guess, too, right? Because it sounds like you're still in
Oh
a bit of
yeah.
shock.
The reaction, the psychology
Yeah.
of
Yes,
it, the psychology of actually self. So you can tell us how you felt. That's a good story. Why don't you tell us that? when you came to this server the first time and we told you that the earth is flat, how did you feel mentally? How did you feel? What did you think about us? Go ahead.
Honestly, like first I thought you guys were like agents. I thought you guys were like Israel agents. I thought you guys were like
Yeah,
spreading
good.
propaganda.
That's wild.
Yeah, but that's the situation now at the moment, because that's what's being pushed out there. That flat earthers are, spitting out misinformation, and that's
I
all over the
thought you
internet.
guys were
Misinformation.
snakes,
Yeah,
snakes. You
yeah,
guys were
yeah.
trying to like poison me. I didn't really believe it.
Okay,
'Cause
okay.
at first I thought it was like an egg.
Yeah,
It looked like an egg, like from mine. But you guys proved me wrong. You guys are really smart. You guys are very intellectual. You
yeah.
guys are very
But so are
reasonable.
you. So are you, because you had to work it out for yourself. We gave you the information. You put it through your brain. You and your brain worked it out. That makes you intelligent and intellectual now. Okay, because we only told you. You had to work it out. You've got to sit there and think it through. We didn't force you. You did it yourself. Okay.
Like, it's just like at my college, I literally spoke to people about it. They called me stupid. And my teacher was like, "Oh my gosh, like, are you still on this?" Like, it was really crazy to me. I was getting like, I was getting insulted, humiliated, all that, because I spoke the truth. So I'm like, how do I, how do I like convince them? How do I like get to show them what I saw?
The hardest thing to anybody to do is to stand in the face of adversity and tell the truth, regardless of how you're treated. So always remember that. Like, stand your ground. If you know something to be true, don't let people change your mind and make you feel bad for knowing the truth.
They said I knew too much. That's what they told me. They said I knew too much. So I just, I just couldn't handle it all. I just had to like, focus on myself. I just couldn't believe it. It was really shocking.
Once you learn how your eyes work and how vision works and what lenses do to create vision, you'll begin to understand a lot more about like what goes on in the world as far as perspective and understanding that there's no way that you could ever see things in an orthogonal vantage point or a Euclidean vantage point. You're always going to look at.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do.
Yeah, you're a champion. You made it. That's the thing. All out of your own work, because that's the important thing, that you had to remove the junk so you could see the truth, and you did that. That means you are capable of working things out for yourself, even any other issues around you. You just got to take your time. That's all.
I think the best thing that I had for an experience, and I'll let you capitalize on this, Furious, is I now know how to question things, right? Like, even if I like have no experience in something, but it sounds like the truth, I know how to ask questions to see if it's really bullshit or not. And it's not like I don't have to believe things anymore, right? Like, I can know things. And if I don't know things, that's okay too.
I'm a rejoin. I think I'm lagging, okay? Let's rejoin.
That might have been me. Did I lag out? Did I robot?
No, you came in perfectly clear. I think I'm lagging and Furious is lagging. Yeah, you were perfect, mate. I've got issues here as well. I'm going to jump out and jump back in.
We all do. Not enough satellites in the world. What's up, y'all? How did the day go today? Oh, are you back?
Can channels like this have dedicated Discord like links?
What did you say?
So can channels like this, like the 24/7 channel within this server, have dedicated links?
Dedicated links?
Yeah, like discord.gg/24/7 English Hub.
Oh no, you have to just go to the hub and search for the channel, and
then find it. Yeah.
that's how they do it in politics.
I figured that was the case.
Hey, Graham, are you there?
Yo,
Bro, it wasn't even until like probably 6 months ago when I saw your PFP. Like every time I've always looked at it, it always looked like the Predator throwing a fist. For whatever reason, I don't know. Like every time I looked at it, I'm like, it looks like the Predator throwing a fist. And it literally jumped out at me one day that it was the Grim Reaper throwing up two fists.
yeah, it says game over on his fist too.
I'm just laughing because like the way the shading and everything looks like that, it looks like his face is like the Predator's face is like canted off to the like his right, our left. You only get to see like half of his face in the image, and he's like throwing a punch.
So, furious. Yeah.
What's up, Jen? How was your day? Did you run 20 miles?
No, I haven't done any exercise this morning because it's been raining I only went for a walk because it's been raining for 9 hours now. Okay. So when I went for a walk, it was just light rain, but it's 9 hours solid. It's raining heavy as we speak. But it's been nice.
Yeah, I love it when it's like a light drizzle and drizzle for like 6, 7, 8 hours. That's always fun.
Yeah.
Once it picks up, no, this is heavy. That's fun.
No, this is monsoon. This is how washing your house down. Heavy rain, wash down the roof, wash everything. That kind of downpour. Yeah. Car's clean. The car's getting a wash. The house is getting a wash. That kind of rain. Completely overcast. No break in the clouds yet. It won't be for another. There won't be a break in the clouds for another 4 hours, according to the weather forecast.
Do you live in northern Japan or southern Japan?
Yeah, no, I live in the middle of Japan. Right, and we're getting hit hard.
Kyoto's like central Japan, but it's like south, right? A little bit south.
Well, yeah, if you look at it from Hokkaido itself, yeah.
Okay. I've always wanted to visit Japan. I've always wanted to go to like northern side, like the north 1/3. What's the deal with that up there? It seems like a lot of country.
Yeah, if you do come here, there are some things that are different, but you can get most of the things you can get in the US or in Canada, you can get in Japan. It's got everything here.
Right.
It's just that it's all set up differently, of course. Different aroma, different language, different mannerisms. No, it's all good though. I love it.
Like southern Japan's more Americanized, right? Like northern Japan's still very old school.
Yeah, well, I think if you go to the cities, they tend to be more modernized than the countryside, of course. So if you go to like the cities, Tokyo definitely, Osaka definitely, Hiroshima definitely very similar to, very modernized. Nagasaki again, very modernized. You've got Kobe, very modernized. Kyoto, modernized. Okay, yeah. So the cities are very modernized in that sense. But when you leave the cities and you go into the actual rural areas, then you see the tradition of Japan, and that's the real Japan for me. The actual country people. That's the one you meet. That's when you know. Yeah. If you go to the modern cities, it's all high tech. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you met a samurai?
When I looked in northern Japan, I just didn't see a whole lot of cities. So it looks like it's all rural.
Yeah, yeah. Now, yeah, if you leave the modern cities and go into the countryside, that's when you're going to see the temples, the gingers, and the people themselves, and then their traditions and their festivals. It's all good, man. All good. Traditions still alive in Japan. Not so much in the city, although they do try to keep it, but it's slowly dying, I would have to say. Okinawa is a good place to visit as well, by the way. Okinawa is good. Again, not in the city itself, but in the countryside areas. Wickedly
That's
nice.
a southern island, though, right? That's like the
yeah, that's an island. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But you get some really good food there. That's where they live the longest. Yeah, longevity is there in Okinawa. Over 100-year-old people live there. There's a lot of centenarians.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. My goal is to make as much money as I can, and then my wife wants to go back to Venezuela. As long as we have a little bit of money.
Venezuela. I'd love to go to Venezuela. I love it there, and I'm going to love it there. The music, the weather, the food, and then the land. I can actually enjoy it. The nature. Come on.
I would do it. I would be doing what you do. Not teach English.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Would I be able to teach English there? Would I?
I mean, do you know Spanish? I think.
Hola, ¿cómo está? Hola, ¿cómo está? Dos cerveza, por favor. Aqua minerale sin gas, pronto rapido. What do you think?
You're almost there.
Bocadillo de calamari. Uno bocadillo de calamari, por favor. I just ordered a squid sandwich. There you go. Calamari sandwich. I can speak very little Spanish, but I love the language. Okay, I've been to Spain, that's why. Several times. Played football. Played football in Spain. I travelled all over Spain, from Santander all the way across to Alicante, Madrid, of course, Sevilla, Albacete, all over. Portugal. I went to Morocco, you see, so I had to do Spain, all of it. France, Spain, Morocco, Western Sahara, and then back.
I want
So
to go
that's
to
what I picked up.
Venezuela, convert the whole country into flat Earth.
Yeah, yeah, I can understand that spirit. It would be good to do that as well.
It's wild, man. Like talking to my wife, she's from Venezuela. She sounds like she grew up in like California school or London school. Like she sounds very liberal. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, like is this what they teach you over there?
Yeah, Venezuela, was that Hugo Chavez's country? Hugo Chavez?
Oh, it's Nicolas Maduro.
Oh, where's that? Hugo Chavez, was that again?
Hugo Chavez, you know what? Hugo Chavez was before Maduro. I mean, Nicaragua, let me check.
Yeah, which country is he from? But I did like that guy. Hugo Chavez, not Venezuela. Where was it then? Not Bolivia. Let me check. Where is Hugo Chavez from?
Yeah, Venezuela. So he was when Venezuela collapsed, which my guess is he was probably trying to prevent the banks from coming in and taking over the country.
That's right. He was a good man for Venezuela. He was a good man. I like Hugo Chavez.
They say that. They say that. I don't know all of his doings and everything like that. I just know that he sent his country in the power.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the period he was in, the country was doing well. He wasn't stealing the money. He was actually trying to unify the South American to become like OPEC in the Middle East. Okay, that was his plan. But they poisoned him with cancer and took him out because America was set to be paying high price, higher than OPEC, if they were going to get oil from the South American region. Okay, and that's why they took out Hugo Chavez. Yeah, he wasn't stealing the people's money. He wasn't stealing the people's money.
No,
he actually. Go ahead.
Like Maduro, I was just going to say Maduro now. I talked to my wife and I was like, he sounds a lot like Gaddafi. The way he talks.
Okay. Yeah, Hugo
You ever
Chavez
listen to his speeches?
Yeah, Hugo Chavez was trying to unify the South American countries together to bring about an oil power for the South Americans. Okay, that's what he was planning to do, and they were all working together before he died. Unfortunately, through poisoning, right? But he put his desk. What I liked about him is that he put his desk out on the streets so that people could come up and ask him questions and ask him what's going on. Now that's integrity right there. Put your desk right out on the streets in the middle of the traffic, right there on the pavement, and he was working for his people, not stealing your money. There's a man. He was a military man, of course, at the beginning. And then, the previous leaders were puppets. He was fed up with that, so he took over. And from his taking over, the country just started to go up. Education, health, money, it was all happening. Go ahead.
I hate to say it, but we should probably get. It was a good talk.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, of course. Yeah. But it all happened on a flat earth, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That's the thing. And we weren't rotating at the time. We weren't spinning. It was always level, even with Hugo Chavez's desk on the streets of Venezuela. It was on a flat earth.
His desk was level with a flat earth that was parallel to the horizon.
Yeah, it was. And that's integrity right there.
That explanation, though, that I always give, it throws people through a loop. Like, if the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky only ever always happens on flat Earth. And like, what?
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense. I'm like, it can't happen any other way, man. Like if I told you your desk was actually a ball, then like you're like, no, it's flat. I'm like, no, it's a ball, and it is a ball. Then everything that's happening around that desk is only happening around a ball desk. I don't know how else to explain it.
Tell you what, man, it's not raining cats and dogs. It's raining cows and elephants at the moment. Okay? I'm having to shout to talk to you. Such is the volume of the rain. Do you understand? Right? It's
Oh
not
yeah,
raining.
we need to get you a Gucci, man.
Yeah, it's raining. It's raining elephants and cows. Fuck.
How would you say it's raining elephants and cows in Japanese?
Oh, okay. Let me see now. Hang on. Okay. 牛と象が降ります。降っています。So cows and it's raining cows and obviously cows and elephants. Yeah. 降ってきた. Yeah. Let me see if I can do that a little bit better. Yeah. 今、象と牛が降ってきた。今。そういうの雨です。So I've explained it a little bit better. I've said the kind of rain we're getting at the moment is elephants and cows. There you are. Because it doesn't naturally translate into Japanese that way. Do you understand?
No, I understand.
Yeah. And then we've got to reverse the topic matter. So instead of saying it's raining cats and dogs, I'm saying the rain we're having at the moment is of elephants and cows. Do you see that? That's how I had to formulate that sentence. Okay? There you are. I'm a professor of this language now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a professor.
Yeah, English is an amazing language though, like because you can say so many different things, so many different ways, and invoke so many different emotions depending on how you want to say them. And I always said it like this, like English may seem like a difficult language, but it's actually the most beautiful language, right? So like French is the language of love, Spanish is the language of the gods, and English is the beautiful language. It's like soccer. Like it's the beautiful language.
Yeah. And I'm always comparing sentences, Japanese sentences to English sentences, and the English one is always the simplest to say and the most direct to understand, compared to the Japanese. I do say they take the long way around to say something all the time. But the Japanese are used to it, of course, because they're Japanese. And my children now, they're well versed in English and they speak Japanese fluently now. And they write it as well. So brilliant.
I gotta find out where one of my friends in Japan is at. Over on X on Twitter. I know a guy who is from Japan. I don't know where, but I gotta ask him so that way I can have him meet up with you. You guys can go out and talk to you.
Yeah. And let's see if we can talk about flat Earth. Is he a flat Earther?
Yeah, he's a flat earther. He's got a P900.
Then it's the man to know with the P900. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I want to do this 14 miles zoom in on Earth. This is horizontal. Yeah.
He doesn't know too many flat earthers where he's from, and his wife hates it when he talks about it. So it would be nice if he had a friend that he could teach.
Oh yeah. When they see my energy, my enthusiasm for this topic matter, they're gonna get the
You'll love him. You'll love him, man. Like sometimes he'll come in on a late, like Friday night when we're having a fun. He'll come in on late on our time. But obviously it'll be like really late on his time because like he comes in for Friday night with the job with his boss and his coworkers.
Right.
And he'll be blitzed and talking to us and telling us like what's on his mind and everything like that. He's so funny, man.
Right. Sounds like a guy to know then. Yeah. It's the same with my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law doesn't like me talking about the flat Earth and that, but she can't stop it. Can't stop it, I'm afraid. Yeah. They roll their eyes, but what can you do? The truth is the truth at the end of the day. You know, it's all right talking about flower arrangements, but I don't do flower arranging. Thanks. Not at the moment, anyway. That was the first thing for me to get into when I got to Japan, yeah? 1999. I'm in the community centers learning Japanese from the local people. And they wanted me to get into flower arrangement. I goes, no, you know, I'm a man. We don't do that sort of stuff. I said, you know, we don't do this. You know, I'm more into like the plumbing, mechanical, you know, spanners. This is, no, I don't want to do this. I cannot do this, I said. Flower arranging. You know what I mean? But, you know, I watched them and that, you know. Ah, I see. Yeah, nice. You know. When you've been banging away with hammers and drills, you know, screwdrivers, nuts and bolts, you're going to start doing flower arranging? Are you really? It's different from planting seeds, though. And, you know, planting for your survival, that's a different thing entirely. But this is making things look all pretty, and now I don't want to do that. So I said, not my interest. People like me don't do that, I said. So I didn't get into the flower arranging. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know he had that many followers. Yeah, he is in Japan.
Oh, I'm in Japan, man, yeah. Right now, it's raining elephants and dogs. Sorry, elephants and cows. It's non-stop now, 9 hours now. 9 hours, it hasn't stopped. Not a break.
Do you have an X account?
What?
Twitter?
No, I don't
X?
have one. No, I don't. I've never had one. Never had a Twitter, never had a Facebook, never had the need for it.
I sent you a DM with his Twitter account, and then I'm DMing him right now, and whenever he responds back, I'm gonna ask him to join the Discord server.
Yeah,
and then I'll get you two connected.
Yeah, we can have a little conversation. Why not?
Do you have any friends out there that are flat earthers with you?
Yeah, I've got a few students, I would say, that are flat earthers. And then my neighbors, they know of the topic matter, but they don't follow it through, you know? They know it's flat and everything else, but they don't talk about it. You see what I mean? You know, they don't talk about it at work. They don't talk about it to their other neighbors, you know? You know, they're not pushing it as such. But they're thankful that I introduced it to them, of course.
I'm like you a lot, though, man. Like, I boldly tell people that I'm a flat earther. They're like, you're not worried about your career or nothing? I'm like, no, because my work ethic has nothing to do with, my understanding of the world around me.
That's right. So I've accepted your friend request, Sheepdog. Appreciate that. And yeah, basically, I'm very quick at telling them that I'm a flat earther. I love that. I wear my T-shirt. Look, when I go to those children's schools for those parents' observation days, yeah, everyone's wearing suits. Jim's got his flat earth T-shirt on. Need, because you're probably going to get mucky anyway. So I'm dressed in like camouflage trousers, hiking boots, flat earth T-shirt, black lycra underneath the T-shirt. There you go. Yeah. Webbing type belt, brass buckle. Okay. Pockets all over the place. Okay, you ready? I'm ready. Ready for action. What are we doing today? And it's got on the T-shirt, dare to research flat earth. Right in their face. Yeah, just like the T-shirt I'm wearing in my avatar. I'm right out with it. I've seen people give me funny looks at the station when we're at the station on holiday and that, yeah? And I look at them and I give them the thumbs up and the nod. and then I do the flat earth salute. It's level. You know, when they're looking at you from a distance, they're looking and they're trying to read what it says, and then you nod. I spread the t-shirt out. Yeah, that's right. And I do the flat earth salute. It's level. Yeah, level. And then I do the ball and shake my head. Not a ball. No. And I do the X. I put my arm in an X and say no, not a ball. It's a pure body language. Because you see them looking at the t-shirt and they're looking at you. Some of them are frowning. And that's when I start doing my sign language. Yeah, it's level, not a ball. Ball, no. What are you going to do about it? What you going to do about it? Yeah, they don't want to look that there, you know? I'm not a sheepish flat earther, that's for sure.
Man. I want you to ask me why it's flat. My favorite thing to do is to talk about it in front of people, because when they're behind a computer screen, they get a little bold, and then they feel like they can Google anything and get their answer. But in person, they're almost timid, and they don't want to look because they don't want to look stupid, right? So they don't want to have to Google their answer on the spot. And they're just like amazed at how you can answer everything right there on the spot.
Yeah, they play right into your hands. That's what I did in Hawaii. I had a crowd, you know, and then one person asked the most funniest question, and that was, is North Korea going to send a missile over to Hawaii? This was in 2018 when when North Korea was sending missiles across Japan's bow. I said, they're not going to do that. Hawaii is not a target for North Korea. No, don't worry about that. That's never going to happen. And let's say it did happen, there'd be a new world map, because there'd be a hole where North Korea used to be. So no, that's never going to happen. You needn't worry about that. But the Earth is indeed flat. Look at the horizon. Look at how there's no curvature there. It's all level. Yeah. We're not spinning through the universe. And then I showed them the simulation where we got that video where the planets and the cluster all hurtling through the universe, rotating and wobbling. That's what we're meant to be doing now. Are we actually doing that? And I gave them my phone to look at. Look at it. Pass it around. That's what's happening now, I said to them. Is that right? And at that time, I would have been, 56, something like that. So for 56 years of my life, that's what's going on. Just like that. You think that's possible? Because 53, it would have been 15, 3, 18, so I would have been 56, right? So I said to them, or 55, going to be 56, because it was in the summer we went. I said, are we doing that right now? We're spinning, wobbling through the universe. How big is space? If I've been living for 55 years, 56 years, and we've traveled all that time, 19.2 billion miles every year. How big is space? Where are we going? Yeah, people began to wake up there on that day. And then, of course, all the regular questions. So what you've got to do is find a nice flat surface and to that island. Yeah, that's right. I showed them the video as well of the observation from Hawaii, Honolulu to Oahu. Gave it to them as a link. They'd taken the links off me like feeding like chicks, eating corn, man. It was that good. And that was me shouting it out, just shouting out at Honolulu Beach. The earth is flat. Look at the horizon. Anybody heard of flat earth around here? Yeah, that's what I did. I just, you just got to approach the people and make an announcement. Like the town crier. That was me. I've got that confidence. I just shouted it out. I don't care. I don't do embarrassment, ladies and gentlemen. I don't do it. It's not part of my menu. It's not there. It's not an option. Yeah. That's what makes us special, man. The flat earthers, they're lucky we're on their side, man. Those globers, it's all hell. It's all hell. So I'm like you, sheepdog, I'm like you, man. You've just got to let it fly. When the timing is right, of course, you just got to let it fly.
No, for sure. Like if you don't say anything, how will anybody out there in the world know whether or not they're near or around a flat earther? Not only that, but somebody else might be a flat earther and they're just afraid to speak up.
That's right. So that's why like one of my lines is like, let me introduce a topic matter that I've been discussing for the last 10 years. I want to pique your interest. Make you feel flat Earth, the Earth being flat, and that's the beginning right there. See that? And that would be the beginning of a 2-hour discussion. Yeah, that's the way I deal with it, man. That's one of my opening lines. That approach, and I could be in a bunch of people. Yeah, okay, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to interrupt your meals, but I've just got a question for any of you people. How many of you have heard of the flat Earth? Yeah? Well, how do you feel about that? Do you think you're on a spinning ball, and how would you know you're on that ball? Have you confirmed it? Yeah. What are the odds? What are the odds that a black guy born in England, living in Japan, holidaying in Japan, is now talking to you about the flat Earth? There must be something in it. Must be, yeah? Right. Start investigating. Because you're not living on a ball covering 19.2 billion miles in 1 year. All those stars are in the same place. Let's start to reconsider what we're living on here. Sorry to interrupt your meal, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Sit back down and eating. Flat Earth t-shirt still gleaming. Yeah, and I look around, and you look around at them. You know, you got to do it, man. You got to do it. That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing in my avatar. At the top of Diamond Head, I was shouting out, "It's a flat Earth," as loud as I could. The Earth is flat. It's a flat Earth. You've all got eyes, but you cannot see. Look at the horizon. It's dead level. Look at it. Where is that curvature? And anyway, who's heard of the flat Earth here? A few of them put their hands up. Well done. Yeah, it's flat. Start telling them, look, it's flat. Come on. Take my picture. Don't forget this day. The day you learned the Earth is not a spinning ball. It's flat. My name's Jin CBR1. Come on, hurry up. Take the picture. That's what I was doing. Diamond Head. On top of the pillbox. Screaming it out. Yeah, it was good. Covered in sweat. Because I got up there in 25 minutes. The fastest I've ever gone up Diamond Head from the bottom. It's only a small crater. But I ran out 25 minutes, passing everybody. Climbed up to the top and I shouted out, "Flat Earth!" Yes. It's a flat Earth, everybody. Look around you. Yeah, man. And then from that point, I flat smacked 5 Jehovah's Witnesses right outside the hotel I was staying at. Yes. It was a fantastic day that day. Yeah. So, yeah, Sheepdog, I'm like you. I enjoy it. I enjoy doing all that stuff. It's a source of entertainment and enjoyment. Definitely.
Yeah, because a lot of people out there are really weird, and they're already looking for a reason to look at you really weird because they know they're weird. So it's like, okay, you want to see how weird I am? Let's talk.
Yeah, yeah. And when you preface it with, I'm not going to give you any theories, any assumptions, any speculations or opinions. Everything I'm going to utter out of my mouth is facts-based. Facts-based only. I will beat you in a court of law. Here we go. Flat Earth. The Earth is indeed flat, non-rotating realm. What say you? Yeah. No, it ain't, you retard. What do you mean? Well, have you measured the curvature of the Earth? Where did you do that? So how do you know? So you don't know. So don't call me a retard. I've measured it. That's why I'm saying it's flat. You haven't measured it and you're calling me a retard. What's the circumference? What's the radius? What's the angle tilt? How fast is it spinning on the angle tilt of the equator? How fast is it spinning in the UK? How fast is it spinning in Alaska? What about, you don't know all this stuff. How fast is it going around the sun? Well, 90 times the speed of sound, just for your information. How fast are we going in the solar system? How fast is the solar system going with the Great Attractor? How many miles are we supposed to be doing a year? You know nothing. I'm the retard. I know all the numbers. He doesn't know the number, hasn't done investigation, but he knows it's a globe. Isn't that not ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah. How foolish do you feel now? Right. Now, none of you know. So don't get too comfortable, ladies and gentlemen. None of you know. None of you have done the investigation. Otherwise, you'd be telling me how you did it right now. So, right. Okay, so let's begin to tell the truth now. Yeah. That's how you control it. That's how you control it, man.
Hey, what was that guy in here doing earlier? Furious. Was he a guy that we told him to go out and check to see if the Earth was flat?
That's what I told him to
went
do.
out
Yeah,
there and did
that's
it,
what I
and he
told him
was
to
like,
do.
"Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
that's funny."
Yeah, that's right. That's why he came back. You see, because I was there the day he was in here, and I was the one that was strongly telling him to go out and check it, because you can't say we're wrong unless you go and do that. And then he came back, and there you are. That's why I said to him, I shook his hand, and I was saluting him at the same time. Well done.
It's funny. People always ask why they would lie, right? Like,
Yeah.
don't worry about why they would lie. Like, once you realize that the Earth is flat, you'll understand why they would lie.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And once you realize they're lying, it doesn't matter why they've lied. They've lied, so clearly you know you want to get a redress. Sod the reason. Let's get some redress.
The fact that they're lying is pretty irrelevant anyway, right? Like,
yeah,
like I don't like I've had a girl cheat on me before, and I dwelled over it, and I'll give you an example. I had a girl that I loved. I had a crush on her since junior high. She finally gave me a chance. We were together for like 7 months, and then she broke up with me because her parents wanted her to marry an Asian because she was Asian. And
right, yeah,
right. So like it was like whatever. But my heart was broken, and I was still stuck on her for like many years afterwards. And it's kind of like that whole like why they would lie thing, right? Like if you can't just accept things for what they are and move on, then nothing's ever going to make sense. Like even if your girl cheated on you and told you like, oh, I cheated on you because you got a small penis, like it still wouldn't justify her cheating on you. Like you'd still be like, but why? Why would you cheat? Why?
yeah.
And it's like, it doesn't matter.
I consider that their loss. It's their loss anyway. Once they've cheated, it's their loss. They're the losers at the end of the day. Simple as that.
Oh yeah. Well, and the same thing with the powers that be. Why would they lie? When you find out that they're lying, like it's their loss.
Yeah, it's their loss.
It's no longer.
They've lessened their humanity and their value as a human being to do that. So they're lesser than me. They're lesser than me instantly. Instantly, they've dropped to my foot level. Instantly, they've dropped to my foot level now. The shit on the floor. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? That's what I mean by it's their loss. I am triumphant. My integrity is intact. I'm not devaluing myself. I'm not devaluing humanity. It's not my aim in life. So when they've lied, they're lesser than me. Even if they may have more wealth than I have, they don't have the integrity. So that means their wealth means nothing. Money from a liar. How did they make that money? They made that money through lying, immorally. See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Can you see how it is their loss? You see how I'm riding high? I can be poor and have no money. I'm still going to be riding high. That's how it is. I don't sweat the small stuff. I don't sweat any stuff. I only sweat when I'm exercising. Like I said, I fear no man, no government, no system. That's not why I'm on earth.
I don't even stress about it, really. Like,
no.
Like when they're oppressing you. Are they really though? Like,
no,
sure,
oppress me
things are
some more.
difficult, but it's nothing I can't work through.
Yeah, oppress me some more. You're gonna go down in the end anyway. Yeah, I refuse to be devalued. That's the thing. I just refuse to be devalued. That's it. When you're of that frame of mind, you're a very prickly customer indeed. To those who want to devalue you, that is. Yeah. Hence, I maintain health. Keep practicing my punches and my kicks for my karate whilst I do my exercising. Yeah. Stretching. Okay. Because I want to be able to defend myself still. Even I am 63. Block, block, punch, punch, kick, kick. Yes. I'm strong. I can take the pain. You can snap. You can smash a piece of 4x2 on my back. It'll break. I'm still going to be coming. Yes. That's why I feel sorry for the Globers. That's why that guy that came in talking about the amicable server where there's no moderator, that's fine. I don't mind it. You can have the moderator. You don't have a moderator, I'm coming in. You're going to lose. Simple as that. You want to talk over me? I'll talk you into an early grave. You won't have the stamina, the fortitude, the unwavering power, unceasing strength. You don't have that. You don't have it. I guarantee you. Try me. I destroyed 8 hours solid. 8 hours. No one got in. My voice versus the Globers. They came, they lost. They came, they lost. Others went shopping, went out, went for a meal, came back. Jin's still there. They've gone out and done something else. I'm still there. They're losing. How does he do it? What's going on? You know, the Globers died that day. You ask Flat Earth Dude, he will tell you. Everyone said, fuck it, I never knew anyone could do that. 8 hours of destroying Globers. And they came in and they died. They even tried to gang up, and I shouted above all of them. Yeah.
It's Jin, the Flat Earth Iron Man.
You got it. That's the one. Yeah, it was witnessed by Denmark, Flat Earth Dude, what's his name? New Perspective. They were all there that day. They all went up and did their thing and that, and I was still dealing with this guy called Snacks to the Future. Yeah, because he insulted me. That's what happened. He insulted me, and that unleashed 8 hours of a barrage that unforgettable. Can you imagine that? 8 hours. Literally 8 hours. One man. One flat earther. Because he was pissed off. That's why I can go into Gem Pandas and those places. They're nothing, mate. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I enjoy it. I've enjoyed the 10 years. When you have the truth, you do not lose. When you believed in their life for 48 years, you want to make up for lost time. That's what I'm doing. But I'm doing it with enjoyment now. I now understand what I should have understood all those years ago. But because I trusted the experts, I thought, I won't look into that now, no need. They've got it covered, haven't they? That's what I'm thinking. They've got it covered. I don't have to check it. It's already been done. It's a globe, man. We're talking about, shut up, it's a globe we're talking about. It's already been done. You know what I mean? But no, that wasn't the case, ladies and gentlemen. It hadn't been done. It was never done. Sorry?
When I was looking into Flat Earth, that's exactly what was going on. I was like, I just wanted to find some Flat Earthers so I could see what their side of the argument was. And I couldn't. All it was like how to debunk Flat Earth. I'm like, I already know how to debunk it. It's stupid. Like ships go over the horizon and the sunsets. Like it's so easy. And satellites, like duh. I just want to know what a Flat Earther thinks.
Yeah. You want to
the Earth actually has a... That's right. The Earth does have a circumference. Oh my gosh. But that's a big Earth, right? 24,901 miles.
Yeah.
And then you do the math on it, like the horizon's only 3 miles away. No, that can't be right. I've seen things way further than 3 miles.
Yeah. So have I, of course. And you listen to the psychology, and the word that I learned quickly, 2 words: cognitive dissonance. that came up immediately, man. Cognitive dissonance. And I went, yeah, that's what happened to me when I first heard it in 2014. That was cognitive dissonance. I just locked it out. I thought it was stupid. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Cognitive dissonance. Okay. And I learned that word and I used it on the Globers. It was my whip. I whipped them with it. In the live streams, in the comments, and in the servers. Yeah. You're displaying a classic case of cognitive dissonance, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm saying to them is challenging their core beliefs, because that's all they've got. They've got no evidence. So they result to the insults and ad homs. This is a clear case of cognitive dissonance, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. A very constipated Glober, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, man, I've loved these 10 years of discussion, debates, slagging matches. Yes. Hammer and tongs, shields, batons. Yeah, bing, ding, ding, it's flat, you stupid. Bing, ding, shut up, bing. Flat. Oh, yeah, next. Bing, ding, bang, ding, ding, it's flat. Bing, we're not spinning. You're gone next. Ding, ding, ba, ding, 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 ding. Yeah, where's the spin? Where's that curvature you haven't got yet? But you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, it's been good.
What's up, Savage? Long time no see, brother. You changed your name, though. But yeah, once you start thinking about it, right? Like, yeah, like if I put my finger on top of a ball and I'm looking at my finger and I see all of my finger, and then I run my finger around the back of the ball. As I'm doing that, I'm going to see my finger disappear bottom up, and then there's a certain degree of curvature involved in that. So, I mean, not degree of curvature. There's a certain rate of curvature in a metric sense, right? Not necessarily degrees, because a circle has 360 degrees. We know that, but there's a rate at which that curvature begins to curve around to the backside of the ball. And I'm like, that makes sense. That makes sense. So let me go out to the horizon, or let me go out to the water, because I mean, obviously, like that makes the most sense. Like land, I can move dirt around and I can build a hill. So like I can make things look like it's curving on land. But let me go out to water where I know it's not curving, or at least not like in a sense, like I understand there's waves and things like that. But there's moments when you're looking out at the sea and you can see for a moment that everything is flat. Like it's not, there's no major waves or deviation.
Yeah, it's an uninterrupted expanse. That's what it is. An uninterrupted expanse. That's why you go there. That's it. No interruption.
Have you ever seen this, Jen? Have you ever seen this? I tell people to go to the, like, I got down one day, right, really low to the surface of the ocean. I was out in North Carolina on the East Coast, and I decided to get down in a plank position and look out over the water. And the waves that were coming in, they were the waves were the same height as the regular water. All that was happening with the waves was that the water at the base was receding away. So what looked like a 4-foot tall wave really was like a 2-inch tall wave. It's just the water receded away. Yeah. And I was like, oh my gosh, you can see across these things even with the waves.
Yeah. I've experienced.
Next time you go to the beach, go look.
No, I've done that. I've done that many a time with the kids as well.
Wild?
Yeah, it's
like a 100-foot wave in Portugal is probably like maybe 20 feet tall in reality, but like 80 feet of it is receding away.
Yeah, because there's a lot of surfing going on in Hawaii, you see. So that's where I did it mainly, and then I also did it at Guam, Saipan, Indonesia. That would be Singapore. Where else? Yeah, those were the main places that I did that. Of course, Okinawa as well. And then we do it on the rivers as well, you know.
Yeah, like the water. When you get down, you look out over the ocean. Anybody that's listening, look out over the ocean
The ocean, yeah.
and notice how flat it is, right? And then get down in the plank position right next to where the tide comes in,
Yeah.
and look out over the ocean. It's still flat, even with the waves. You can see over the top of the waves to the horizon.
Yeah, it's still flat. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Another thing that blew my mind was, you know, when they do the super zoom in, right? So you zoom in right out from the beach, you don't see you can't see anybody. You can't see a thing. But then you zoom in, and this guy zoomed in, and you could see people windsurfing, jet skiing, speedboats, jumping, and that. Everyone's having a laugh. But you don't see that from the beach. It's like it's just the sea. No one's there. But then they're all having a great time. You think, wow, that blew me away instantly. Look at that. It's flat, isn't it? It's as flat as the road. It's like a road, you know? But of course, it's water. I just think, bloody hell, man. Look at that. Look at what I'm seeing. Man. Wow. I'm still blown away every time I think about it. That all that action is raving going on, and you're at the beach, you don't even realize it. You think there's nothing there. You don't realize, but there's people there having a great time. Wow. Yeah. The only time you notice some action if you see a massive yacht coming towards you, but beyond that yacht, there's people having a great time out there, and you have to zoom in on them and you see them. Catamaran coming in, and then you've got to get out of the way. Where you're having your fun, that's where they want to park up. So you think, all right, hang on, let me get out of the way. Yeah. And get crushed. Catamaran. Honolulu, it was good. No, the rain's not letting up. What? It's coming up for lunchtime, so I'm going to go and prepare lunch. I'll be back later on, guys. Thank you very much.
Have a good one, Jen. What's up, Flaw? Anybody got any questions? Let's see. Flaw, Gonpachiro, Time. Open your mic and say hi, Fla.
I just want to pop in and say hi. I don't have much of a voice, or else I'd be talking. I was at a concert all weekend long.
You should have saved your voice for Discord.
I know. I got to see some really cool bands, though. Got to see Lita Ford, Sebastian Bach, Saliva, Marilyn Manson, 3 Days Grace, Breaking Benjamin, Shinedown, 311. I got to see a lot of really cool ones.
No
Alice
Three Doors
Cooper.
Down?
No, 3 Days Grace.
Ah.
Yeah. Alice Cooper was probably like one of the best shows, though. So theatrical. Dude still got it, and he performed on stage with his wife, and just the costuming, and it was just so great. It was awesome. Great time.
At least you had fun.
Oh yeah, the weather was so crazy. We got drenched, and I'm sunburnt, and I mean, whatever. We had a great time. I got to get pretty close up to the stage for Shinedown, and they just blew the crowd away. It was excellent, excellent show. Not gonna lie, man, those Aussie tributes had me crying.
I'm glad you had a good time at that concert, Jenna. Sounded like a good time. Those are some good bands.
Yeah, oh,
I
it was
wasn't able
great.
to.
Oh man, it was yeah, Rocklahoma. Saliva was freaking excellent. That was a fun one. And definitely Shinedown. I don't know, I wasn't expecting like a whole lot from Shinedown, but dang, they delivered.
Yeah, I mean, if you're if you're one of like the lesser known bands, you really gotta be able to surprise people who are there for other bands, you know. But there's so many bands, you know. There's anybody who's got a paying gig should be happy. You know, it's the way I look at it at this point.
Man, I've got the videos from just about every single one of the shows, and Sebastian Bach, dude's hilarious. He's freaking funny. He was talking smack about an artist that, made it to Locust Grove, right? It's not very far from Pryor, Oklahoma. And then dude canceled the show and he's like, and I'm not a bitch, right? Like, it's so great. I was like, you fucking go, Sebastian.
Yeah, when I was like in my teenage years, I remember being like, yeah, I want to play shows. And by the time I was like 19, I was like, fuck this. I had no desire to move forward with that.
Gotta be part
'Cause
of
I
like
just
some
thought
ADD,
about like
ADHD.
I just thought about playing the same songs having to
Yeah, I
repeat
thought about that
playlists.
too. Like these guys tour and then they're singing the same songs like it's just like a loop, and then they do this several times, and I'm like, but is it really fun though? Is it really fun for them? Because like it's a job at that point, you know?
A lot of my songs are really difficult to perform, like but both vocally and to play on the guitar. So to like have to do like both, like maybe up to multiple times a day, and then like nights back to back. I was just like the amount of stamina I would need to have, and a little bit of luck on my side to be able to pull it all off, like on a you know 3 times a week or whatever. I just started thinking of it like I'm like an accountant, like you be able to check all these boxes, and then how much fun are you going to be having at the end of it all if it's not paying well? And then trying to get other people to play the stuff when it's difficult is really hard because their hearts have to be in the style of music. And so trying to find that in a busy world, it was just like a tall order. So I was like, yeah, probably not a realistic goal.
I had dreams of playing music.
I did solo gigs for a while.
Oh,
only because only because I went to it was like years later. I was probably around like 24 or 25, and there was this bar owner. He was a friend of a friend of mine, and the friend of mine, he had asked me to go out and see him play, and I never heard like I'd heard him like play some guitar or whatever. He like did some like kind of spoof songs or whatever. They were funny, I guess, not really my style. But so I went to the show, and one of my cousins was helping him play. He was like doing a couple songs, and like they were kind of going back and forth, and I was just like, "This is terrible, man." And I hopped up and did a song, and they were like, "Oh!" And the bar owner was like, "Can you come and play?" I was like, "Yeah, I guess." So that's how that started. But
I just stick to belting it out at karaoke bars.
yeah, karaoke is fun. Yeah, I won a karaoke competition one year. That was fun.
I went to a karaoke competition recently with my mom, and I don't know. I think their screamo meter is busted because, like, I mean, my mom got like the loudest cheers, but that's not what the screamo meter read. And so, but she got third place in the singing competition. But man, she still placed out of like 10 people. So
Oh yeah. The one that I did was like, I forget, man. It was like took like 4 months to get down to the finals. It was like between me and this one fat chick, and she did I forget, man. I forget the name of the track, but it was that one where like, maybe sometimes he'll think before he cheats. Like some dumb song like
oh
that.
yeah, the Carrie Underwood song "Before He Cheats." I think
Yeah.
that's what it's called.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I was told at that karaoke competition, I wasn't even competing, but like they would just have like the karaoke intermittent of the competitors. And so I sang uh If It Makes You Happy. I think that is it Sheryl Crow? I think it's Sheryl Crow.
That's Sheryl Crow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everyone was telling me I should have competed. They're like, "Holy shit, should have competed." I was like, "Nah, I just came to sing songs." And you wouldn't be able to tell, like right now, like my voice is really rough and raspy and growly. So that's from just like losing my friggin' head all weekend long,
Yeah.
screaming at the
Yeah. I mean, you're
shows. But
screaming at the top of your lungs.
oh my gosh, it was so good though. It was so awesome. Aside from sitting in the rain, man, I pulled myself all the way inside my poncho and threw an extra camp chair over my head like an umbrella, dude. And all the people that were walking by were like, "Hey, right on, thumbs up." Somebody was like, "Hey, it's not stupid if it works." I'm like, "And it works." So it's like a canopy with a camp chair. But the Flyleaf was there, and I didn't really get to
Oh, they're
enjoy it because
cool.
that was like the worst part of the rain.
Yeah, I'm a fan. From what little I've heard of their catalog, there's so many good bands, especially now. A lot of the people I've met over the years actually have gotten a lot better. I used to teach a lot of people stuff too. I play a lot of instruments, so I gave a
Man,
lot of lessons over the years.
my baby brother and my cousin hit the mosh pit in the middle of the rain. And it was a mud pit. It was more than just a mosh. It was a mud pit, dude. They come back covered head to toe in mud. It's like, so did you guys have fun? No, my baby brother's wearing the muddiest shit-eating grin. They had a great time. I was like, look, I'm a little too old for the mosh pits now, but glad you guys had fun. My favorite shows to go to are like the reggae roots, though. Like I like going and seeing like Revolution, Stick Figure, and Sublime with Rome, and Dirty Heads, and all these guys. And lately, Jacob Knoll, Bradley Knoll's son, has been frontmanning for Sublime, and that's amazing. Just the similarity in their voices and how it kind of brings Bradley back to life is pretty amazing. I'd love to go catch a Sublime show where Bradley's son is singing.
Yeah, my cousin was like, he's like a year older than me. He was like huge into Sublime. So much so he had like a Sublime tattoo on his arm, like back when we were teenagers, he got that. I was like, wow, man, really love Sublime.
I want to get like a trifecta tribute tattoo for I want Sublime, Grateful Dead, and Dirty Heads, because I mean those are like some of my top 3 favorite bands.
Yeah, I covered some Dead over the years. My favorite Dead song is actually a Phil Lesh song. I love Unbroken Chain. That's like my favorite. But yeah, pretty close to Help on the Way, Slipknot. I love that one too.
Yeah,
these songs that I could play and sing, like all the way through. Done Terrapin Station live a few times. A great track. more of a great story. But yeah, like Ruben and Charisse by the Jerry Garcia band. That's another great one. If you're gonna like do like a just like a songwriter style song, you know, it's good for like acoustic gigs.
Yeah, I think
But
my favorite is Ripple. Out of all of the songs from the Grateful Dead, I freaking love Ripple the most.
yeah, if you haven't paid much attention to Unbroken Chain, give it a good listen. The lyrics are really cool, and just the vibe of the song is just like it's really dope. Um, yeah, you know what song I sang to beat that chick out was a Mars Volta song. I had to bring my own track for the DJ to play it. You know much of them? Mars Volta?
That doesn't sound familiar to me.
Oh, they're a wild band. I sang a song called Ouroboros. No one had heard anything like it before. Freaking nailed the vocal. It was insane. It's a really hard song. Like difficulty level 10 out of 10, man. That was like that guy's range is just unbelievable. It's an
Send me
acquired taste.
some, yeah, send me some links to some of this stuff because I'm always into checking out new music.
All right, cool. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, I have a really eclectic taste in music. It's kind of all over the place. I know a ton of
I
bands.
do. Ooh, man, I go shuffling through my playlist, and my playlist has ADHD.
Yeah.
You got
Well, to me,
freaking
it's
Kurt
like,
Cobain chilling with 50 Cent on that bitch.
yeah, I mean, that's something like, I'm a musician, so, and a vocalist and a songwriter, so it's like, I got a lot of boxes to tick in order for me to like have an appreciation for it. It's like, I gotta hear some good instrumentation going on, and because I can empathize with all the different members of the bands, you know, I'm listening to everything separately, kind of. So I'll listen to a song like 10 times and I'll be focusing on one specific instrument, usually, like each listen. So I kind of
And
break
my
songs down
playlist
that
goes
way.
from like, yeah, my playlist goes from like Slipknot to electro swing. Like it's crazy. It's all over the place.
Hmm. Nah, I'm that way. Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. I mean, if you hear that solid musicianship, to me, it's like, I like studio bands, like bands that only sound good in the studio, because I understand like what it's like if you're trying to produce something because you have an idea in your mind, and it's like it's the equivalent of like somebody like using AI to write for them. It's because they want that like perfect sound. They're going for like that perfect recipe. So that's totally different than somebody who's like a band like the Grateful Dead, who's like some of their songs were really good studio tracks, but a lot of their stuff was like really good for just performing it live and jamming on it live, you know. So I could appreciate both styles, you know what I mean? But I feel like most of those bands like Slipknot and um, like even Avenged Sevenfold, like some of those tracks are just so difficult. Like trying to perform them live and get that same quality sound coming out, it's really difficult. But that's what I loved about like Ozzy Osbourne when he first left Sabbath, and he had the band with like with Randy and those guys. That was one of my favorite groups. One of my favorite live performing bands because they had the best of both worlds. They would like put out like these crazy good sounding tracks that were studio quality. Like
I'll never ever get that experience. Seeing them live, it's so sad. I'll never get the experience of seeing Linkin Park live either. I really, really wanted to go. I was probably like 8 or 9 years old. My parents were like going to this Linkin Park Corn concert. I was like, oh my gosh, like even that young. I've always been a huge fan of, Corn and Linkin Park. And I was like crying, dude. I was like, I want to go, please, please. And I found out the tickets weren't even that expensive And I was like, you could totally buy a ticket for me, please, just let me go. So now I'll never ever see, the whole real Lincoln Park since, Chester Bennington got unalived by the Clinton ninjas or whatever. But
Yeah, whatever happened with him. Yeah.
yeah, whatever happened. So
Yeah, man.
but my parents
Corn's a
did
great
call during the set. They
underrated.
called, yeah, absolutely. But they did call during the Lincoln Park set, and they held the phone up.
I do a decent amount of satellite manufacturing, design, and operation currently for Amazon. But my day to day includes doing shit with stuff that's in space. So I tend to be just a pretty laid back guy, but that a lot of my work involves using the globe model on a day to day basis. So I come at it from more of like a sociological perspective and trying to figure out where people are at, how they got there, and just sharing perspectives.
So what gives you? Go ahead. I was just going to ask him what gives him a high level of confidence in the globe, but then you can ask him your question. I just want to know where his confidence comes from. He sounds pretty confident about his globe. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, mostly just based off of first-person observations. So I built, during first round of grad school, built my own satellite ground station. All the hardware and the software. So I bought all the motors and the antennas, and coded the software to do tracking and to download 2-line element ephemeris data from multiple public databases, and was able to look up what frequencies different satellites are downlinking at, and was able to get like live data from a few different weather and science satellites from a few different space agencies and commercial companies with that antenna I built in grad school. So that's like firsthand observation, and then like I said, design, manufacture, and operate spacecraft on a daily basis. So understand all the subsystems pretty well as far as how the physics works, how the propulsion works to keep them moving, and do operations on a day-to-day basis. Like like about 24 hours ago, I actually did the first on-orbit testing of my subsystem for a batch of satellites we launched about a month ago. So we did all our health checks, and we turned on the laser comm subsystem, which is what I lead at Amazon. But yeah, no, I have a ton of first person observations that rely on that model being the way that it's described in the conventional educational circles, and those models are confirmed based on where and how we fly our spacecraft. So yeah, I tend to be pretty confident, but once again, just not I don't come into the space trying to debate or convince anybody of coming over to my worldview. I honestly just want to learn, share and learn, share both my perspective and learn more about y'all's.
Yeah, so you believe these things are that are in the sky are the way they've described them. So, but if you heard anything about the ground observations that demonstrate the lack of the required dropover distance that would be observable if we lived on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles?
Oh yeah. I've been dabbling in different discords, and I was told that I needed to come talk to y'all by a few folks over in Earth Awakenings and Aether Cosmology. But no, definitely agree that some of the firsthand observations using your local environment can lead to some strange outcomes or strange conclusions if you're just basing your measurements off of off the ground.
Yeah, so what is your understanding of the long distance observations, laser tests, horizon observations? What do you understand about those?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the refractive index and the fluctuations of the paths of light along pressure and temperature lines. I've seen a few conversations and dug into a little bit of research on it. I've been following the celestial theodolite work as of late. But again, that's as long as we're diving into that, I'm more interested as to why those measurements are popping up the way they are, more so within the container of that specific experiment and less so about the conclusions you could extrapolate from those observations about the makeup of our local system.
Well, I mean, the conclusions are that we don't live on a sphere. I mean, that's been very well documented on multiple occasions. Like, for example, the FE core laser tests. I'll put the video in the side chat there of the FE4 laser tests, the longest one, which was 20. Yeah, you've seen them before, which was longest one, 25 miles, where the laser hit the target. It should have been concealed behind 297 feet of curvature.
Not when you take into account refraction or other variables. And again, if you're not going to trust images from space, live stream satellites, then why are you going to trust that?
Many reasons, JJ Fish, great question. Because you can replicate it for yourself. You could, save up your money and you could get the laser equipment, or you could just do long distance observations. That's what I've done. I mean, personally, I've made the Chicago skyline observation multiple times from across Lake Michigan at over 50 miles. You can view the Chicago skyline. So yes, I have done my own observation, and you could do yours, whereas you cannot go up into the fantasy realm of outer space and do the live stream that you discussed earlier.
I mean, definitely. Wait, from Lake Michigan, you can only see the tops of the skyscrapers.
No, that's not true. You can see the skyline. That's the point, is that you would not see. Doesn't matter if you can see the base or not. The point is that you would. No, it actually does not matter. You would not be able to see the skyline at all, and yet you see it. So you wouldn't be able to see anything. So the fact that your limitations of vision or angular resolution make it so you might not see the entire thing all the time does not obscure the fact that you should not be seeing it at all.
No, you should be seeing it.
No, you should not be.
No,
you should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
No, if you assume
skyscrapers, over 50 miles, the tops of skyscrapers.
No, that's not. JJ, like I said, I'm not a flat earther, but no, at that distance, if you assume zero refractive curvature, right, you're assuming that the light rays go, they travel through the atmospheric gradient and don't, hug the surface of the Earth in any way. According to that distance, and if you just input the radius of the proposed globe, you shouldn't be able to see it, but you do, and it's due to that refractive index. But the argument is that
no, it's not due to the refractive index. It is there because you see it, because it's there.
Exactly.
I mean,
prove it's because of that.
No, I understand.
Wait. You're saying the reason we can't see the base is what?
The refractive index is less than. It's not 1-to-1, right? You're not. It pulls it down. It pulls it back a certain percentage, but it's not 100%, right? If it was 0%, you would not be able to see anything like they're stating. If it was 100%, you'd be able to see the base. It's somewhere in between.
Do you know what the refractive index of air is for at sea level?
Oh, it depends on the temperature and the humidity. So that's why it actually changes day to day and throughout the seasons how much of the Chicago skyline you can see from the other side of the lake. It depends on the
Okay.
atmospheric conditions.
So then why are you using the tips of how you can see the skyline as proof that it isn't flat when you can't see the base in any situation anyway? Like if it was flat, you could see the base. You cannot see the base under any conditions. I mean, from what I understand, if you're in Lake Michigan.
Yeah, that's a good question for Dandelion. I mean, why can't you see the base?
I already explained it was because of angular resolution. You are seeing the Chicago skyline because it's there. It has nothing to do with refraction. As T-Dub mentioned, if you would like to claim that refraction works that way in this situation when that is not the way refraction works, then you would have to prove that to us. You would have to draw me a ray diagram of how this is going to work and how refraction is going to create a magical image for you when that is not the way refraction works, and it's not the way mirages work, and the Chicago skyline is actually there. You just use refraction because you think it's some kind of fairy tale word that's going to magically make your globe reappear, and it's not going to, because that's not the way refraction works.
No, I'm just pointing out that you can't see the base, and if it was flat, you'd be able to.
I don't care what you. Yeah, I was talking to Josh.
What is
Yeah,
angular
you don't.
resolution?
Okay, I'll show you. Yeah, if you would like to learn about that, sure. That is what causes objects to disappear from the bottom up, because you can only resolve a certain amount with your eyeball. I'll show you what I mean. Just a minute. I'll find it for you. Are you working on that ray diagram, Josh?
Okay, I see what you mean. But there's the issue.
No.
I see what you mean.
Hey,
The issue, though.
real quick, Dandelion. Real quick. No, I'm not just letting her know. Like I don't engage like in these rooms. So I'm happy to share my perspective. I'm happy to hear your perspective. I'm not here to debate or to convince anybody different. If you wanna hear about space stuff, cool. And I'll ask you about your perspective on things, cool. But I'm not here to prove anybody right or wrong.
All right, so just acknowledge.
You better run. Yeah, that's right.
What about long range cameras? Like,
why doesn't hold on? Why aren't you guys acknowledging that you would have to get this refractive index? Like, why aren't you guys? You guys are running away from that. I know Josh.
We're having a discussion about.
But you.
No. We're having a discussion about why you cannot see the base. Because if it was a globe,
I'm pretty sure Dandelion just went into a in-depth explanation on what you guys need, and now you're asking me another question. So you guys should be getting what he asked for.
Yeah, I mean, I recommend watching this. If you're not, I mean, you might not have time to watch it right now. I can try to screenshot the part that you need to see. Just a minute. I'll try to get it for you. It'd be better if you could just watch it on your own. I mean, it just has to do with optics and how the human eye works.
Long-range camera.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good. Flatloid's got one that'll be easier for you to see in real time here.
No. I know what you mean. But there's long-range cameras, and two, from my understanding, or I've looked this up, if it was angular resolution just for the eyes, buildings would pop out entirely. You wouldn't see window by window. But also long-range cameras, like, we don't need to, like, that. Does that have the angular problem?
Well, it's going to be combined with weather conditions as well, right?
Yeah, but under no weather conditions.
Why not?
As people see,
so compression isn't a thing.
Yeah, can you also give me an example where you have no weather?
What?
Give an example where you have no weather.
Oh no, I didn't say there's. I think you might have misheard what I meant. is that if you have you ever like just because the weather is? Are you saying like it's like blurry, like or like like there's wind or like like rain or
Weather is
something?
dynamic. Weather is very dynamic. So you could have any number of possibilities stacking on top of each other based on the weather.
Yeah, but you can still see the tops of buildings. I mean, so the weather's not blocking those.
I'll show you a GIF. Hang on.
If you're
But it's
6
not.
foot tall, you're 6 foot tall, right? You're standing next to a 50-story tall building, right? How much of that 6 foot, how much area does that 6 foot of the building that's eye level and to the ground, how much of that of your visual perspective does that take
I don't know.
in comparison to the rest of the building?
If I'm 6 foot and I'm looking at a 50-foot building,
Yeah.
how much of the
And
building
then
do I
like
see?
right from your eye line to the building, and then from the building where that eye line is down to the ground, with the 6 feet of the base of that building, how big is that angle?
Oh, 90? Like,
Sure. All right. Now, you're 10 miles from that building. How small is that angle from 6 foot to the base of the building? How small is
I
that?
see. No, not 90. That's not 90. That's 45. When you're wait, depends how far you are.
Your nose is touching the motherfucker, so 90 is cool. I don't care.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, but the point is, there's.
All right. Now, you're 10 miles away from that building. How small is the angle from that of that 6 foot amount of that building? How small is that angle?
Of the 6 foot. Sorry, I'm walking. I can't. I'm not keeping track of these numbers very well. Wait, what is the? Can you just explain your point?
Okay. The angle of that 6 foot amount from the base of the building to your eye level is way smaller than the angled amount from the 6 foot to the top of the 50-story building.
Cool.
Okay,
But that
so
doesn't
as you
explain why you
go
can't see the
away,
base.
that great amount from that 6 foot to the top of the building also grows smaller. But the base from the 6 foot to the ground reduces in angular size more significantly because it's already a smaller angle than the rest of the building. Now you add weather where you have a greater amount of temperature and humidity. So now you have distortion causing the building to either appear larger or appear smaller or appear short like a dwarf and wider, or it's miraging out at the base because of the difference in humidity and temperature as compared to the rest of the building that's above that humid layer.
Humidity and temperature makes it look like it's going down.
Having a contrast so that the light reflecting from the building back to you is distorting.
What? Wait.
Are you gaslighting me or are you dumb?
No. I'm just. You're saying there's some. Okay. Within one or two sentences, just summarize what you're saying.
Okay. I'll give you another example.
No, not an example. Not an example. Just not examples. I just want the point.
Follow. The hood of your car is really hot.
Just the
hood of
point.
your car is really hot. I'm telling you, miraging based on a temperature difference and you're lost. So I'm giving you a different example that's based on your experience so that you can understand what I'm saying.
Okay, temperature. Sorry, I was.
Yeah. So the heat from the hood of the car causes a miraging effect of the object that's beyond the hood of your car. You see the object, maybe your house, and then you dip your eyes down so that you're viewing through that layer of heat that's on the hood of the car, and whatever it is that you're looking at your house now becomes distorted.
Right? Yeah, I get it. No, I get it. Yeah, but the issue is not a mirage.
So the
It's not
building
distorted.
off in the
It's not
distance
distorted.
is having a similar miraging effect because of the weather between you and the building.
No, I'm looking at images that are very clear with no mirage, no distortions.
That's fine. I'm talking about one single instance with weather, because I told you weather is dynamic, right?
Yeah, but I'm telling you, I mean, you just need to. If it was the case that it was a mirage, you would see distortion. You would see a shimmer or some
Well,
type
if
of
it's miraging, you would
wave
see
or
it waving out, and it would be
what?
unclear.
What?
If it's miraging, it's obvious, and you can see it, and you can tell because it's distorted. That's why it's called miraging.
And we don't see any distortion.
What, of the Chicago skyline?
Of the base under the clearest pictures.
Oh, because that's funny, because a weatherman went on national TV and said, what you see here is a mirage. When he was pointing out Joshua Newicki's famous shot of the Chicago skyline. He said, you typically wouldn't see this because of temperature inversions, blah, 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 blah. What you see here is a mirage. You go argue that with the weatherman, a meteorologist, bro.
I'm not arguing against the existence of mirages. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying where you can't see the base of the sky of Chicago of the buildings,
right?
You can see the
Which
top
we're told is
under a flat Earth.
A mirage because you shouldn't see it at all.
You should be able to see the base under a flat Earth.
No, you shouldn't be able to see any of it on your globe.
Yeah, actually, you should.
No,
Change
you
in
shouldn't.
angular size of an object with distance alone is an example good enough to explain why you don't see the bottom of a building at 53 fucking miles away. That alone, I don't have to get into weather or any other shit.
Wait, what alone? What alone?
Angular size change over distance.
Angular size change over distance. Like I don't think you're looking at the photos.
I don't have to look at the photo because I'm
This is
talking
not a
about
resolution. This is. I think you're.
If
I
you're
think.
standing
I don't
5
think you
feet
understand
from
how
the car,
clear the
the
photos
car
we
is
got.
huge. The car drives
I guess-
away from you and the car becomes smaller. It's
Wait,
really
couldn't you get a telescope then and see the base? Like, can we zoom in and? Yeah, I don't understand that.
Yes.
Right.
When
Shouldn't
a
we be able
car goes
to
far
zoom
away,
in?
When a car goes far away, it gets super distorted, like a mirage.
Okay,
if it's like depending on the weather, obviously, and the circumstances. But we don't see any distortion in these very clear pictures of the Chicago skyline across the lake.
One sec.
I was gonna say, I'm wondering if it's not due to atmospheric conditions that we're seeing the image. Why the altitude
Hang on
or why the heights of the
second,
buildings
bro.
change?
What do you think that photography's being taken with? Telescopic lenses.
Oh, I understand that, but if you're arguing you can't see the bottom
Well, why
of
are
the
we
window,
using
I'm wondering.
telescopes? It's already, that's how you're seeing, that's what you're seeing when you look through a telescope. That's what
I
you
understand.
see.
Shouldn't we zoom in further to be able to see the bottom if the argument
Oh, good
is
luck
that
with
it's
that, bro. I don't know. What are
not
you going to use an observatory or what?
You would be able to find the bottom with the lens if it was flat.
You should be able to zoom in.
Not
I feel like you should be able to zoom in.
necessarily.
Yes.
I'm just
Not
I guess-
necessarily.
Yes.
I guess I'm just confused that why, if it's not due to like atmospheric effects that we're seeing this image, why does the height of the buildings change? Day to day and season to season.
Look, when we point out something, yous are all willing to go, ready to throw in there, but the light through the air is distorted, blah, blah, blah. But flat earthers aren't allowed to appeal to that same thing?
No, I understand that, but what Dandelion just said, it's not refraction at all, right? Like it's not. There's no refractive index. So like, if we're gonna throw atmospheric effects out the window, I'm just wondering why the height changes day to day and season to season. Right? If we're not gonna, if the only variable that's changing
I
is,
don't remember
is the
saying.
conditions.
I don't remember saying that.
You said there's no. You said there was no
refraction doesn't
refraction.
exist or anything. But it does
You just said
not
there was no
explain.
refraction.
It's not going to do what you claim it's going to do. It's not going to bring and the entire city of Chicago looming above the horizon.
Actually,
So
it
yeah,
does. Actually, it does. There's actually a photo of in the very coldest of the year. I think they got a photo of like a floating looking city over it. It actually can do that. I mean, you guys like just Google this. Like a lot of this is like just one Google search away from being explained.
No, I guess I'm just confused as to like if you're interested in what's causing you to see what you see and you're basing your worldview off of only first person observations, like wouldn't you want to explore what's causing the variability? I'm getting some hot miking ice, JJ. Um, no, I'm just wondering. Like, I feel like you would want to dive in a level deeper, because I don't know specifically what causes it to change day to day. I'm assuming it has to do with something with atmospheric effects, but wouldn't that trigger a bunch of alarm bells if you're saying that you're seeing it because it's actually there, but if it's actually there and changing its height every single day, wouldn't that be kind of crazy? That it like are the buildings going up and down?
No. So we recognize that, yeah, weather and the atmos changes day to day. So the point of this observation is not that it looks different on different days. The point of this observation is that you should not be seeing it at all. So I do have, for your
Please lose
interest
weight.
here in the side chat, this is actually a still shot from a Dr. John D video. I can put the entire video there, link also there if you're interested. But this has to do with why refraction is not working the way that you would need it to work in order to make things magically appear on the flat Earth, when what we're demonstrating here is the lack of curvature. So everything that you guys have just been discussing is irrelevant to the fact that if you were on this sphere, you would just not be seeing anything. You would look over there and you would not be seeing Chicago at all, ever, on any day, under any conditions. And yet we do see it. So it only takes, I bet, Josh, that you are educated enough to realize that for a faulty mathematical conjecture, it only takes one counterexample to disprove it. So in this case, the mathematical conjecture that's faulty is that we live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, because in that case, there would be observable an 8 inches per mile squared increase of drop over distance, and yet we do not observe this. And here's one counterexample disproving that mathematical conjecture, and we have many more. We could show you thing after thing after thing disproving that faulty mathematical conjecture. Doesn't matter if you sometimes it looks different on different days when you should not be seeing anything at all.
The math says that based on the globe model, we should see some of the skyline.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Why don't you get out a mathematical, the globe curve calculator and show? I mean, it depends on what observer height you're talking about. If you're talking about a regular observer height, you are not going to see it. If you are at some of
the hidden height would be distance squared over 1.5 r, and drop feet would be 0.67 times distance squared. This is assuming every mile you go down 8 inches, and given Chicago is 59 miles away, hidden height. Let's see, hidden height is 0.67 times 59 squared. 59 squared equals 3,481 times 0.67 equals 2,330 feet, which is 3,330 feet of the skyline be hidden below the horizon. That is
okay. So you're giving us more. You're giving us more. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you can give us more if you want. That's fine. If you want to be more generous, that's no problem. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the Willis Tower is like 1,600 and some feet. Yep, it is. Yep. Sorry.
Just a heads up. Hey, Dandelion, just wanted to let you know that the picture you posted, the screenshot, is discussing Snell's law. I find it kind of intellectually dishonest. I'll go grab basically what happens um, with the looming effect. It's very similar that it's passing through a different medium because it's caused by a temperature gradient, but showing vertical columns of increasingly dense material is just it seems like a bit of a straw man. Oh,
If
Lordy.
you would like to make a claim, and you would like to
I understand.
demonstrate how this is happening, then by all means show us. That's what we've been asking you to do, and you haven't done it yet. So I thought you were backing off from that claim. Now you're going back to it?
Hold on. I'm going over these numbers.
No, I'm just I'll happy to show you at least my interpretation of what's going on here. Once again, not trying to prove you wrong or prove me right.
Someone send a calculator.
I just posted an image of Chicago from Michigan. Can you tell me what is going on with this?
Me or them?
Yeah. Is the Earth flat or what?
Do you see the buildings just above the horizon in that image? I just posted 35 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, I see it. I know. Yeah, I know you're asking those guys, but yeah, that's what it looked. That's very similar to how it looks like when you're looking at it from Michigan with the naked eye in terms of what the buildings look like. So that's a cool image. But yeah, who are you asking? Are you asking Josh?
Whoever. Doesn't matter. Somebody tell me what effect is happening on the buildings in this image.
Swamp gas, dude.
It's towering. The image is made larger than it actually is. The guy is practically sitting on the beach on a patio and zooming in with his camera across the lake. And the building looks as if it's like 10 miles away, 5 miles away. This was taken by Rob Skiba whenever he got done doing his boat voyage across the lake towards the city to see if it would flip upside down because it was refracting around the curve. But all he did was see the image of the city become clearer. And
Yeah, Josh might be interested in that. You're hot miking. That a person, Rob Skiba, was able to do this, and if anyone really believed this nonsense about it being, not really there, an illusion or whatever it is you guys believe in your little fantasy science fiction world, you could do this too, just like Rob Skiba. But we all know you guys don't care enough because you just want to believe it's a globe and you just love the globe. And so any evidence that you see to the contrary, you're going to already have your presupposition of a globe because you can't even imagine it is a possibility that the globe's not actually there, even though there's no evidence of it. So, it just gets kind of tiring after a while dealing with people who can't even accept the obvious when it's right in front of their face.
Yo, so like, is there a conversation going on right now?
What? If you take a professor from prefers on an account, if you take into account elevation, the distance between Chicago and the Dune State Park,
you can see anything over 500 feet. It's possible to see the city skyline from the park despite the curve of the Earth.
Oh my gosh, you just sound so confused because you're Googling on the fly. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, Warren Dunes, the highest, you're talking about Warren Dunes. I don't know what you said, Doomsday Park or something. Warren Dunes, highest dune, 200 feet. Even if he was on the top of the dune, yeah, then you might see the very top point of the antenna, the Willis Tower, but you would not see the entire skyline like you see it. So the observer height doesn't fix your problem of not having a globe and your globe being a complete fantasy fairy tale.
Yeah.
No.
In that specific image, he's sitting practically level with people standing on a sand dune out over the water. Okay. He's a foot or less. His chair is a foot or less above the water, across the beach from the water. Right. So if he was to stand up, he would be 7 feet above the water ish. So not 200 feet above the sea level, or in this case, the level of the lake. He's like 7 feet at most above the level of the lake, looking across at Chicago, 50 something miles away.
What?
Do you see the rocks at the bottom of the image? People are walking across that. Whenever he zooms in on the buildings in the video that he's taking, because he's not taking pictures, he's taking a video. The people walk in front of his camera.
Yo, so like, is that a flat or what, dude?
Totally flat, elliptical. Yep, there's no globe. You've never experienced a globe, have you, elliptical? Anywhere other than the screen?
I mean, like, you're right. Yeah, I haven't. You can't experience the globe. That's not. You're right. Yeah. But
That's
like, what's
right.
the best? Bro, who's echoing? Who the fuck is
It's
echoing?
ice.
Turn
It's
that shit
ice,
off.
JJ. Yeah, thanks for finally muting yourself.
Fucking.
Appreciate it. Yeah, so there's no curvature ever been measured. Everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, and we're just here to tell you that your real lived experience is the true experience, and the other things are a science fiction fantasy that's you've been indoctrinated in since birth, and there's no scientific or mathematical evidence to back up either curvature or rotation of the Earth.
Like, I genuinely am curious in this, right? But obviously, I can't debate it. So what we're gonna like, if you'd be interested, I'll screen share and I'll like you tell me your proofs for me, and I'll ask it to ChatGPT. I know it sounds dumb, but like I am genuinely interested.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
Sam.
can't
I want to
debate
see
you.
that. Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you be up for that? Because yeah.
I'd be up for you demonstrating where you've observed or experienced curvature or
Okay.
rotation. Do you have that for me?
So you're saying the burden of proof is on? Well, that will be true. The burden of
Yeah,
proof
because
is
you
on.
have you got the
Yeah.
extraordinary,
Yeah,
you
that's
got the
true. Yeah,
extraordinary
this is the
claim.
extraordinary claim.
Yeah.
Because your lived experience is that it's flat. Okay, so I'm gonna ask ChatGPT, give me your best proof, assuming that the burden of proof is on the globe Earth to prove that the Earth is a globe. Give me 3 points to prove that the
Just
Earth.
list them out one at a time. Don't let's just. You could just ask it for its best one or one, and then ask it for another one if you want.
Yeah, so I pay for this, so I get the I get the thinking model. But yeah, I just gotta wait for it to do its shit.
All right, but just list them to us one at a time. Just read out the first one, and we'll go through
I
that.
will.
Then we'll go through the next one.
Okay, so here are self-contained proofs. There's a Polaris angle equals 0. Okay. This is why is it no, don't give me experiments. Give me something I can read off as proof of this.
JJ, go back on mute.
Sorry.
Okay, so I prompted it wrong. I gave it a bad prompt. Because it's telling me to go and do an experiment. I ain't doing this. 4 a.m.
Yeah, I was meaning to ask to do this a while ago.
Okay, so here are 3 tight read-off proofs. Okay, 1, 2 celestial poles. Polaris equals latitude. On a globe, the angle of Polaris above the horizon equals your latitude. South of the equator, Polaris vanishes and the stars rotate around a different fixed point, the south celestial pole. Crucially, the southern sky looks the same from Australia, South Africa, and South America at similar latitudes, with stars circling that same point. So the issue with the flat Earth is that a single flat sky can't have 2 opposite centers of rotation that look consistent from continents thousands of miles apart. Right. So this is basically saying that in the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere of the
Why?
whatever, you see different stars and different angles. But if you're on a similar latitude, you see like they look similar.
Yeah, we've heard that. That doesn't prove a globe. You don't. The way that the stars move
How does that work
does
on
not
a model?
require a ball. You're saying it's impossible for stars to rotate differently above something besides a ball? I mean, it's absurd on its face that you even think it does show anything. They could be above anything. Why does the way something's rotating have any effect whatsoever on the shape of the thing underneath? You tell me.
Because it
Mystical.
validates the model. It validates the assumptions that would underlie the globe model.
No, they made up a story that you endorse and believe in because you've been
No, it's a testable
indoctrinated into the religious
hypothesis.
belief, and yet other models could also work just as well. So it doesn't prove anything because you have one thing you imagine and you say it's this way. You say it's this way, and
real
you
quick,
say you're
JJ, one sec.
presupposing the globe. You're presupposing the globe. That does not prove the globe in any way, shape, or form. You're just affirming the consequence.
So if it doesn't prove the globe, I'm interested to see what flat Earth model shows a similar sky
that's not required. Like we don't need to have one, right? It's not required in order to determine the geometry of the surface. You measure the surface and you go, it's flat, right? And then feel free to ask questions about how the sky's operating. Good luck with finding out.
Oh, I'm interested to see what other models besides the globe correspond to what we view in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, so what we're doing here is not trying to present models. We're not trying to answer those deeper, meaningful questions to the universe. We're just pointing out that the surface of the Earth is flat.
Why? What's the motivation behind not trying to figure out the deeper questions?
Well, for a start, I'm not going to be able to. All I'll be able to do is affirm the consequent, like your friend just did.
Well, I don't affirm the consequent. Can you define that? Sorry.
Yes, what he thinks is a scientific model is actually just an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy, and it's not a scientific model.
Oh, you didn't define affirm the consequent. I'm sorry. Can you define that?
Well, that's where you use in its illogical form is if P then Q, Q therefore P. So they'll say if the Earth is a sphere, blah blah blah, then I will observe X. I observe or predict X. I predicted and observed X, therefore the Earth is a sphere. If P then Q, Q therefore
Interesting. P. Okay. So you're not interested in trying to model our surroundings, right?
No, it's what got us into this mess in the first place of people in billions believing that they live on a ball.
Is that a diverse opinion in this community, or is this something that many of the folks in the room also believe that it's not something that they're interested in or something they should?
Oh, they may be interested. They may be interested. I can't speak for everybody here.
Did you say you're interested in if P then Q? That's what you're interested in?
No. He was defining the logical fallacy, JJ. I'm just
I understand, but you do agree with the basis of logic under like if P then Q, right? like the concept of entailment. My point is the AI, I'm pretty sure, gave or can give an if P then
This
Q
point is invalid, though.
proof of the globe.
Okay, so this first point doesn't mean shit because, like, technically you could get this kind of spin on a flat Earth. It just depends on how it was moving.
That
Like, if
doesn't mean
it
the
was
point
like
is shit.
rotating. No, because the thing is they're not trying to provide a model, right? So it's like fair enough, but we're still trying to prove that the Earth is. But this basically what it's saying is that the center point here, moving around Polaris. Can you not cut me off, bro? Because I haven't talked for like 5 minutes. Okay, so what the AI was saying is that the point that all of these stars rotate around, right, which is Polaris, I guess. I'm not sure. But I would assume that's what it's saying. Is different in different parts of the world, but it's similar on the same latitude, right? But the thing is that this could exist in a flat Earth model too, because we don't know, like the flat Earth. It could be spinning. Like imagine this is the flat Earth or whatever, right? It could be spinning on this axis, right? We don't know that. It could be spinning on this axis. It could be spinning in whatever way, and that would give rise to this effect as well.
But
So
we
this is
do
not
know that,
valid.
though. Look. Ask it to prove it with if P then Q statements. Like if you will respect logic, then ask it with the pure logic approach to give the best proofs for why it's globe.
Yeah, the reason we're calling it Fermi the consequent, because it is what he just said there. Yeah, if it was a sphere spinning with these two poles, then you would observe the stars this way. And then he's trying to use you observe the stars this way to prove that it is this sphere, when that is not the case. You can't say if X then Y means the converse is also true if Y then X. That's what we're talking about here. So that's what we're talking about with affirming the consequent. You can say that you think your model predicts this thing, but then this thing happening doesn't then say that your model is the only possible way this thing could happen. So yeah,
real quick,
you understanding this might help you to learn how to use the brain that you were
JJ, you got to
given
take a step back.
and to use
Just hop off.
logic.
Just take a step back.
Hold
It's
on.
all good.
Yeah. Okay, so
For the prompt,
what you want me to do?
Instead of not 3 points, you have to ask it for the give 3 different independent proofs. Because I've done this work. You have to ask it for proofs, like logical proofs. You have to be explicit. Ask it for 3 logical proofs using if then statements.
Ask it to measure the ground.
While it's doing that, hey, Dandelion, real quick, I'm interested if you share T-Dub's perspective. Do you believe personally that we should have the ability to model our surroundings, and that's something we should aspire to?
Modeling your surroundings is absurd because your surroundings are there. So why would you need to model them unless you're doing it in an artistic way? Usually models would be used to, demonstrate something that or predict something, that is not inherently obvious. So we don't need to make a model of the Earth because, for one thing, it's impossible for us to have the omniscience, which is pretended by the globe religion, to go outside of the entire Earth and model the entire Earth. That would be extreme arrogance on our part, which is why the globe model fails and the heliocentric model fails on every count. So in no way, shape, or form, I'm answering a question I've been asked. You're
I'm trying to defend you. I'm trying to defend you.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. Yeah, because this JJ character is like so incredibly obnoxious and rude. Yeah, thank you, Josh. I appreciate you. At least you bring some bit of decorum to this whole conversation. Yeah, so no, I am not going to pretend that I can step outside of the entire Earth and model it. It would be absurd to do so and incredibly unnecessary.
So
not what models are for.
So you didn't explicitly state it in your response, but I'm catching hints of a religious motivation towards that stance. Is that correct? Is that assumption correct?
No, you don't have to be religious to realize that it is impossible for any one human being to be omniscient and to know and see all things from a point of view outside of the earth. You can call it religious if you want, you can call it philosophical, or you can just call it gosh darn common sense.
So two follow-ups. So you said any one human. Do you think that if we work together in large numbers and have large organizations and we compile our collective knowledge, that we're able to achieve things greater than any one human?
That's true in the abstract. It is not true in the case of the earth, because at no time has anyone demonstrated the capability of leaving the earth and having a view of the entire earth, because all such attempts have been demonstrated to be fraudulent.
Okay, that answers my first follow-up. Second follow-up, you a few minutes ago were saying that folks that believe the Earth is a globe have a presupposition to support the globe, and if they're faced with evidence that goes against that presupposition, they cast it aside. Would you agree that you also have a presupposition to assume that no one human can understand understand the nature of our surroundings, the shape and form of our reality?
Oh, well, I was doing you a favor. I was doing you a favor in answering your question, which is irrelevant to the topic of hand, which is that there's no measurable curvature. I also assumed, like many of you do, back when I was getting my master's degree and doing a term paper in my physics class on how to explain to students, high school students in this situation, that the Earth was not flat. So yeah, when I began research for this paper, I assumed, as you all seem to assume, that there was some kind of evidence for this. It was only when I came to look for this evidence and found that it wasn't there that I came to, over time, realize, the more philosophical aspects of it. I did not grasp that at first. I did assume, like many people do, and like I think someone else here earlier, it was Neil, actually. I don't know if he's still here. You guys probably weren't here when he said that. Oh, Neil is still here. Good. Yeah, he said he was like that, too. He was like a glober when he first got into Flat Earth. He also assumed, because we were all indoctrinated since birth, that this should be possible. So we also were led down rabbit trails of, here's a model of the flat earth that explains everything. I started out as a naive, childlike individual, because that is how we were indoctrinated, was to think that this was possible. And we kept that childlike view until we came to see, no, this is actually not possible. Not only is it not possible, it's not necessary, because what you need to do is just discard this fantasy, childlike science fiction globe that you've been given, and even just begin at the very beginning. That's what I'm trying to say to you, Josh, which, if you've been in this for a while and you still aren't even like taking it seriously, that it's possible this is a failed model, because you're a person who knows about science, you work on satellites, meaning you must be somewhat educated, and you know that throughout the history of science, there have been models that were clung to, religiously, that were completely wrong, and they should be discarded when they fail to predict reality, which the globe model fails on every count. That's what I'm saying.
Interesting. No, I appreciate the candor. One follow up there. So, your transition while you were writing this term paper in graduate school, did you believe prior to that or up until that point that any one human cannot understand the form of our reality, or was that did you take in that belief during this transition away from believing the globe model?
Because I had been indoctrinated and educated in a system that took a false worldview and, shoved it down my throat, a religious belief in the globe cult, began by Pythagoras back in the ancient Greek time. I was indoctrinated into the globe cult just like you. So because of that, I thought it was possible to understand these things. Yeah, that's right. I thought it was possible because I thought we were on a globe. I mean, I don't know why you keep asking me that. Like, just like you, I actually thought the globe was true because I'd been told that, and I assumed, like many, that when people, said they were scientists and using the scientific method that they actually had some kind of evidence for this alleged globe. Yeah, it wasn't until I found out the mathematics and the geometry of the sphere predicted a drop over distance that would be easily observable, and that the city of Chicago, and in my case, that I'd seen many times way before I understood the mathematics of the sphere, would dictate that that was an impossible sight. Because I'd already seen that, maybe it was easier for me to accept the very obvious truth that there's no curve anywhere, and you've never seen it anywhere except for on a TV or a computer screen, and you're never going to see it because it's not there.
Interesting. No, I guess that makes sense, and happy to. I'll step back. If I feel like I'm hogging the mic here, but like I said, when I joined the room, this is sort of my intention in these spaces. But I'm interested in sort of the correlation between you going down, looking for evidence and not finding sufficient evidence when writing this term paper, and exploring these digital spaces, how is the social transition? Like, is this a belief that you share with other people in your life, or is this just something that you share with the other folks in these communities on Discord?
Flat Earth is not a belief. It's a measurement. It's an observable, objective reality. It doesn't matter if I share it with 1,000 people, nobody. Share it with my cat, my parakeet, or my duck. It just is, it's not a belief. You don't need to share it. No, it's not a social thing. That's my answer. No, it's just a mathematical reality.
What do you think the sun is?
Oh, that is a good question. Is that fall within the purview of our the bounds of our understanding?
What is your conception of the trajectory of the sun? How do you explain time zones?
Didn't you just
Time
explain
zones
them?
are arbitrary, and they're based on governments collectively deciding what they're going to label their areas as. For example, China expanding almost half of fucking Russia. They've decided to make their entire country one time zone, whereas the United States has it split off into 4 to 5 time zones.
You know what I mean? Like, why is it set?
Maybe you're asking, like, how is it we have high noon and the sun being in the middle of the sky, and we line up our clocks to sometimes mean that when the sun is directly overhead, that's 12 o'clock. Maybe I assume you're asking me that question. That would be answered.
What do you think is the trajectory, and how do you think the sun works?
The sun moves from
in
east
what trajectory?
to west.
East to west?
Yeah, from east to west.
Do you have a map or a model of what you think the Earth looks like?
You can have any map you want. They've already plotted how the sun moves across those local areas.
And why would it be? Why wouldn't it be?
Maps are flat. They're Cartesian coordinates, with X and Z being the horizontal plane and the Y being the topographical Y axis.
Yeah, but if you go in one direction, eventually you'll go to the other side of the map.
Yeah, if you travel from one point to another in a horizontal fashion, maintaining an elevation above sea level, then you will travel from point A to point B in a horizontal fashion above sea level. Does not prove that you're on a ball or on a flat plane. It just proves that you've traveled horizontally. If you're in a plane, presumably level the entire flight.
I think you misheard what I said. It's like there was no. Like, where is the edge?
If all you've ever done is experience, 1 acre of a 10-acre yard, find the edge of that acre, right? And you're in a house, and suddenly you start walking to the edge of the room. Are you going to fall off? No.
I see the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but where's the wall?
But if a cat never decides to go to the outer edge of the house, because the outer edge of the house is hot and it doesn't like being near there, right? Wants to be where it's comfortable, and its food bowl is in the middle of the house, and its bed's in the middle of the house, and the people hang out in the middle of the house because it's cooler. Then the cat's never going to, meander to
Hey,
the
you
edge of the
idiot.
room.
What an idiot, dude. Dude thinks the earth is round.
Yeah, for real.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, flat earthers invented everything, right? Like, Newton was a flat earther, Einstein was a flat earther. I'm so happy to be part of the flat earth community because we contribute so much to society in terms of
Wait,
knowledge
What
and
about the
productivity.
24-hour? I know, great. What about the 24-hour Arctic sunlight?
Antarctic sunlight.
So the way it was is people were like, hey, if the earth was flat, it would be daytime all the time. And now people go to an area and they see daytime all the time. And now they're like, well, it's daytime all the time, so the earth must be a ball.
No, but
completely
it lines up with the ball model. No, but that disproves your model of east to west. If it's
also go to Alaska or fucking Norway or Iceland or Greenland and see a 24-hour sun there also. I would just have to be in that local area at one point in time. And if it's the case that, if the sun never descends below the horizon, over a flat horizontal plane, then whenever I observe the sun not dipping below the horizon, it's above the flat horizontal plane. You're just saying, oh, because it affirms the thing that I believe in, then it must be the case that the ground is a ball underneath me.
No, it disproves your model trajectory of the sun.
No, I don't have a model, and what I'm telling you is if you want to prove the ground to be a ball, you need to measure curvature, not look at the sky.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, don't look up. Never look up. Always look down at your feet.
If the table's flat or not. Why would you
Always
look
look
at the
down.
at the chandelier in the dining room? Why would you look at the ceiling fan in the living room to identify whether your floor is flat?
Don't look up ever.
No. You want to know if your floor is level and flat.
It's
You
an
measure
illusion,
your floor.
guys.
You don't measure your ceiling.
It's an illusion. You're crazy.
Yeah, that's actually like a willful ignorance of nothing else. But if I don't get some weird, that's an ideological.
It's kind of your willful ignorance, actually, because you're avoiding the actual thing in question, the ground. You keep looking in the opposite direction. It's like you're afraid of what you're going to see if you actually look at the thing you're making claims about. So that's really crazy projection going on.
Look at the ground.
Yeah, it's the thing you have the claim about ultimately. So why do you insist on looking in every direction but there?
No, I look down.
Okay, good.
Literally, I could tell you, look at a satellite live view or a ISS live view and watch it rotate the Earth. And what are you going to tell me?
It's
I'm going to ask you.
It's all fucking fake.
No, don't tell me what I'm going to say.
If
you race,
tell me what I'm going to say.
You have to assume.
Dude, do I get a chance to actually tell you what I'm going to say, or are you just going to put words in my mouth?
Well,
JJ, your content is pretty good, but the delivery leaves something to be desired.
Yeah, well, I mean, he answered for me, and then he responded to his answer that he gave me. So I would just say, so what I would do is I would just say, how'd you verify that imagery?
If I told you that I knew someone who was on a space shuttle, would that convince you?
That would be interesting. Could you bring them here?
Or would that be enough? Would that be enough to convince me?
Astronauts are fake.
Okay, so
well, judging by the tone of this conversation, I'd probably say that's cap.
If I knew someone who worked at but the point is, are you more likely to trust something you've seen online? Someone you say is wrote something or said something or shown something or said they've replicated something, or are you more likely to trust people that you know? Because there are in order to believe the Earth is flat, you would have to believe over millions of people, normal people of all levels of society.
Yeah, they don't know shit, so who cares? They're just
flat
indoctrinated.
earthers
So who
do
cares?
everything. We invented airplanes.
They're not
we
lying.
invented nuclear
This guy's
bombs.
gonna,
Flat earthers did everything.
People
actually speak for one more sec so I can see who you are. Go ahead and do your stupid shit again. Yeah, okay, good. Bye.
I mean, I went to the high school that Neil deGrasse Tyson went to, so I know people that go into that area, NASA space stuff, and it's hard to believe it's a big kind of criminal plot.
I mean, there's some sketchy shit
most
that we
people
do
are
in the
just
industry.
it's just what they were brought up to believe, so they're repeating it. That's all. There's no big criminal plot at play. They just are repeating what they were told growing up. Same way the people who told it to them were.
No, like you people who actually build the cameras and launch the rovers and do the work to actually do this. Like it
Well,
is
somebody along the line there probably is in the know, sure.
We have an example in the room. Josh, I got a question for you, buddy.
¿Qué pasa?
Are you lying to the world? Are you aware that the Earth is flat and you're lying to everybody?
I mean, no.
Okay. Do you work with things that are allegedly in space?
Yes.
Do you believe that they're actually there?
Yes.
There you go.
I mean, you can put me under a polygraph. I've done one of those before.
No, I'm just asking a simple question because the guy is apparent as to what Heretic is saying. Okay, he thinks that they can't, just believe the thing that they're told growing up, and then working in like SpaceX and such, and just believe that there will. He thinks that everybody in those organizations has to be a liar, and they're in on the lie.
No, I mean the argument I usually get is like the Batcave theory, that it's so compartmentalized that even if you are working on one side of the satellite, you don't really know the nature of the true whole system. And I think that would work 20, 30 years ago when you're talking about big primes like Northrop Grumman and Lockheed and space agencies or whatever. But within the last 10 years, the commercial space industry has like exploded, and these are like publicly traded companies that are completely independent from governments, that are able to design and launch and operate their own spacecraft, completely independent of the government. So it's like, I don't know,
There's actually
like
thousands of satellites.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've launched more in the past 2 years than the rest of human history combined. Like it's pretty nuts. But happy to answer any questions. Like I do the shit on the daily.
Thank you for helping Heretic prove his point.
But
You may
the
have the
key
floor.
thing about this data is you say it's a lie, but this satellite data and imagery is used to correctly predict everything. So like I could bet money against you that it's correct, and it's like we could see the invasion of Ukraine before it happened. We can see weather. We can see like it. You can predict oil prices using satellite data and make billion. Like, how do you not like?
Real quick, I just want to address Flat Lloyd. It's not NASA's funds that go to SpaceX. Their largest amount of government funding comes from Space Force. But no. That's, I mean, the bigger companies, yeah, they're definitely like a larger defense play. But I can tell you that Project Kuiper at Amazon, I think we've spent over $10 billion of our own money to build the system, and I think last time I checked, we've gotten somewhere around $90 million in government funding. So like that's less than 1%. So I mean, we're a pretty pure commercial play. If you think there's shenanigans in what I'm talking about here, like feel free and go file a complaint with the SEC. Like if we're lying to our investors, like, and it's a publicly traded company, like, if you feel like you have a claim, like I invite you to go knock on the door.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
When is data service projected to be available through Project Kuiper?
Ah, cool. Good question. So we got 102 up right now. Next production launch is September 25th, so like 3 weeks from now. We're doing demos and pilots with a few different customers before the end of the year, and the service should go live Q1 or Q2 of next year.
What is Project
Is
Kuiper?
it possible to sign up as a beta tester?
Yeah, send me a DM. We can work something out.
Wait, what is this product? Wait, Project Kuiper?
So Project Kuiper is Amazon's space division. So we've got a team of a little under 2,000 folks at this point, working on designing, manufacturing, launching, and operating a constellation of about 3,200 satellites globally to provide Wi-Fi quality connectivity anywhere on Earth. So it's very similar in architecture to Starlink, but smaller antennas, faster speeds, and more resilient. So I lead development for the LaserCom subsystem on each of our satellites. So it's an infrared laser that's able to move up to 100 gigabits per second over 2,600 kilometers between the different nodes in the network.
Is
So
that-
I lead. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Is that only for peer-to-peer, or is that ground-based as well?
Peer-to-peer for now. Although if I can get my hands on a decent, funding, and headcount, I would love to develop a space-to-ground system.
Stabilization would be difficult for space-to-ground.
No, yeah, it definitely is, and we definitely, with the infrared wavelengths we work at, you have to be in pretty dry areas. The more moisture is in the atmosphere, the more the laser gets attenuated, and we lose packets.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, I come into these spaces and some people are like, "What the fuck? Why are you doxing yourself?" But it's I live a pretty unified digital presence. So if you feel free to kick the tires on my background,
What,
happy
what
to,
level? What level Amazon employee are you?
L6.
Not bad. Not
Yeah.
bad.
No.
Not at all.
No, not at all. L6.
That's quite good. That's actually very good. For people who don't know, that's very good.
Yeah.
So yeah,
reporting to an
Josh,
L10 though. So
do you,
it's a good time.
Josh?
Wait, what?
Do you have any, Josh? Do you have any response? This is the second time that Flatloid has put images of saloons in the side chat. There, do you have any
Yeah, I can tell you that
response to that?
we don't. The only propulsion system that we have on board is a Hall effect thruster, which uses uses a very strong electromagnetic field to accelerate ionized krypton out the back of the thruster. If you Google Hall effect thruster, you can look at it. But I can tell you that is the absolute only propulsion system that's on our spacecraft. And
Because you've observed them. Because you've observed them.
Correct.
And what makes you believe that they're actually orbiting as opposed to just, being up there in the sky? Why do you think they're orbiting?
Once again, it goes back to my my ground station that I built by myself. So I actually I still have it, and I've done some demos. It still works. So we were able to downlink some telemetry data from the satellites that we launched, and we have a payload processing facility down at the Cape where internal live streams, we can literally watch the hardware get loaded onto the payload adapter. And then once they get deployed, we get telemetry from them pretty quickly, and we're able to predict their orbital motion pretty easily and get connectivity as they're passing overhead. At almost exactly the azimuth and tan for a specific latitude longitude that the globe model predicts. So that's
And how would you explain how this? How would you explain how this data contradicts the lack of curvature or rotation
once
of
again,
the globe, of the non-globe? I mean, how
exactly.
you have no actual proof of the globe, right? Like you don't have any proof of curvature or rotation, right?
I mean, we have imagery from our engineering cameras on the satellites, and they move in exactly the way that Keplerian mechanics predicts. So it's I understand that there are some.
That's what you believe, because you believe what you're looking at. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I understand, but
since there is no actual evidence of an actual globe, like where are you seeing or measuring any actual curvature? Where's the drop over distance? That's what we're asking here.
I understand that we have imagery and the fact that the orbits move in the way that the globe model predicts, down to hundredths of a percent.
This is also isn't that also why radio or electromagnetic I think radio waves or certain waves go in have a cutoff because they kind of go in a straight line. Is that not? What is that?
Sorry, real quick.
Radar horizon?
Platter's asking, how do you have propulsion in outer space? No, it's interesting. You're able to for Newton's third law to exist, you don't need a medium to push off of. This is a conversation I've had with a good number of folks in these communities. It's conservation of momentum. If you push something in one direction, it pushes back on you with equal and opposite force. So the Hall effect thrusters work by pushes back against what? No, it's like putting air inside of a balloon and letting it go. Like the air getting pushed out of the neck of the balloon is what pushes the rest of the balloon forward. It's just conservation of momentum. So it's in one direction you're shooting out these ions of krypton super fast. So there's no slowing down or speeding up and changing direction. No, it is speeding up. So we use the Hall effect thrusters to do station keeping and orbit raise at the beginning of the mission. So we get dropped off around 250 kilometers from the launch vehicle, 250 kilometers altitude. And then you fire the Hall effect thruster prograde, so in the direction of your motion for a few months. The thrust you get out of these is like the equivalent of like blowing on a piece of paper. It's like super duper low. So you fire it up for about 2 months, and the operational altitude for our satellites is 630 kilometers altitude. So it takes a little while. We get up there, so you have to use the Hall effect thruster to speed up to go to a higher altitude. So is there ignition in outer space? No. This is electric propulsion. This is like I'll just pull up an article on a Hall effect thruster. You can go look at it. But it's literally just like a really, really powerful magnet that creates a really, really powerful electric field that we pass like a tiny little stream of ionized krypton through, and then as the krypton ions pass through the electric or magnetic field, or the electric field caused by the magnets, it accelerates, super fast. And conservation of momentum, you shoot the ions out really fast. Low mass, super high velocity equals like meh momentum, and then it puts high mass, really low velocity for the same amount of meh momentum in the other direction. But there's no ignition. It's literally just putting a tiny amount of ionized gas through a very, very strong field. Define mass? No, the Apollo program did not use that. No, the Apollo program had biprop in space propulsion. Electric propulsion is a newer tech. It's only been commoditized within probably the last like 5 years, 6 years. Define mass, yeah, just mass flow rate, amount of matter passing through a specific surface. Once again, happy to answer questions.
Could you explain maybe for those who believe it's flat, how we calculate distances and trajectories in planes using accounting for the Earth? Is that spherical trigonometry? What is that? Like accounting for the curvature?
Yeah, honestly, I don't do a ton of work with like surveying. I do like Earth imagery work. So I do a lot of work with the companies that take pictures that end up on Google Earth. You don't usually see drones or planes flying over your house with those cameras.
Wait, here's a better question. Can you explain? Okay, so there's an idea that there's an edge, that there's not edges, but like places in which we had not gone past. Either it's an ice wall or a barrier or something like that. From the Flat Earth map that I've seen online, I don't know what they all think. There's nothing past the Arctic. So can you explain the satellite imagery of the place which would be the barrier, which is like the poles, I assume? Can you show that?
I don't
Can
know.
you demonstrate
So,
both
I mean,
parts?
yeah. So I mean, two-parter, real quick. I find it interesting. This is honestly something that I've noticed being in these communities for a few years now, is that prior to TFE, there was a lot of folks that were really leaning on their models, and the instant that very very large members of this community have witnessed 24-hour Antarctic sun for their own with their own eyes. Like, I've found that a lot of folks have shifted away from holding up any one model, or they're saying they need to go rework their model.
No, yeah, that's
So
a great thing. Yeah, that's been the greatest gift that those clown show, freak show people could have done for us, is get us off thinking that we had to present some kind of model for you guys when your model has clearly failed to predict reality, and it's completely unnecessary to come up with any replacement when there's been no yeah, I'm almost to the end of my sentence, and if you'd like to respond, that'd be great. When clearly the drop over distance is not observed in reality, as we've been discussing, so your model has failed. So yeah, this gift, of this clown show thing, whatever it was, TFE, has really helped us to just drill down. There's no curvature measured anywhere. There's no drop over distance. The horizon's way further than it should be on your globe, and the laser's hitting the target when it shouldn't. So yeah, I can, now that you've explained your whole little thing there, I get it why you're obsessed with the globe, because you need to believe that your things are doing the things you think, and the images they're giving you are really the earth, and you have to believe in your whole thing. I get it. Like, now I understand you. But the thing of it is, thank God we don't need a model, because all we need to do is keep poking holes in yours, which has already been destroyed 7 billion times and is just a burning pile of garbage over in the corner. It's nothing. You don't have a model. You have
real
nothing.
quick, hey,
You have your imagination. Oh,
whoa, Jesus. That's
how
nuts.
can you predict the weather?
And
Real
I would
quick,
like to hear
JJ.
Josh
Hey, JJ, real quick.
answer. I was talking to
No,
Josh
it's all good.
very clearly.
Yeah, no, it's all good. No, I appreciate that. And I guess, I tend to be pretty nihilist about, the nature of the earth. Like, yeah, I do believe in. You're a fucking okay. I'm just saying, like, I tend to believe in the globe, but it's not like clinging on to anything. It's at the end of the day, I care about the impact that I'm making. Like, if there is some conspiracy that I'm actually putting up satelloons, or I have the wool pulled over my eyes, it wouldn't really change my day to day, because at the end of the day, the whole reason that I'm doing this space stuff is to improve terrestrial connectivity. So, like, increasing internet access globally, or around the world. So I guess, I mean, if it is different, it is different, right? If at the end of the day I'm still helping bridge the digital divide and increase digital equity, across all countries, like, cool. So be it. So it's not really a cling, as opposed to I subscribe to this, but, like, I'm here to make an impact. It doesn't, what model that I make that impact through doesn't really matter nearly as much to me.
I'm glad you acknowledge that there's a possibility that your improving of terrestrial signals and connectivity does not necessarily rely on outer space being as described. That's great. Good news. So what is your percentage certainty that the heliocentric model is correct?
I don't know, like 98, 99.
Okay.
It should be 99.9 repeating.
No. I
He
know.
can be whatever he wants to be. He doesn't have to be what you want him to be.
The other side of this is, and real quick, I will answer the other part of your question, JJ, which is, what's the primary source I can point to that shows, Antarctica being, a pole. But first, the other half of this is, I do a lot of science communication as part of my job. I do a lot of talking about aerospace topics to non-technical audiences. Whether that be through education or government stakeholders, congressmen, military folks that just don't understand the complexities of the systems that we work on. So coming into these communities is kind of like it forces me to come back to first principles and really take a hard look at why I believe what I believe, and what are the firsthand observations that I'm making, and what is the system that I'm operating within. So it's beneficial for me for crafting these explanations, as well as breaking down what I know to first order principles. Real last thing I'll say is I will point you towards. Let's see. I'll grab the primary source, but they actually put humans into a polar orbit for the first time, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago. Let's see. Fram to live
That's funny, 'cause
stream.
still no one's even claimed to, no government or private entity, no military forces ever claimed to circumnavigate the globe north to south. But you're saying they put someone in orbit that way, but no one's ever done that with an airplane. That's so funny.
No, yeah, they did.
It's much
They did
easier
like
from orbit.
it was like two months ago.
Yeah, I know
Fram
the
2,
story
and it
would
was
be easier in orbit. I understand that, but it's the fact that no one's ever even claimed to do it. That's what's suspicious. Like thousands of people, literally thousands of people with boats, with airplanes, by foot, in a combination of the two or three, Like they say they've circumnavigated the globe east to west, thousands of people. Yet not a single individual has taken an airplane flight over the North Pole, continued southward, over the South Pole, continued northward, and then right back to the airport they started at. No one has ever even claimed to do that. Not a single soul. And you guys don't find that a little bit strange? Not even a little bit strange?
60%.
Hey, Josh, do you think that
Actually,
the
I'm
people
looking it up.
observing...
I'm looking it up, and I think there has been.
You
said no one's ever claimed?
As far as I know, not a single soul has ever claimed to do that. Not once ever.
Let's be specific. To cross...
Circumnavigate the globe north to south. Start off in the United States, go north, go over the North Pole, continue south, go over the South Pole, continue north, and end up in the airport where you started.
Oh no, that's not what I said. I meant going over the across the pole, which would, if you were to spread out Earth on a flat map, you would have to assume there would be, an edge of
you wouldn't have to assume anything. You don't have to assume anything.
No. I mean, of the map of how we get places. Like, obviously, you have to have it.
Let me be clear here. I'm not saying no one's claimed to find a shorter route with an airplane, from the United States to Russia, flying a little more towards the north. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying no one's ever circumnavigated or claimed to circumnavigate the Earth north to south.
Wait, but my point is, all you need to know in order to prove that it's a globe, or that it's not, to disprove any idea that it's flat, is to take, because if it's flat, there'd be one section on one end and then one country on another end of the map. And that, if you go rightwards on the east end of the map, the far right end of the map, you're not going to reach. You're not going to go anywhere. You're not going to.
It's not the easiest way. You said it's the easiest way. It's not the easiest way. The easiest way is to measure the Earth and the water directly to see if it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
No. My point is, you would be able to verify whether or not. Do you have a map of the Earth that you believe in?
No.
So then, how do you calculate how to get places? Like, if you country by country, how do you think they calculate that?
With navigation charts, if I ever need to.
Yeah, but based off of what?
Flat Earth elevation angles.
Navigation. What do you mean, based off of what?
Like if you're on a boat, you use a map, right?
Based off experience.
No, but shipping routes. I mean,
based on the stars.
You're a little vague.
It's a bit you don't. We figured this out. Do you think? Do you have any idea how we're doing it? How do you think they calculate how to get places?
Stars.
90-degree angles.
No, but like
Stars
based on a
and
map.
key points, and you.
Like you have no point of reference of which way something is if you don't even have a map. Or a basic
There are maps that are useful.
Okay, how about this? If you're in the US, is Canada in one direction and is Mexico in the other direction?
Yes.
Are they in the opposite direction?
Yes.
North and south.
Okay. So if you go north through Canada and you keep going north, where do you end up going eventually? What is the furthest we've gone?
I don't know. Actually, it's an interesting question to ask because, as far as I know, there's not just an Antarctic treaty. There's also an Arctic treaty, and at least to the best of my knowledge so far, it's illegal to independently explore or fly over an area that's about a 500-mile radius from the North Pole or North Center point, whatever you want to call it. So,
I mean, I'm
the answer is I don't know, and I'm not allowed to know, technically.
Wait. So you don't think anyone's ever flown north of Canada or gone north of Canada?
That's not at all what I said. What I said is civilians are not allowed to independently explore that area. That's what I said.
North of Canada.
Within a 500-mile radius of the North Pole.
Yeah, but you can look at.
That would leave most of Canada. That would leave most of Canada still wide open. Not actually.
Okay, but that gets to my.
Talking about any part of Canada. It might be so far north. I'd have to look. At the map.
Okay, fine. That gets to my point. So the edge of where we've been, or the farthest we've been that you know of, is the tip of the North Pole.
No, dude, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I didn't say that. Listen carefully. Independent exploration by civilians is illegal from that point forward. And it's also illegal as far as the 60th parallel south and, the 60th parallel and then beyond that south. So 60 degrees south and any degree latitude that's, further south than 60 degrees. You're not allowed to independently explore any of those lands or water. By the way, that 60 degrees south is about 500 miles away from the Antarctic shoreline. So not only are you not allowed to independently explore Antarctica, you're not allowed to independently explore within 500 miles of the shoreline, to be clear.
Okay.
How do they enforce that?
With ships and militaries and radar.
There's nobody down there. There's nobody down there. There's people who've sailed inside the 60th parallel and literally never got stopped.
Now
we can put people. You've answered my point. Which is what I was. You have answered my question a bit. Which is so. If Canada's north of us and South America is south of us, then clearly I'm trying to get an image of a map. Like I'm trying to map out the world, and Asia is east of us. Then wouldn't a satellite that goes north, wouldn't it hit a barrier, or wouldn't it? What happens when it keeps going north or south or east, west?
Satellites. They say satellites are falling in an orbit. They're falling around the Earth. That's the way they describe them. They're falling around the Earth and they're orbiting the Earth. I don't believe that's happening.
No. Satellites are in a state of. They're in a state of orbit in which they're slowly decreasing, but at a tiny. Yeah, that's how orbit works in some ways.
Yeah, they say they're falling around.
No, but we work. No, but these satellites circumnavigate the Earth.
Yeah, sure, whatever. That's part of the story. Falling around the Earth, navigating the Earth, orbiting the Earth, whatever.
This dude who is in here, he's in here. We use satellites to correctly see and predict everything.
Hey, I'm not saying there isn't hardware up in the sky. I'm just saying that none of that hardware is falling around the Earth inside of a vacuum.
No, but that's not my point. My point is that we can use imagery and data, especially and stuff from stuff that navigates the Earth because it goes around what you say we have not gone past. It looks at it. You can look at it. You can look at a live.
hold on. You just did it again. Okay, I'm not saying that no one's explored far into Antarctica or far around and throughout the northern region.
No, past it.
I'm not
No,
saying
past
people haven't been there. Stop saying that.
No, I'm saying
I didn't
past
say-
it. I'm saying I'm saying we see it go past it and end up going back around the Earth, like back at where we started. Like that is what we see with according to you, we have not. There's a point at which we have not gone past, but satellites and space stations go over these. Like we can see it all.
buddy. Yeah, I know, but you're not really observing that. You're just looking at numbers on a computer screen that say that that's happening, right? Like it's not like you're actually up there in
there's a live
space
stream
observing the
ISS.
satellite orbit the Earth, right? You were never there in space, right?
No, but we have the ISS. We have live streams. We have photos of that go over it. Yes,
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that.
NASA law violating space government.
What?
So if we had a live stream from NASA of a Bigfoot nest where there was a mother and father Bigfoot and a couple of little baby Bigfoots, would you believe in Bigfoot if there was a live stream of Bigfoot?
if it showed something, if it shows something and they're calling that Bigfoot, I'll be like, okay, I'll believe what I see on that fucking Occam's
Now,
razor.
right there's the problem right there. You have what is called, I don't mean to be insulting because you seem pretty polite, but you have a low standard of evidence, and you shouldn't have a low standard of evidence. You should have a high standard of evidence. The only thing that should convince you that Bigfoot is real is if someone showed you a real-life Bigfoot in a cage right in front of you. You should have a high standard of evidence, not a low standard of evidence.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're calling Bigfoot. Like, if you catch something, if they have a picture of something and they call that Bigfoot, then I'm calling whatever I see Bigfoot. Like, if
well, you can call it an image of Bigfoot, but the question is that I'm asking is, would you believe from that point forward with just a video? Would you believe that Bigfoot is real and objective reality? Yes or no?
But I don't know what Bigfoot is beyond the.
I'm talking about.
I know what he looks like.
A 7 foot tall bipedal hairy creature. Do you realize what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. And my point is, if I saw an image from NASA, which was it's hard to. I don't know how they would get this image, and it was a good image that they said accurately was not distorted or reason to not you should trust it. Then I would trust it.
Yeah, but why? Why would you trust it blindly? Is my question.
It's not blindly.
It is. You're blindly trusting scenario. You are blindly trusting it.
No. It's like why do you blindly trust that when you travel, you won't, your plane won't fall out of the sky? That the building, like when you land in.
That doesn't make sense, buddy. Like.
No,
hold on. Let me just point out the difference between the two. You do see that there's a big difference between someone showing you NASA, showing you a video of Bigfoot, and the big difference between that and someone showing you in person Bigfoot in a cage that you can look at in person. You do see how there is a very big difference between those two different kinds of evidence, right?
Correct.
Certainly you understand that.
No. Yes, but notice this. Imagine if it was NASA showing us Bigfoot or National Geographic showing us Bigfoot, but the person who shows us Bigfoot in a cage is like a known scammer and like makeup art.
No, I'm not talking about a video. I'm not talking about a video of a Bigfoot in a cage. I'm talking about a Bigfoot in a cage that you can walk up and stand next to.
In person, yes, in person. What if they were a known production, costume?
Well, I guess you'd have to get a little more in depth. Then you'd have to go in the cage and make sure it's not a guy in a gorilla costume.
The alien from the newest Alien movie was played using a real 7 foot person in an alien costume. Like it was shot.
I'm aware of that.
I would be more. Yeah. So I would be. It depends on the source. That is why. That's why. Like if I, for example, when I look at the weather app and I see the weather, I trust it because I know the source is giving me a. It's not like I'm looking at some InfoWars projection. Or if I see, it's Occam's razor.
Buddy, I'm just pointing out to you that if a government organization of any kind, NASA or anything else, any government organization from any government of the world, doesn't matter, or any non-government organization for that matter, if any organization tries to show you a video of
incorrect.
Bigfoot and you believe it's Bigfoot, that means that your standard of evidence is in the wrong place.
No, but again, the definition of Bigfoot or him existing is just him existing. Like, are you saying the video? You have to believe the video is doctored? Like that's what you assume?
No.
You default
What
to
I'm saying
believing.
is you can suspend belief. Like you can choose to believe certain things, and you can choose to suspend your belief. Like you don't have to believe something just because someone says it's true.
No. I'm asking you if NASA and all these things come up with a picture of this 7-foot creature, would you believe that they've just doctored an image and shown it to you?
I would not think that they. I would think of them as irrelevant, regardless of whether they're doctored or not.
Irrelevant. No. I'm saying what would wait. So when you see when you see like National Geographic, like do you believe these are real? Like those are real animals?
I do, unless I have a logical reason to doubt them. So far, I've never really seen.
You believe it?
Hold on.
You saw a video of it.
I'll give you an example of this. I've never seen any pictures of animals in the wild in a National Geographic magazine that have, demonstrated violations of any of the laws of physics.
Well, there's spiders that can shoot webs. There's spiders that can shoot webs that have literally have
la-di-da-di-da, whatever. It's amazing. But the point is, none of them have ever violated. So you're trying to say spiders in National Geographic violated
anti-gravity webs? That looks like it's violating the law of physics.
Anti-gravity webs, but you got to prove gravity in the first place before you can say anything claim anything.
Webs, floating upwards. The point is, you said that you would believe it unless you had a good reason to suspect otherwise. That's my standard when it comes to NASA showing me something.
No, buddy, I was more specific than that. What I said specifically was if they show me something and the thing they're showing me involves a violation of the laws of physics, then I will think that what they're showing me is fake. Now, do you understand what I said?
And how is NASA violating? How is this violating the laws of physics?
By saying that they're going to a place called the vacuum of space, which after a certain point far enough from the Earth is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. They say on the surface of the moon it's a 10 to the negative 11 torr vacuum, and they say that this area, the 10 to the negative 11 torr, 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, which is an extraordinarily low pressure area, low pressure volume. They say that this is next to 14.7 psi here on the surface of the Earth, and that the gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth is not finding its equilibrium. The high pressure is not moving to low pressure, and that's what they say. And they say due to gravity. But the thing is, I'll tell you, the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. So the second part of the second law of thermodynamics states that high pressure moves to low pressure. So they're saying that there's high pressure down here and low pressure up there, but high pressure is not moving to the low pressure. So with what they're describing a violation of the laws of physics.
Wait. So
So are you saying the lower pressure is not? There's no such thing as lower pressure on the top of Mount Everest?
Wait. Say this again slowly to me. Wait. Did the Josh guy leave? Oh fuck, he left. I was gonna ask him a question. Oh wait, no, he's still here. Josh. I got a question for him. Okay. Wait, what are you saying exactly? Like, within what violation of the law? Which law is being violated by what? By globe model?
I'm just going to tell you the whole law of thermodynamics, all three parts.
No. Okay, thermodynamics. Wait, the globe model violates it how? Just cleanly.
By saying that high pressure doesn't move to low pressure due to gravity.
High pressure doesn't move to low pressure due to gravity. And that's mandated by the globe model?
Well, yeah, they say that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, orbiting the sun, and that the surface of the Earth at sea level has 14.7 psi, and that up just a little ways past the moon is 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, trillions of miles across in every single direction. And they say that the gas pressure on the surface of the Earth refuses to move off into that volume because of gravity. And it's like, okay, you're in that description I just described, as they described, high pressure next to low pressure, with the high pressure not moving to low pressure, that violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics. That states that high pressure moves to low pressure every time.
So, Josh, yeah, I guess you're gonna go soon. Before he went, sorry to interrupt Orion, but I just wanted to tell him that I did appreciate that glimpse of honesty that you admitted that these improvements you're making in terrestrial connectivity don't necessarily depend on the fantasy medium of outer space or the veracity of what you're claiming is up there in terms of satellites. So hopefully you'll come back and talk to us again. We appreciate the civil conversation. You even tried to keep your fellow Glober there, JJ, in check in terms of civilized discourse. I'm not saying you have to leave. I just saw in the text you said you might be leaving, so I just wanted to say that before you actually did leave. All right, thank you, Orion.
I want to address what you just said. That the globe model doesn't make sense or violates second law of thermodynamics because high pressure can't move to low pressure using gravity. Right?
Yeah, they say the high pressure is not moving to low pressure because of gravity, which is why we often ask people for a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. No one's ever demonstrated that so far, unfortunately.
What do you mean? Wait. Are you asking me to demonstrate that?
Well, no, sure, if you can, but it's really more it's more philosophical at this point because we know no one can at this point. It's kind of beating a dead horse, if you know what I mean. But like to be clear, if someone could demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity, then all of us from that point forward would have a logical reason to think that the gas pressure we're breathing right here, right now, may exist. Not that it necessarily would, but it may exist in that scenario due to gravity. But without that demonstration, it's only a blind belief on anyone's part that gas pressure can be contained by gravity.
But wait. That it does contain gravity. I mean, gravity does contain gas pressure. That's why we have an atmosphere.
Yeah. So that's the story. We're asking for a demonstration that can prove that story to possibly be true, which would be a demonstration here on the surface of the Earth, a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. Like take, for instance, 36 pounds per square inch of gas pressure, of air pressure around the rim of your car without the tire. Or maybe we go down to sea level and somehow, some way you manipulate gravity and manage to get 20 psi in 1 cubic foot between you and I. We can measure it with a barometer. And then measure the gas pressure that you're breathing, that I'm breathing outside that cubic foot, 14.7 psi. If you could manage to do that with gravity, then we would have a logical reason to believe that the gas pressure we're breathing right here may exist due to gravity. But without that demonstration, it's just all empty words, fairy tale nonsense.
I heard you's a pedophile.
Wait, so you're saying if you can demonstrate you like that
girls, nigga.
That you can have gas pressure without a container?
Why are you gay?
That is controlled by gravity. I mean,
I say that again. I was trying to find a troll.
Sorry. I was reading something.
It's the Chad dude. Mute his soundboard. At the very top.
Why are you gay? Nigga.
I think you sent gas pressure without a container.
Does anyone say who the troll is? I don't think
I just told you, bro. It's the Chad dude. Chad upside down. Mute his soundboard.
Nigga. Why are you gay?
doing
You said
that.
it's
I
Chad?
can't tell. It's a soundboard, but I can't tell who's doing it.
Bro, the
I don't
the
hear
dude
it.
at the
I don't
top.
hear it.
The dude at the
Wait, I
top.
don't hear it. So it must be someone I already had muted. Is it someone who's
Right.
I thought you said it was a Chad guy, but I thought I muted him.
Chad
And then
at the top, bro. Like, why do I have to repeat myself 5 times?
Dude, I thought I had muted him, and I still heard the bullshit afterwards. That's why I was a little confused.
I said mute his soundboard.
Who is this? Because I don't think I've muted anyone.
Yeah, but it only
It doesn't
mutes
matter,
it
he's gone
locally.
now.
It doesn't mute it across the board.
Oh, because I don't hear it, and so I'm curious who it is because I don't hear it.
It doesn't matter, dude. It's just a low-life troll. They're the scum of the earth, and they're all over the internet, and they're all over Discord.
I'm just curious why I don't hear it.
You should be grateful you don't. He's just yelling the N-word and a bunch of cuss words over and over again.
Oh yeah, that guy he had popped in before and then was cut off. I didn't do anything though.
That was actually a different guy. I muted him a minute ago. They do this. There's like 10, 15 a day that do this, whatever, sometimes. I can't even remember. Where did we leave off at? Were you asking a question or what?
Yes. Okay. Here it is. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level, but only 70 degrees Celsius on Mount Everest. Why do you think that is?
Because water boils at different temperatures and different pressure. Like you need pressure and heat to make water boil. That's why.
But why do you think
you don't necessarily need heat?
Oh, well, yeah, you're right. Actually, I guess if the pressure gets low enough, it's a good point. The water will boil. Pressure's low enough.
But why would there be any pressure at all? But why would there be any pressure at all at a lower altitude?
Well, I think I'm not even sure if that's a question that can be answered, I'll be honest. Like, we know that that's the case. We observe that to be the case. But as far as the why, I'm not sure if that's a question that can be answered. Now, I'm sure there's lots of people in white lab coats with very, clever sounding voices and ways of speaking that will tell you that they know why, and they'll tell you all about it, and they'll sell you tickets, and they'll give you lectures about it. But the question, when it comes to the question of do they actually know, as far as I know, the answer is no. They don't know, and as far as I know, nobody knows. And it may in fact be the case. It may in fact be the case that that's an unanswerable question that no one will ever know. But it's what we observe. Air gets thinner as we climb a mountain. I'm very well aware of that. And
it matches up with the idea that gravity is pulling air downwards.
How so?
Because
are you saying? Well, hold on. Are you saying there wouldn't be a pressure gradient if we were inside a container?
We were inside a container, but we're not in a what?
So so you're referring to the gas pressure gradient of the Earth. As we go up a mountain, the air gets thinner, right?
Oh, I might have been referring to air pressure. I mean, I was just referring to the amount of air that's like the
same thing, bro.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just we have gas pressure. Gas pressure is represented by X, and then we have the gas pressure gradient, which is represented by delta X. You can't have X without delta X. I mean, you can't have delta X without X coming first. And so just the fact that we have X technically demonstrates that we're inside a container with a fixed volume. But at least we're inside a container. I suppose technically other scenarios could be happening with that. But anyway, the point is, just because the air is getting thinner as you go up doesn't mean that has anything to do with gravity. So like every container that we have with gas in it, every container we have with anything in it really has a pressure gradient. And like how the oceans themselves also have a pressure gradient. You go 20 feet below, you can feel the pressure on your noggin, below the surface of the ocean. So there's pressure gradients everywhere, really. And,
how do you account for it? What is it?
Well, again, you're asking me like why what makes it? I mean, all I can say is we observe it. As far as what the cause goes, I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. It's just what we observe. And I mean, so like, if you're saying that us climbing a mountain, the air getting thinner, it means you think that there's a vacuum of space above our heads and that the Earth is not inside a container. Then my question is,
like the vertical pressure.
So there's some terminology going on. I just want to clarify. So when people talk about the vacuum of space, they forget. It's kind of like it's often depicted as like it's a vacuum cleaner, like a Dyson vacuum. Now,
no one's talking about that right now, bro.
That's literally like the wrong way to phrase it because people will get.
Okay, but that's not relevant right now.
That is
the
not,
correct way. Well, the correct way to phrase it.
This is.
Yeah, so the correct way is...
Can I use one of my mutes on this guy?
Yeah, we might as well, buddy. I mean, you're just talking bullshit, man. Like, no one here claims the vacuum of space is like a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, that's semantic.
But nonetheless, they're both vacuums.
No one has tripped over that semantic...
No, but pressure pushes. Vacuums
when
don't
someone
stop,
does reductio,
we know.
To that semantic argument.
I think we're all on the same page with terms, I think.
But Orion, I want to push back on something else. I'm pretty confident, very confident that the pressure increases as you go down due to the weight of the air above. Just like in water, the pressure increases due to the water above. So why isn't that like intuitive to you?
Good question.
Well, I didn't think that's what he was asking. I thought he was asking why there's a gradient in the first place. Like what causes the gradient? That was his question.
Well, it's that the fact. I said that the way the differential that we see lines up perfectly with how we understand gravity, and that it's pulling it down. So air pressure is stronger the lower you are, because this is like we have it like the formula for air pressure has gravity in it.
No, you don't need gravity for it. You just need density. You need to know that some things are more dense than other things, like than their surroundings, and so they'll generate weight.
You're talking about the formula of gas pressure. What about the definition of gas pressure? What is that? I'll just say it to you. It's the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles inside of it. So you cannot even technically define gas pressure without the word container involved.
Well, it's a bunch of
no one can demonstrate. More importantly, no one can demonstrate gas pressure without a container involved.
That's not true.
Okay, you're saying someone's demonstrated gas pressure without a container? Tell us more.
I mean, what do you mean demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Because I would suggest that
before, 36 pounds per square inch of air pressure around the rim of your car without the tire due to gravity, caused by gravity. Can you demonstrate that?
Like the rim around your car?
Yeah, the rim around your car, it normally has 36 pounds per square inch of air pressure inside the tire, right?
Yeah.
Follow me so far?
I don't think you need a container per se. Just a barrier would suffice.
Wait, and this
would be a gravity barrier. I don't know what you're talking about, but like,
what are you trying to?
Wait, just gas pressure. So, for instance, if you were to blow on your hand, if you were to blow on your palm, right, then you'd be feeling the gas pressure of, the air that you're exhaling.
Yeah, that's wind resistant.
Wait, are you contesting that the gas pressure and air pressure is greater the lower you go?
No one's contesting that.
No one's.
And then can you quickly explain why it becomes less, why it weakens the higher you go?
That's what we observe. All I can say to you is that's what we observe. That's what we know. If someone can demonstrate a cause in a relationship, if someone can demonstrate a cause for something, we're all open eyes and open ears as far as people demonstrating causes for things.
This is my point.
Just because there's a question that can't be answered, doesn't mean that, other people are wrong about other things.
Yeah, but my point was that our observations on this completely go in touch and line up with and verify our understanding of gravity. in a globe. Like
gas pressure gradient,
but it's not unique to
delta
gravity.
of gas.
It's
Hang
not
on,
unique.
Yeah, but you can
gas
say it's not
pressure
unique.
gradient.
You have a better.
Hang on, hang on, dude. A gas pressure gradient is a delta of gas pressure, so it still requires a container.
Wrong.
To contain the gas pressure. Gas pressure is defined as the force of the gas molecules hitting the walls of its container. Does gravity have walls, dude?
No.
No.
Okay, let me try to
show us you need to show us an example of gas pressure without
let me try
a
to explain
container.
really simple. Does gas have mass? Does air, our atmosphere, does it have mass?
Define mass first.
Yeah, what is mass?
No, I could show you gas pressure without a container. It is, I mean, it is the fact. Are you asking to demonstrate the existence of gas pressure? Because gas pressure, you can prove it. We know that there's gas pressure, and it changes how high you go. So, what do you mean by demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Because we see gas pressure around us.
I know, but that's what's up
Let
for
me
contention.
start
So
this
you
over.
have to
Let
have
me just-
something else, an actual demonstration, aside from what you're trying to prove. Because it's just what you're trying to prove. That's circular logic.
No, but the fact that the explanation is gravity. Gravity pulls air downwards.
I know. Can you, like, for instance, demonstrate gravity small scale in a lab or in your garage or something like that? Is there any demonstration aside from the claim?
Yeah, you're dropping something.
No, bro, come on. We're talking about gas.
Yeah, and you can and you can look at the differential gas pressure and see if it matches up with your. You can test your hypothesis for gravity. Test the number that you think it has, and it lines up with exactly what atmospheric air pressure.
That's not a demonstration, bro.
Huh?
That is a demonstration. That you are demonstrating that air pressure changes.
That's an assumption.
Controlling
Demonstration.
for gravity. I mean,
air pressure does not. Air pressure is controlled by gravity. It is partially but it does not create gravity. Like gravity is the warping of space-time.
yeah. I'm not saying creates gravity. I'm saying
Is it now?
Gravity pulls air down, and given our you just test the assumptions in the hypothesis, and when you test them, they're correct. Air pressure is high. Like you can boil water on Mount Everest, see what happens. Boil water on the ground.
No, bro, it's not pulling it down. It's going up.
And the thing is, as you gain greater elevation, water, because of lack of air pressure, it has lower vapor potential. So it will boil at lower and lower.
And why is pressure lower?
Well, because there's fewer molecules up in the rarefied upper atmosphere.
The correct answer is because you're farther away from the center of the Earth, where most of our gravitational mass comes from.
No,
Yeah, so
because you have less air above you weighing you down.
Yeah, it's like, do you have an explanation for why air pressure is weakening the further out you go?
Because that is reduced area of gravitational influence, and the
that's the story.
But also upper
Correct. No, you're right. You're right. We're on the same page.
No,
the
that's
upper
not right.
atmosphere-
That's the supposed cause. That's never been actually substantiated. The
No, you're
correct answer is because there's less weight. You could say the weight is caused by gravity. No, that's just the supposed cause. You haven't demonstrated gravity to be a thing.
The weight. No, but that's exactly what it is. That's exactly why there's weight. It's gravity.
So if I ask you for a scientific experiment demonstrating gravity to be real, could you give me one?
Yes.
Yeah,
there are
dropping
actually
stuff.
No, there's actually several ways that you can do this.
I have a container, a plastic container in my hand. I drop it on the table, falls down. You're saying that's an experiment?
Anything can be an experiment, but the thing is that there are ways to actually visualize gravity. That we actually do have video images of gravitational lensing of galaxies.
No, you don't.
We can actually observe.
Lie,
Yes,
isn't
we
it?
can.
Oh, it's a train wreck.
It is a train wreck. They're all over the place.
Anything could be an experiment. This guy said that.
Scientific experiment, bro. Let's go. Independent variable, dependent variable, control variables. Right? Let's go.
What do you think weight? What do you think causes weight?
Density.
Is that a scientific
also
experiment? Is it?
Finally,
Also
that's
the-
the question.
Density
Is it a
is
scientific experiment?
Density.
But the thing is, but density is partially responsible for weight. Density is the amount of stuff inside of a given volume. I mean, we actually observe this with black holes. These have such.
We lost him. He was on such a good roll, and then he said black holes.
Black holes do exist, though. We can
No, they
observe
don't, bro.
them.
They do not.
Yes, they do.
I
Yes,
promise you,
they
don't.
do.
They don't
Yes,
exist
they do.
actually and mathematically.
They exist mathematically, and we can observe them in actuality because of their influence on gravity and also the nearby stellar clusters that they often are ripping to fucking shreds
we were just
in
talking about
titanic
density,
colossal
right?
explosions.
Hold on. Tell me, what is the density of a black hole?
Well, the thing is, this is actually very interesting because it just there was actually a video about this I saw where, oddly enough, at a certain level, a black hole could, in theory, be as dense as our current universe. If the black hole, and there's actually our theories in which our entire universe is actually within a black hole, which is really fucking wild.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So they're infinitely dense. You're saying that they're infinitely dense, right?
Yes. Well, so the thing is, we don't know exactly.
So how do you
what
have
the
infinite
singularity
density?
is, but so infinite density would essentially be the mass of a given object in a point of zero volume. Okay, so this
zero
would be,
volume. A point of zero volume. You mean a zero-dimensional point?
Yes.
So in our three-dimensional world, you're saying it's possible to have zero-dimensional points?
So the thing is, we actually do. We don't reside in a three-dimensional world. We reside in a four-dimensional universe. No, our universe is four-dimensional, and the fact that we
Even
have
so,
three
fine.
spatial
Let's say it's
dimensions-
four-dimensional. How do you have a zero-dimensional point?
So this is the weird thing because there's
like saying that we don't live in a three-dimensional world. I mean, that's
He's
technically
appealing to
insane,
space-time. Retarded. It's retarded.
Like we literally, obviously live in a three-dimensional world, and that can be demonstrated height, width, length. Like we obviously live in a three-dimensional world. To say otherwise,
but there is a fourth dimension by which you are also moving through. You just don't sense it as movement.
I don't care about that side. Let's go lower. Let's go lower. Give me a single two-dimensional thing. What's a single two-dimensional thing? A line?
A line.
In our real world. Draw a line on three-dimensional paper. The line, the ink will be three-dimensional. Every aspect of it will be three-dimensional. There's no two-dimensional
But I mean that
real thing.
mathematically speaking, there is the concept of a line.
We're not talking about math. You said black holes are real. We're talking about what's real right now. Are there any real things that are two-dimensional? Yes or no?
Yes, lines. I just told you. A line is
a line on what? We said a real thing, not just an imaginary line in your head, bro. A real thing.
Ask yourself this: what? Okay.
You're so confused right now.
Wait. Why does everything fall downwards and not
hold up, bro.
upwards?
I want to expose this guy for
Because
being retarded.
Any two objects with mass are attracted to one another. Okay, you can
And
actually
what are they
demonstrate this in
attracted? And what is everything it's being attracted to? Oh wait, you believe in the round Earth, right?
Yes, I'm a. Well, actually,
That's not true. I'm not attracted to ugly pieces of
Hold on,
mass.
no. I'm willing to say that the Earth is. No. I'm willing to say that the Earth is flat from the perspective of the higher dimensions. Okay.
Bro, give me an example of a line. What, like, are you gonna draw the line on paper?
Okay, but
it's a line of Coke. What line?
The globe is round, right?
Hold up, before that, man. Let's just one thing at a time.
Okay.
Can we just stop bouncing off the walls like ADHD kids? One thing at a time. Black holes. This guy's saying that black holes are real. I want to expose it, man. If you guys,
that's irrelevant. This is irrelevant.
He can't even think of a single two-dimensional thing. He's trying to say zero-dimensional things are real. The guy's retarded.
Look, bro. I'll just shortcut this. Don't bring up several dimensions. We're not even past the fact that we're not even on a flat Earth. Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'm just having some fun.
Maybe Stay with truth.
So you think, but flat earthers, you think weight is caused by, so you believe caused by density?
Density, yes, relative density.
So I did say density, but also there is.
What's this got to do with the with flat Earth? What's this got to do with flat or globe?
So why
he's
are
trying to say that weight is only gravity, and I'm trying to explain.
What's it got to do with? What's that got to do with flat or globe?
Because no, it has to do with it because we're discussing why if gravity exists, and because gravity is one of the
why what's it? How's it relevant to this topic?
Because a lot of the stuff with flat Earth relies on stuff like atmosphere, air, going up, and
no.
Yes.
Globe or flat, right? That's a globe or flat argument. You could be a glober and argue that you need a container for gas pressure.
No, but the point is that they believe if we're on a flat Earth, that I'm pretty sure they. What do you mean, so what?
It out.
They don't believe in gravity.
Space time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or gravity.
Or gravity. I clip it.
I mean, am I wrong?
You've been talking out your ass for the last 2 hours, buddy.
It's not so much that we don't believe in gravity as much as it is that you can't demonstrate gravity. See the difference?
You can't even define it properly.
What's demonstrated by everything that we see. You've already admitted that changing the air pressure as you go up correlates. I mean, that explains gravity. Explains that.
You said that had something to do with gravity. I didn't say that.
No. Not that it has something to do with it. That it explains it. You said, "Oh, you could, maybe it's something else."
You
but
said it explains it. I didn't say that explains it.
No, I said gravity explains the things we see in the world, and we've gone over air pressure.
Could you get any more vague?
Ice J, what if I told
you can't prove it, but you can't prove it, but you can literally test the assumptions and use proofs. You can use logical proofs to prove it.
Okay, what's your favorite gravity test?
My favorite gravity test?
What about the LIGO and Virgo? LIGO and Virgo. We actually use these to detect gravitational waves.
No, you don't. You never detected a
Let me help you guys out. Let me help the Globers out here for a second. So let's go into the realm of make-believe for a second to help you guys understand. In the realm of make-believe, let's say I could conduct a scientific experiment to establish a cause and effect relationship between, gravity and this object on my table. There's a container full of spices and salt. And, me letting go of it and it dropping downwards. Let's say I could conduct a scientific experiment that demonstrates the cause and effect relationship between that thing moving downwards and gravity. So what I would need to do, listen carefully now, what I would need to do that is I'd have to first remove gravity from the room I'm in and let go of this object and observe it not falling down. And then I'd have to put gravity back in the room and let go of the object and observe it falling down. That way, I could demonstrate that this object falls down due to gravity. So the question you should ask yourself is, can you demonstrate that gravity makes things fall down?
I'm pretty sure they've created...
method. Can you do that? The answer is no.
Have they not created zero gravity rooms?
Zero gravity rooms? What hocus pocus nonsense are you on?
Or simulation? No. Okay, wait. What about the shit you see in space? Like the inside the space satellites, or this ISS, like the internal footage of them floating around. How do you explain that?
How do you explain freaking, Stanley Kubrick in 1968, 2001: A Space Odyssey? He had the same exact damn thing you just described. It was a movie made in 1968.
And you think that they have a constant? You think they have a constant? Like every astronaut is like an actor.
We don't care about explanation. We care about empirical evidence. So what can you demonstrate to be true? We're not interested in explanations, trust, belief, anything like that. What can you demonstrate to be true?
What can I demonstrate to be true?
Well, I mean,
as far as if you got a claim to make, are you claiming what? Something about the moon landings? Are you claiming something about the globe? Like,
cold steak is delicious.
Gravity exists. The Earth is.
Yeah, how do you demonstrate that to be true?
You mean demonstrate? I could give you demonstrations of gravity, dropping shit, but you would say,
okay, is that gravity? Is that gravity? So dropping shit is gravity?
Well, the force that pulls it downwards.
Okay, how did you determine that there's a force pulling it downwards?
Well, it's a hypothesis that you test.
Okay, how do you test it? How do you test it? Now, one second. How do you test it? How do you test it?
You create experiments that would see if its assumptions hold up.
All right, what was done then? What's the experiment?
You can say gravity would make it so that air would be heavier, or air pressure would be heavier the lower it is, because gravity would pull air downwards, and so air pressure would be less the higher you go. And
okay, so what's your dependent variable? What's your dependent variable? Change in air pressure as you go higher?
Sure.
Okay, what's your independent variable?
No. The independent. No, the independent would be changing. No, the independent would be changing air pressure. The dependent would be changing altitude.
Variable, the thing you observed occurring in nature.
Change in altitude.
I need a bottle.
That's the thing you observed occurring in nature. You observed change in altitude occurring in nature. That's the natural phenomenon.
You could other way around. By going upwards, you are raising your altitude.
So you got it mixed up. So that's not gravity. It should have been gravity, but you're mixing up your dependent and independent variables.
Altitude is right. Altitude is the independent variable, and air pressure
altitude
is the
causes change in gas pressure.
He means delta.
No. It's that. No. It's that.
That's what you've just told us.
No. The assumption would be that the force of gravity would pull air downwards, and that air pressure would be greater the lower you are.
Right, so gravity is the cause then. So gravity is your independent variable.
No. I mean, you can create gravity as an independent variable. I mean,
That's not
sure.
the hypothesis for gravity then, like you said.
Sure.
So you're not proving gravity. You're proving that change in altitude affects the air, the weight of the.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe change in altitude is gravity. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's got gravity defined as change in altitude.
No. It's that you can test the hypotheses and the assumptions that underlie gravity. And I'm giving you one.
Yeah, but what are you going to do to determine the cause?
No. I mean, look.
That doesn't do shit. That's just circular reasoning. You're just saying I go higher and it looks like the air pressure decreases because of gravity. It's not testing it as an independent variable or cause.
Right.
Well, if you can, my point
you might as well just leave it at you're just baselessly asserting it's gravity because that's all you've done. Just trying to frame it as a experiment, and it's not.
Well, it's like gravity is something that is a force, and the way you would measure.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Well, that's a claim. That's a hypothesis.
All right. So how are you going to find out if it is or not?
By testing the assumptions.
How do you do that?
By testing
the assumptions. Spit it out.
By creating experiments that would replicate the.
You already said this, bro.
I swear to God, I'm having deja vu from 1 minute ago.
This is the guy who thought he was smart.
Look, if you think there's a force going downwards of 8.61 or whatever it is, then you could drop something and see how long it takes and measure.
Okay, let go of a helium balloon.
Let go of a helium balloon?
Well, why should I believe there's a force? Einstein says there doesn't need to be a force. Who am I supposed to trust?
What?
Yeah, you're all about trust and belief, and I'm sure that Einstein is one of your top guys. Like, he's saying there is no force.
What's your guys' response to the vacuum drop test?
Einstein believes in gravity. Einstein believes in gravity.
Two
he defined it as not a force, which isn't what you're doing.
No, but again, weight, mass. Wait, is not a force.
No, gravity is not a force, according to Einstein.
No, but he would use a different word to describe the same thing.
He would call it a pseudo force. That'd be the distortion of space time, which is made up.
Yeah, giving him the illusion of force.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, no. But that's the point. Gravity. When we say gravity, and our descriptions of the physical world, they are ways to describe what you can call it a force. It is a force, but the bending of space-time would be causing that force. But gravity is what we call the relationship between mass.
No, space-time is
You're
like
all over the place, man.
Yeah, I know you're
Word
mixing stuff up.
saliving.
Yeah, space-time is like an underlying fabric that directs things where to go. It would be like saying you went down a slide and the slide's the force. Slide's not a force.
Actually, it is.
Force motion didn't come from the slide.
No, I see your point.
Yeah.
Fair enough. No, fair enough.
Wasn't the cause of the motion.
Someone brought up the velocity drop test. We're not.
He's trying to bail ice out.
That's the vacuum.
No.
Vacuum drop.
I don't need to be
Vacuum
bailed out. No. The point is not that you're asking for a cause that there is. The gravity is the cause. And
no, it's not. You haven't demonstrated that.
No, yeah, correct.
Ice J, what if I told you? What if I told you?
You're right.
What if I told you that there's a natural law, a physical law of nature, where with things that are more heavy, that are more dense. That are more dense in the medium that they're in. They have more weight, more gravitas. They're heavier. They fall. Okay, they go down. And things that are less heavy, they have more buoyancy, if you will, more levity. In the medium that they're in, they go up. This law of relative density. What is as simple as that? Just like hot to cold and high to low, you have heavy down and light up.
I think you cut out.
I said you have heavy down and light up. Heavy things go down, light things go up.
Yeah, but why down and why up?
Force is needed to make them go up.
Why does hot go to cold? Hold on, why does hot go to cold? Why not cold to hot?
Because they're opposites, but why not indefinitely?
What?
I mean,
oh my lord.
No, that's not why.
No,
it's because natural law. This is a physical law of nature. Why is energy neither created nor destroyed? You know, like these are just laws that we've discovered as men, right? And we don't know why they are. This is just how the world is. This is how
so why do satellites float?
Oh my goodness.
Because so you would agree that do you believe in satellites?
Can we just agree on what I said? Like that's plausible.
Okay, fine. I asked the wrong question.
Physical law of
I asked the wrong question. Yes. So you don't believe that we've ever shot anything out into space to like the moon or anything?
I didn't say that.
Do you believe we've been to the moon?
That's what you believe.
I don't think we've been to the moon. But I'm not saying the concept of gravity is impossible. I'm saying that they can't claim it started the way it started. I'd say I'm different than most of the flat earthers here. They'll completely like deny the possibility of it. They'll say until there's a demonstration, it doesn't exist or what have you. I think it's plausible. But you have to like admit, you have to concede that it wouldn't form the way that they claim that it formed. Like it forming, a ball of gas forming would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. It's impossible. So it would have to be created like this. There's no Big Bang or nonsense and gas giants forming. No, it would just be the creator. Allah created it like this.
Yeah, I mean, like if you think about it, imagine. Wait, so I assume the flat earthers, they don't believe in space.
50-50. Depends on their flat earth.
You got to be more specific than that.
I've never heard of
Is Earth a
space is a globe Earth thing.
Is Earth a planet to you?
Let's be really clear here. 3-dimensional space, height, width, length. 3-dimensional space is real. The vacuum of space is fictional.
So our planets.
So what do you think's above us?
No, not. Oh, hold on. Who the hell said that? Planets, also known as wandering stars, if you go by, older definitions or whatever. Wandering stars or planets, just like the sun and moon, are real, but they're not necessarily objects that reside in the vacuum space. Because the vacuum of space is not real.
There's the natural phenomena of the stuff in the sky that we all observe and experience, and then there's your story and your understanding of it that you have, and they're not the same thing.
Wait, so what do you think is in the sky?
Stuff.
Luminaries. What medium that they're in, I don't know, and we may never know. They might be in a place that's unreachable.
What about asteroids and comets?
Well, that's just, that's all. Well, comets are real, but they're not necessarily objects residing in the vacuum of space. In fact, they're definitely not. No, they're definitely not that, because we know for sure that there's no such thing as the vacuum of space. So even though comets are real, they're not things in the vacuum of space.
What do you think they are?
I don't know, but I don't need to know what they are to know that they're not in the vacuum of space.
Okay, but if one explanation can explain everything and is verifiable and then or repeatable and consistent and
explanation, not experiment. Remember that. You said explanation.
Well, you can run experiments. You test the hypothesis of the.
You can't even formulate one, dude. You can't even formulate one for gravity.
You could, but you wouldn't.
Look, if you like your story that much, like nobody's stopping you. Like, by all means, stick with it.
He's not talking about gravity.
Yeah, he kind of is. He's going to need that to hold the whole thing together. That's how you get like a gas ball and a vacuum and all that stuff that we're saying is impossible.
Okay, there's observations, and then there's the hypothesis.
You sound like him.
And we test them.
We're going to do the hypothesis fail again, or we're just going to run that again?
I give up.
Is he saying
gravity? As described by Einstein, it's a mathematical construct. It's not empirical. There isn't any real-world experiment you can do to verify any of it. It's math. It's numbers on paper, dude. It's abstract.
Nope. A feather and a hammer.
It's not empirical.
A feather. You drop a feather and a hammer in a vacuum chamber. If it's density only, which predicts weight or so on, then the hammer should fall faster.
Okay, are you varying and manipulating space-time to show that space-time is the underlying cause of density and buoyancy?
No, but it's disproving the idea that density.
Okay, so then, like I said, gravity's not empirical; it's a mathematical construct. There's nothing you can do to physically interact with it, to manipulate it or vary it in any way to show that it has this or that effect. It's only something you can just conceive of and just imagine and write stuff down about.
Wait. So I asked you what you think pulls things down, and you said
you're just begging the question that something pulls things down. So it's a loaded question.
Or why things fall down? It's density, right?
Well, if there's a lack of buoyant force, they'll go down. It's actually going to require a force to make them go up. There's a buoyant force to make them go up. Or somebody picking something up, that's applying a force.
Buoyant force.
No, like if you drop something, why does it fall down?
Because there's a lack of support from the medium. It's probably in air. Depends. If I dropped an apple in a pool, it would go up.
Well, yeah, but why would it drop in air?
It's relative density.
Okay, so relative density.
Well, yeah, you can test that at least and verify that. Yeah, that's empirical for sure.
Maybe there's a.
So what would fall faster? A hammer or a feather? Assuming it was in an air chamber.
Vacuous, yeah.
What difference does it make? What difference does it make?
Chamber. It makes the difference. You take out the air pressure.
Yeah, what difference does it make? The results you get from doing that.
The density because if density explains it, then the denser thing, the hammer, should fall faster.
Yeah, I don't know, because I've seen drop tower tests of different elements falling at different rates in a vacuum chamber. So I don't really know.
I mean, you can look at it. I mean, this is widely done. I mean, there's tons of.
I know that it gets said and repeated all the time that the hammer and the feather will fall at the same rate in a vacuum chamber, but we've seen lots of tests posted here where different elements do fall at varying rates, and then there's different arguments about, the experimental setup and whether it was flawed and blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to say I don't know.
No, there's massive, legit experiments where they've done this, where they built massive air chambers.
Start posting them. Let's take a look. Let's check it out.
Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah.
I mean, I don't see why it really matters because it's not going to verify space-time, but I mean, I guess it's kind of an interesting
No, but it disproves.
If we're going to put a pin on the space-time and just delve into this rabbit hole, I mean, what else we got?
No, but it disproves your only other conception for why air pressure would be lower at higher altitudes and why things fall downwards.
Which is what?
We're talking density.
You're under the impression that we're making claims as to something or another. It sounds like that. What claim have any of us made that you're addressing?
Oh, yeah, that many of the things that we've explained using gravity could be explained using this alternative explanation of air pressure. And I'm explaining now that falls apart.
What do you mean? Well, maybe I wasn't here for that part of the conversation.
Density, not air pressure, density. That's
relative density. By the way, I was going to tell you.
How are you debunking it?
The hammer falls same as a feather in a vacuum chamber.
That's not true, actually.
And this is why I send a video.
It's not actually true.
Yeah, actually, that isn't true. Because as Radwin demonstrated before, different elements fall at different rates in the same medium. So
elements? What?
Yeah, different elements fall at different rates in the same medium. So, you'll have nickel falling at one rate, you'll have iron falling at another rate, you'll have tungsten.
And if you were to put those in the graph, measure the data, it would align with the gravity.
It doesn't align. That doesn't make any damn sense what you just said.
What?
Even
wouldn't they be falling at the same rate in your example?
And then you're getting close to affirming the consequent with that.
Elements have different downwards forces. What?
Not in a. Well, according to you, not in a chamber where you.
Because they would have different molecular makeup, different density. So yes, they would fall at different speeds.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give you.
By the way, this whole bowling ball and feather thing, it's a hoax, bro.
It's not a hoax.
I'll tell you, man. Hold up, 1 second. If they increase the scale, because there's no perfect vacuum, right? You have to admit that it's a low pressure air environment, right?
I mean, yeah, it's the closest we can get to creating a vacuum chamber.
Sure, but it's not a perfect vacuum. So there's going to be drag. There's going to be some air.
No, it's functioning zero drag in there.
You could say it's a negligible amount, and I'd agree with you. In that scale, it's a negligible amount. But let's say the height of the drop was 10 times more, or 20 times more, or whatever. You're going to appreciate drag on the one that has higher surface area, with the increase of scale. That's number one. Number two, in terms of this feather. Hold up, 1 second. In terms of this feather versus a bowling ball or what have you. Actually, the more of a vacuum you have, the more air you pump out, the more dense the feather is, the quicker it'll fall. It'll fall faster than the bowling ball.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true.
It is true. I'll tell you why. No. Because feathers are made of beta keratin, and what they do is they trap air. So when you actively suck the air out with a vacuum or what have you, right, and you're trying to make a vacuum chamber, you're gonna reduce the volume of this feather, making it more dense, making it fall faster. You can fact check me if you want, but in the end, it's gonna be more dense than a bowling ball. I don't know about a hammer. It might be more dense than the wood of the hammer and not the metal, but yeah, so it's gonna.
They fall at exactly the same.
Again,
they reach the ground at exactly the same
scale.
time.
It's only small scale. If you increase the scale, you can't deny that there's drag.
What distance are you talking about? 1 foot? 100 feet? 50? What are you even talking about? Dropping? What distance are you talking about?
What was the hammer distance? It was
6 inches.
On the moon? Are you talking about on the moon? When he drops it from his abdomen.
Kind of got us off on the garden path here, since this sure isn't proven space time.
It looks like it's empirical. 100. It looks like near 100 feet.
There's nothing you can do in the real world to interact with space time and show it caused anything. You can only write mathematics about it and try to match them to what you saw.
I am curious for IceJJ Fish, like, why is gravity such a? Gravity is the attracting force between two bodies, right? How can
No, if you go by Einstein, it's not.
Well, that's just the thing that he's been operating under. So I'm just using that.
That's not Einstein. That's Newton.
That's what he was saying, though. Earlier in the conversation, you guys brought up like even Einstein switches, and he was like, "Okay, fine, I'll give in. Maybe not Einstein."
But even Einstein stuff was a bunch of nonsense. He was saying gravity is the warping of space and time. Space-time is a concept, and you cannot warp a concept.
Einstein's predictions keep getting validated. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. His math
getting dark matter to save your life or what? Dark matter? You never heard of it?
I know what dark matter is.
Okay, so that's Einstein stuff not making sense. Because we see gravitation without, like, so-called gravitation, without anything to like cause the space-time bending for that thing.
And don't forget dark energy after that. They had to come up with something after that. Dark energy. There's more dark energy than there is dark matter in the universe. Wow, aren't you amazed?
Einstein was retarded. Einstein was legit retarded. To think that time and space, two like conceptions, like I think it was, who was it? Orion that mentioned that? To think that they could bend, that they could have physical properties, is just retarded. Newton was infinitely smarter than Einstein just on account of that alone.
Well, Newton said that masses attracting was
non-physical things is just stupid.
Yeah,
I think Newton was.
Yeah, you can't. That's what I keep saying is you can't physically manipulate an abstraction or a concept. You can't interact with it in the physical world and produce any physical effect on anything with an abstraction.
Yeah, that doesn't
we'll have
really
inches jumping. We'll have seconds dancing. Some stupid crap, man.
I was just going to bring up to IceJJ Fish that I don't think there's any provable way we can test that we're attracting versus getting pushed towards each other, right? Like there would be a difference in that. But
pushed by what?
Well, I mean, it's neither if you go by Einstein.
I know,
but like, yeah, there isn't
just abstract ideas, right? So how can we prove that the apple is getting pulled towards the Earth versus the apple is getting pushed towards the Earth?
You can't. There's absolutely no conception of gravity that anybody can test experimentally. So yeah, you're right. You can't. You can't.
No.
It's just like the apple fell, thus for it has to be gravity.
No, but a pull is another way of saying
exactly. Well, you're right. You got it.
A pull is another way of saying a push.
No, it's not. Those are very different things. They just result in the. Are you saying that because it results in the same outcome equals the same thing?
No, like if you are in a wave, like if you're in a current and you're going one way, you can say you're being pulled or you're being pushed.
That's not how currents work, though.
No, but if you're going in one direction,
pulled or pushed, you are being pulled or pushed. It's one or the other. You can have the same outcome. You can end up on the same beach in the same place of the world, but different things happen to you.
But it could be pulling me in one direction, and I could describe it as being pulled or pushed.
Yes,
depending on my point of reference.
Describe a water as a Kool-Aid, but it's still water.
No.
The question is, how are you proving what liquid this is?
I could say the water is pulling me away from where I was, or pushing me away.
But one of those would be wrong.
Or swept away. That's usually the term they use. So it was swept away by the current.
Thanks.
I'm just saying that you couldn't prove.
Pulling is, from one vector, whereas pushing is from. It's like
completely, and even in this example, gravity would still be a thing. But I'm just saying that you can't fundamentally, like on its basis, you cannot fundamentally prove gravity. You just have to work with the assertion that it's correct.
All you can do is try to describe it mathematically.
No, but okay,
what you think is going on. My thing I keep saying over and over again, though, is there's nothing you can do physically to validate it with an experiment.
But okay, these are all misnomers. You're saying validate it, prove it, but those are misnomers because the very definition of what you say is validate and prove excludes what we know and understand as gravity.
I think you're using misnomer in the wrong way.
Space-time?
No. It's like when you say prove gravity, you're asking for something which is gravity is not proved by it's
not provable, period.
A mathematical description of somebody's concept of how stuff falls or what causes that to happen.
Or
a whole bunch of other stuff too.
No, I can give you proof. Like I can give you different types of proofs of gravity, but I'm sure you're not going to accept any of them.
Well,
because
all of your proofs are based off of like other hypotheses, or all fundamentally based off of a wonky foundation. So then, if we can't even trust the foundation, then how are we going to?
No, it's not.
Just try to come up with something empirical that you can actually validate in the physical world.
100%. No.
So how would you
choose
test
gravity? Choose gravity. Are you going with mass attracting mass, or are you going with bending of space?
How would you test it practically? Realistically, how would you test it?
That's our point.
That's your problem, dude. You're the one who wants to claim it. I'm telling you,
This is my problem. He's
crowdsourcing his
your reasoning for why your explanation for why something doesn't exist is that it can't be proven to some standard that you believe in, which doesn't even exist. Like I can't say you can't prove this person's angry because it's impossible to prove someone's brain states. So you can never say they're angry. It's like that person is clearly angry. We know what anger is. Gravity is stronger.
Is this science? Is this supposed to be natural science, bro? Because that's what has within natural science there are standards for establishing cause and effect relationships of natural phenomena. Is that what you're trying to do? Are you trying to establish or adjudicate or understand a natural cause and effect relationship? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Then you better be using the damn well scientific method, bro.
See, that motherfucker in Aussie, he know what up.
Thank you. So with the scientific method, if you're making a statement that you can't use a scientific method to investigate, they're not really making much of a scientific statement.
I agree. So then what is the point in saying gravity is real if I cannot investigate that statement? I agree with you 100%.
Because you can make experiments to test the assumptions of whether or not it's real.
I can't test it. I can't test it is the whole point.
That's what I've been asking you for, man.
Okay, what is the tests? We're going deja vu mode, buddy.
That's the third time.
It's like gravity. Gravity is a word that we use to describe what we call a force. And that force you can say is the push or the pull, but either way,
it's neither in the current space-time lore, dude.
I'm
sure. Just ask the Australians because they're supposed to be upside down.
Yeah, things going from higher density to low density. Why do you think they go from high density to low density?
Why are you asking me the question? You claim to know the answer. Now, where's the experiment that demonstrates?
What are you talking about? Higher density.
Gravity. So what? It's all a mishmash because you say gravity, but now you've redefined it from what we agreed upon earlier, which was Einstein. It's supposed to be space-time a minute ago.
You're not even making sense anymore. You're not even making sense. Going from higher density to lower density does not make sense.
That's your explanation.
It sounds like it's a placeholder word that you're using for whatever it is that causes that. Yeah, whatever it is that causes that effect, we're just going to call it gravity.
No, but your best explanation is high density to low density is why we have wave, right?
No one said high density to low density. We said heavier things that are higher density in the lower density medium go down.
Medium? What medium?
Yes.
Like air?
If it's a heavy thing in a lower density medium, yes, then it'll go down.
Air, water, lava, rock.
Okay.
That's why you fall in air, but you'll float in water.
Why?
Density.
Because you're less dense than the water and more dense than the air.
Hey, smartass! Remember when you were asked about why hot goes to cold?
Down or not?
Hey, smart guy. Remember when you were asked why hot goes to cold? You said because they're opposites.
Yeah, no, it was a knee-jerk, not a very good reaction.
That's what she said. Okay. Yeah, you're just trying to cloud up the waters from the fact that when you were talking about all this gravity and space-time, you had nothing. And now you're telling us, well, no one has anything. Just talk over me, thanks.
Well, no.
Bro,
we have everything. I have stuff that explains everything.
You only have explanations, bro. You have no demonstration, no tests.
I have a conception that somehow explains everything that we see.
It doesn't.
It does.
It is just a conception.
What is not explained by gravity? What is not explained by gravity and then laws of the universe?
Why? How did the gas
you guys have to invoke dark matter and energy for?
Or how did the sun even form? How about that? How did the sun form?
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, it was just a bunch of gas floating in space, right? That should be going away from each other.
You don't even wait. What do you think the sun is?
Well, I'm just asking you. How did it form
It's an
in
internal
your
critique.
model? How did it
It's-
form
it's,
in your world model? Is my
It's a
question.
hot orb. It's a hot, bright orb in the sky. How about that? Let's just go with that.
No,
That's what
let's
it
go with
looks
the
like.
internal critique. It's gas. Let's say it's gas. Go ahead. Explain how the gas.
Well, no,
formed.
I'm just looking how Ice JJ Fish sees it from his world model. His world.
I know. That's why I said internal critique.
Oh, my world model is the world model, which is it's a star which is formed out of it's gas and dust which collapse on itself. And
Whoa, dude.
Okay.
It collapsed on its own gravity. And then
What type of gas? What type of gas was it? Quick question. In your world, because I know what the globe view model is. It's supposed to be hydrogen gas, which hit each other
Hydrogen,
super
helium.
hard
How did
and
hydrogen,
fast,
helium-
and then they started pooping out helium and iron because it was such a massive chain fusion reaction. But how did they even condense into each other if helium doesn't do that?
Gravity.
What are you
Word,
talking
brother.
about?
Word, I guess. We're
gas
just going.
evacuates. It's in 1 times 10 to the negative
It's in a
17 torque.
vacuum. It's in a vacuum.
How is it not going to
The most
evacuate?
powerful vacuum of all time, and it's helium gas that is getting pulled together somehow. I don't know how that
that's a troll.
works.
They're clowning on you, saying stuff like that, man, and having you believe it.
To add to that point, helium is the second least dense element.
That's what
with
I'm saying.
Hydrogen being number one.
It's nuclear fusion.
What do you mean? That's the question of how did we get there? If the
How they fused
universe
together.
started as a bunch of hydrogen and helium gas. I mean, technically, according to you, it started as a bunch of protons, neutrons, and quarks, and then they started getting together and created
say
hydrogen
me.
and helium, and then those got together. How did they even get together? If they're in a vacuum that's pulling everything apart, and they're the least dense elements, they should be pulled apart the furthest.
Yeah, how'd they press pause on the second law of
I
thermodynamics?
don't know how they It was a miracle.
I mean, how they
Wait,
pull
I
together.
can play the
They
Glober.
have-
Hold on, I can play the Glober for a second. It's because there's so many atoms. There's just so much mass and so much material that makes up the sun. You got to understand the sun is very big and the Earth is very small, and even the sun is many times larger than Jupiter, and the Jupiter is many times larger than the Earth. Don't you understand that?
I'm just curious how it even got together in the first place. Like,
Yeah,
how did
okay, but again,
how did it start the tiniest little moon
this
and
is
then
such a-
form
this
into the
is such
sun?
a- This is such a diversion. This is such a diversion.
You couldn't even answer gravity. I'm just trying to get off the deja vu train.
No, you said you're the one who said you had you said you had explanations for everything. You should expect
No. I asked you to explain
your
why things move
explanations
from.
to be asked about.
No, I asked
You're
you to
talking
explain.
about gravity, and I'm saying how is gravity going to work during the boom of the universe, according to you? How did
During
the
the
sun
boom of
even
the- God, how much
form?
longer?
How did the
Just
sun
demonstrate gas pressure?
Can you answer my
Just
question
demonstrate gravity holding gas down, bro.
That's what
We'll be done with it.
Can you demonstrate my point? Can you answer my question?
What, bro? I kind of did, but
No,
go ahead,
you
ask
didn't.
again. Ask again.
Why do things move from high density to low density?
We're not dealing with that. I already asked you a question.
They're opposites.
No,
Things
but
move
that
from
was
high
what I asked before you
density.
said that.
They're opposites. No,
No, but no, seriously.
No,
things
that
move-
was his answer.
Things I know it was just funny. Things
And
move
I
from high
admitted that I
density
gave
to
a
low
shit.
density
I
because
gave
of the medium that they're in. So if you're in air and you are a denser object than the current air that you're in, you will go down.
I just want to
How
point
about
out
this? How about this?
simplest-
Right, so,
that's like
what
the
is all this
simplest
for?
explanation.
Damn, you
What
niggas
is all this
suck.
for? What are you trying to get to? Are you trying to prove outer space exists? Can any one of you guarantee me that you know for a fact that outer space exists?
I'm
Yeah,
just
I've been.
curious why
I've been.
JJ Fish.
Yeah, just look
I
outside,
can
bro.
guarantee you.
Go outside at night. Okay.
Yeah, and
I can guarantee you it exists.
Yeah.
yeah, how? How?
Like 100% probability, bro. It's like it's not even a question.
Yeah, like 100% money back guarantee, like a warranty. What sort of guarantee are we getting?
I
Pretty
can
much.
tell you this.
Extended
I can tell you how to
lifetime.
prove it. Yeah.
You don't need to
become
prove it, bro. Just
successful
go
enough
outside.
to become successful, be an astronaut, go to space.
Just
Did you do
drop an
that?
apple, bro. It
Flip it.
proves it. Just drop
Or,
an
or
apple.
build something, launch it in space, see what happens.
Did you do that?
No, many people have.
Who?
What?
Who?
Private corporations that launch satellites, astronauts, engineers. I mean, it's like What do you mean?
Can I just specific example of something going to this place?
Everyone is
that
into
natural
space.
law dictates can't be real. Can you provide like a specific example
Of what? Someone going to space?
of what you said? Yeah, if anything, anybody going to space. Yeah.
I mean, there's the
And then
International
Jason,
Space
near
Station.
perfect vacuum, like beyond the layer of
International-
gas that you call the atmosphere, with no boundary between the two.
Yeah. The satellite imagery of the moon shows human flags and shit on it.
Satellite imagery of the moon. Want to post the one that you find most compelling?
Or not? Wait, not satellite imagery of the moon. Imagery of the moon.
Imagery of the moon. Like what? Like the picture I took with my iPhone?
And videos.
Hey, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you, Ice.
Yeah, me too.
Want a picture
Actually,
of it?
that sounds like a better conversation than the one that we're having. Let's just do that.
It's a nice bridge. You can set up a toll. Just leave the money there. I'll pick it up in the morning.
I got a space bridge to sell you. How about that?
Sounds expensive. Pictures and shit, he says. Scott's got love that.
I'm tired of trying to reason with this guy. I'm just going to cash in on him.
Hey, maybe this will make him feel better. Hey, buddy, I used to believe that at one point in time in the future, we were going to have a carbon nanotube elevator to space. I believed that. We were going to build that on the equator.
Why would we ever do that? For what reason?
That's not even why. It's the fact that I believed at one point in time in my life that such a thing is possible.
Yeah, but
like
you kind of have to like
Santa
think,
Claus.
why would someone want to do that in the first place? Like,
I don't know what you're on about.
Wait.
But anyway, as I'm
Because that's like
continuing,
billions and billions of dollars for what?
Well, who's talking?
Sorry.
Anyway,
That's
as I was saying, it's kind of like believing in Santa Claus. Like, you can believe in Santa Claus, but there's
That is not the same level, bro. Santa Claus and Earth.
Damn, nigga, you ain't gotta do me like that, bit nigga.
Yeah, bro.
Bit nigga. Fuck
What are your comparisons are so random. Like,
Yeah,
it's not
look,
the same.
Yeah,
It's a
look,
fairy tale.
Do you think satellites exist?
No, there's no such thing as an object that's falling in an orbit around the Earth. That's a fairy tale.
Wait, so then what do you think satellite data comes from?
So, like, what is your phone connecting to?
Towers or hardware that's suspended up in the air, probably with balloons or something.
Balloons.
And you think
Where are these balloons, bro?
you
I've
think
not
we have
seen
balloons over basically
Just
most
so
of
you
the
know,
globe?
NASA, do you guys want to take a guess on what organization on the surface of the Earth is the number one purchaser of helium?
That
What
or
organ-
relative density.
Helium.
Yeah, of helium. Helium gas.
For balloons! Oh my god, you're a genius, bro. You cracked the code. The Earth is flat. Helium.
It's NASA.
Oh my god.
NASA
Yeah, no
is,
shit.
is the number one purchaser of helium out of every organization on the Earth.
Yes,
Earth
because
has
we
to be
have
flat
we also
now.
have balloons. We also have balloons that measure
But why,
weather.
let me ask you over. It's like, why do you think NASA would be buying so much helium, such a large portion of the whole world's supply of helium?
Wait. But what device do you think creates gets the data then? Helium doesn't collect data.
No, I'm saying, buddy, connect the dots. I'm saying that the helium is for balloons. Don't you get that? Duh. And they
Yeah, but what devices do you think they have connected to these balloons?
Just like the same hardware that they say is falling around the Earth in the orbit. It has satellites
And there's
on
no
it.
pictures of these anywhere.
It's not like, no, it has solar panels on it.
So then where are the images of all these balloons?
Oh, I've got a few if I can dig on my phone. Maybe some guys can find them faster. And you guys want to post these sataloons, we like to call them sometimes?
I got a question. If you're out in the middle of nowhere and you have like an iPhone like 16, and you know how they can like connect to the satellite to send messages, even though there's no like service towers nearby, like how do you explain that?
Well, stuff could be up in the air. He's talking about.
No, but like
he's
this is
hoping
like it has to
satellite.
be so
let me
high
talk to Ed
to do that,
Bassmaster. Yeah, Ice. Hey, Ice. You're interested in talking about satellites because somehow you think that makes the Earth a ball. Well, if the Earth is a ball, do you have any? Would you like to point to any surface curvature of this ball, or is it just stories upon story upon story?
You can watch.
It's all a lie for the government to lie to us.
Yeah, that's right, Ed Bassmaster.
Right.
Look, we
for
can look at
folks like you.
Obviously.
satellites in the space station rotate the Earth. You can look at live
Okay, that's what I'm
streams of it
talking about, the
rotating
Earth. Okay, so do you have any evidence that the Earth is a ball for these satellites?
Yeah, I can send you a live stream of it of a
No, that's not going to work. That's not going to work
media
because
isn't real.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I could send you. I could send you satellite or imagery of the Earth.
yeah.
Over
So why don't you send that picture? Why don't you send that picture and let me know what landmass is being depicted, and we'll look at the curve.
landmass?
Yeah, we'll look at the curve.
No. It's not about,
we'll look at the landmass, and we'll see if it works.
My point wasn't the curve. No, my point was that if you go across the pole, you will.
No, dude, you're bringing up satellites because you think it substantiates that the Earth is a ball.
No. The satellites are not far enough from the Earth.
I'm sure. Yeah, there's all kinds of shit up in the air. Yeah.
No.
There's all kinds of shit up in there.
The satellites rotate the globe. They rotate.
Okay, so do you have any evidence that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, the satellites move and they don't.
Okay, that's circular reasoning, dude.
No.
If the Earth is a ball because the satellites go around the ball Earth. Yes,
if you go in a straight direction,
it's clear.
If you go in a straight direction and you go forwards and you end up back where you started, you are on a ball.
That's a paradox and also show us. Yeah.
What?
It's a paradox and also show us.
It's a paradox.
Yeah, you'd be going in a circle.
Yeah, a straight direction, you said.
Yes, if you went around, if you circumnavigated the Earth.
Okay, yeah, you went around in a circle.
Yep.
No, I'm saying satellites and the space station.
Okay, so do you have evidence that the Earth is a ball?
Yes,
that if you go,
orbits are supposed to be elliptical. They're not straight lines, dude. What are you talking about?
If you look at the images of overhead and you map out the planet, eventually.
Yeah, that's what I asked you to do. Show me your favorite picture and tell me what landmasses are being depicted.
What landmasses are being depicted?
I love it when they repeat shit.
Sure, I mean because
okay,
it's like
drop that in the chat.
That's not what. That's not what. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'll look for. It's just so weird.
Well, dude, you've been tap dancing for 2 hours.
Here, I'm gonna send.
It's kind of weird.
Images.
He's googling. A Google Earther.
Can you believe that?
You think I take images from my phone?
No, he was. I'm surprised he was pontificating about something that he's now only googling.
No. I'm getting a good photo of it. I can. My desktop, fucking PC desktop, is the Earth.
You know who's the number one purchaser of Adobe Photoshop? NASA.
NASA has a budget of 38 point something billion.
How many times did they have to buy it?
No. But the idea that NASA is somehow controlling some global conspiracy is fucking crazy.
Okay.
If you think that the government isn't controlling you, you're the sheep.
No, but
you guys sound like a couple of bootlickers.
Damn straight. You just listen to whatever anyone tells you. Don't even question it.
Projection. You have a black tongue.
Actually, I scrape my tongue. I don't know, bro. These Globers are kind of stupid.
All right, LARP.
Here you go. Because I want to be clear, you think the Earth ends at the pole, right?
What? Just post your favorite picture.
I mean, my favorite picture? Fuck, I'll just do the one.
Dude. Yeah, you're such on like overdrive, hoping that, like you said, that this is all crazy. It's sort of bled into your ability to have a conversation. You're just kind of you've been spazzing for like 2 hours. You're actually a little bit better than you were a couple hours ago when you were trying to get what's his face out of his quagmire. Ingersoll.
I'm taking my time because I want to.
Did you just post a blue marble?
So can you admit that you were talking out of your ass? You were pontificating about something, and now you're spending time looking it up.
No, I'm not pontificating. I don't have photos.
You were
of the Earth
pontificating.
No. I'm making no.
You're saying I have a picture from. I've seen Earth. I've seen a picture. Yes, obviously. Show it to me. Well, let me find it. I have to find a good one. You can't find the one I'm looking for.
No, because my point. No. My point was if you go past the.
Let's talking more searching, please.
No. A photo cannot prove. You cannot take a photo of all directions of a globe. You cannot the fact that it's a globe is the reason you cannot take a photo of both.
Some live stream video.
Yes, that it goes around. That it goes
okay, let's
forward.
See it.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see it and let us know what the land masses that are being depicted.
Okay. Landmass.
Let's see it not from the vantage point of the satellite that's supposed to be doing the orbiting.
Then from the vantage point of what?
Exactly.
Reality.
It doesn't exist. Nobody's ever witnessed or filmed a full orbit. They've just seen something move across the sky, or claim to have shown footage from allegedly a camera attached to the thing that's allegedly in orbit, right? Nobody has ever witnessed something orbiting another thing.
I mean, look at this video right here. Like the fact that look at this. This is a spacewalk video.
Would you look at that?
Dude,
look at that guy in the chat.
Just look at it. Would you just look at that?
Dude, you're muddying the waters about what you were. You said satellites exist, therefore it is a globe. I've seen the globe from these satellites, and now you're just talking about moonwalking videos.
No.
I'd rather see the Jackson Hole.
I'm trying to give you. I can give you a live video, but my point is, if you want a time lapse which goes,
you can give me something that you think is a live video. You can give me something that you've never considered. Possibly the curve is being created by a lens. You could give me something, and you wouldn't be able to tell me what land masses are being depicted.
Wouldn't be able to what? No. If I give you a satellite,
dude, you're vague. You're a vague individual.
Vague.
Tactically.
I'm trying to think of what will convince you because I'm looking at. I'll just send you. I'll start sending.
Dude, a massive head injury. That's about the only thing that would convince me that I'm on a spinning ball chasing a dying star.
Well, because I could send you. You won't believe a live stream. You won't believe a time lapse.
How do you even know it is a live stream? And have you considered that the curvature of that is created by a lens?
Yeah, but what about a spacewalk video? Where they're literally astronauts.
Literally, huh? I think you have a misunderstanding of the word literally.
When they're astronauts.
So if I show you a picture of Superman, is that Superman literally flying?
If it's a real image.
Okay.
And it's backed by science, but look.
Backed by science. See, that's what I'm talking about when I say you're vague. You might think that means something, but it reeks of desperation.
Everything you're saying against the idea that the Earth is a globe is that you're not arguing on the basis of science?
No, we're identifying that all being pseudoscience.
Okay. Yes, on the basis of science.
You have wax in your ears?
Yeah. No.
Well, you've been spending too much time scraping your tongue. Or maybe that's the other guy. I don't know. Work on your ears. What you think is science isn't. What science proves that the Earth is a ball?
Experiments, tests.
Mr. Vagity, which experiment?
Observation. Oh, yeah. Yeah, testing the hypotheses. Again.
Okay, go ahead.
Dropping
Let's hear all
things.
about it.
No, again. When you ask
Dropping
what experiments
things.
prove, no. When you
Dropping shit.
no. When you
Drop a
say
balloon.
what
Drop a
experiments,
helium balloon.
When you say what experiments prove gravity, you are asking
ball,
when you are asking
ball.
What experiments prove gravity?
You're saying I'm denying science.
You're
What science
defining
am I
gravity.
denying?
No. You are denying any type of proof I could give you. You are,
for example,
a logical proof. A math.
You've got to be doing this on purpose. Ed Bassmaster, are you hearing this guy?
Like no. Like I can
Would
give
you
you
just
an image
believe that?
in
Oh my
space.
goodness.
You'll say it's a lie. I could
Would
give
you
you.
just look at that?
Well, have you? I don't think you've scrutinized these things
I could
that
give
you're
you
wanting
data.
me
No,
to
I
buy
could give you data.
wholesale.
I could give you data.
Hey, Ice, bro.
I can give you data.
It's funny.
You would believe
Would
it's
you
a lie.
always say what you can give,
and you
but you
look
give
at
nothing.
it, the Earth is flat, buddy. If you just go outside and look at it, it's going to be flat. It's not curved.
All
buddy.
right, Ed.
Just look.
We get it. You're coping.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah, you gotta get a context of.
So get specific.
Size. I mean, you're saying it's all lied if it's even an image. Look. Okay, lunar eclipses. How do you explain that? Except for
now you're gish galloping. You're running away from your previous claims.
No. My claim was that my previous claims were all ways in which gravity and the globe aligns with explains all of our explanation of the world and so on, and that it's the most likely, and that you don't have anything that could even explain it otherwise, and it works. And it is.
You want me to blow smoke up
whatever
your ass?
word you want.
Make you happy?
Call it God's. You can call it God's will. We can measure it. The force of what we call gravity, reproduce it, and it explains everything. So
you produce gravity.
Do I produce gravity?
No, you just said we produce it.
No, I didn't say we produce gravity.
Anyways,
I said no. We can reproduce
space-time.
No. We reproduce our experiments or our techniques.
Yeah, but when people ask you for an experiment, you don't give anything.
No. Everything using the assumption, like gravity is something that we can prove using. I mean, our observations lead us to show that there is a force or something that pulls things downwards. You can call it air density, which we can say
let go of a helium balloon.
What?
Everything has a gravity that is produced. What are you talking about?
Of a helium balloon.
Yeah, and then the weight, the air pressure inside.
Where's your gravity there?
Air is escaping.
Dude, humans produce gravity.
Oh, wait. A closed balloon is at the air pressure inside. The weight. Yeah. The weight inside.
Oh, so it sounds like you're talking about specific gravity then.
What?
Any object that has a mass has gravity. Or produces gravity, actually.
Yeah.
It's its own gravitational field.
Okay, so why does a helium balloon go away from the surface of the Earth?
So you kind of already answered that question. I can look it up and give you
I don't think so. Why don't you answer it?
It's because of air pressure.
No, relative density.
No, air pressure.
No, relative density, specific gravity.
Specific gravity?
Yeah, the helium balloon is less dense than the surrounding air, goes up.
So you believe in gravity?
Specific gravity is what it's called.
Okay.
Did you miss that day in school or what? I mean, I'm an idiot flat earther, and I remember taking that test.
But so that's still a form of gravity.
I bet you didn't.
It's literally there's two forces.
It's relative
gravity
density.
that points down, and there's a buoyancy that points up, and the buoyancy is greater than the gravity. Just because of the density.
You're not helping, Ed.
How? There's two forces that are being pulled on the balloon. There's one pulling down.
I think Ed is trolling. He's been trolling in the side chat.
Yeah, he's trolling, but he's also just talking out of his ass.
How? It's literally physics.
Literally, say it. I love it.
It's literally physics. I take AP physics.
So you're saying objects are attracted to one another?
You've never heard like gravitational pulls? What? Yes.
Okay, I would like to see an example of two objects being pulled together because of gravity.
Because of gravity?
Yeah, the Earth,
gravitational
the Earth
pull?
and air. Air and the Earth.
Here they go repeating shit.
Earth and the sun. They rotate around each other.
Dude.
What?
Something that we can...
That's what we can prove. We're looking for provable shit.
How's that not provable?
So wait.
So how do we know we are?
Isn't proof of the story.
So everyone who's built and launched a satellite or a space station or anything to space is part of a conspiracy.
They're looking at computer screens, dude.
No. People who
believe it.
Who are involved?
No, they
in the
believe it. They believe that the Earth is a ball, just like you and Ed.
They built it. You believe they're lying? It's a criminal conspiracy.
No, you can put stuff up in the air.
Do you think Ed Basemaster is lying, or do you think Ed Basemaster genuinely believes in the physics he was taught?
No, Ed Bassmaster, he's LARPing, but he's not able to keep track of his own bullshit.
I'm just agreeing with you, old horse.
I know.
People at NASA, 90% of them believe what they're doing. You saw how cheerful those Indians people were when they saw that shit land on the moon, quote unquote? They thought that shit landed on the moon.
What are you yapping about, pal?
What are you yapping about, Ed?
What's your point? We make
yapping about how the Earth is round, dude.
So you have to believe that there's a conspiracy of millions of people across all levels of society. Yes.
No, they just don't believe it, dude.
Yes,
did you not hear what me and Ed just said?
Enthusiastically naive like you are.
No. The amount of people that I've actually...
Muscle milk got each other's back.
Okay, if you were to build something that could build a car, and then you could test, whether or not it moves, or a plane. Let's say you built a part of you that built a plane. Would you? And then someone said, "Oh, planes aren't real."
What?
Okay, this is like a severe misunderstanding of what is going on. Me and Old Hoss are saying that there's a factory where they build cars, and nobody in the world has actually seen a car run. And then once they finish building the car, they put it away, and we can't see it. And then they're looking at machines that say, "Yep, the car is running. It's running perfectly." So everyone who built that car is looking at the machine, going, "It's running perfectly." And they're all
see
agreeing.
it take off.
Yeah, they saw the car leave the garage.
Yeah, they saw the car leave. They saw the car.
Then they sent it to the crusher. Dude.
What?
Yeah, I don't know,
man. People are expecting the car to work with its wheels and engine,
Obviously,
right?
When they show
saw it launch
just
off.
CGI, dude. They pre-record it, right? And they make everything to fool everybody.
I forgot who brought up 2001 Space Odyssey.
Okay, wait.
From the 60s.
Oh, I just remembered the point I made before about the why you asked me for an image or whatever was because
no, dude,
your conception of a map.
No, I'm not asking you for an image. I asked for an image after you brought up that you had an image.
Right, and the reason that came up, I remember, is because
the reason was because when you were doing your circular reasoning of satellites, therefore Earth globe, I said, "How do you have any? Show me that the Earth is a globe in the first place." You said satellites.
Yes, and why do you? And the reason
do you realize that's absurd?
Can I finish the sentence?
I don't know. Can you?
I don't know. Can I?
You haven't done jack in the last 2 hours.
Okay, I'm gonna try. What do you think what do you think the map of Earth or our experience of it is?
What?
Like what
of
do you
Earth
view
in its entirety? I don't know what the Earth is.
Of what we've observed. Like what map do you use?
We don't particularly.
It depends on where I'm going.
But like I said before,
where is
navigation charts work? So maybe look at some navigation charts.
No. Like positionally, if you are in California, is Asia and New York in the opposite or the same direction?
One is to the east, one is to the west.
Yeah, I think you know the answer to that.
You think Asia's to the west?
Yeah, you leave California, you'll go to Hawaii, and then
Do you think the
end up in
flat Earth?
Japan.
Wait, what
like
map
a
are you?
box?
What map? Wait, what map are you using? to
Last
base
time
this
I
on?
went to Hawaii, I just let the plane do its thing. Let the pilot surprise me.
Let me put this out to you, buddy.
The concept of
because I'll let you know, I wonder this myself. Like what you're asking me, I actually ask myself that often. Still, the answer is I don't know. Because the thing is, like,
Wait, you don't know what map you use?
the question you got to ask yourself is, how do you verify a map to be authentic? You kind of have to do a lot of work to really do that.
You travel and see if it lines up.
Yeah, buddy, but gotta keep in mind there's some problems here. Like, what I'm saying is, I've said this to a lot of people before, that like ask the question you're asking or similar questions to the question you're asking. I say to them, what you should do, what I actually already have done, not lately, but in years past, is that you should get politically active and point out to people two things. One, the Earth is flat and stationary. And two, there's this thing called the Antarctic Treaty that our American government is currently part of. And we should withdraw from it or edit it, one of the two, and revise it, you know. And the thing is, unless you get this to happen, you can't really validate one map or another map. So the whole map of the world and the limits of our environment might be one thing, or it might be another thing. But until that Antarctic Treaty and I think another treaty or so as well are actually properly dealt with, and we can do proper independent exploration over the entire surface of the Earth, you know, minus sensitive military bases and such things like that we don't care about anyway. You know, once we can independently explore over the entire surface of the Earth, enough so, then we can validate what map of the Earth is correct.
Hold on. But we've traveled. No, hold on. If you were to make a map of do you live in a city or a town?
Yeah, I live in a small city.
So if you were to, how would you map out your city? Like, do you trust the map of your city?
Sure.
Sure or yes?
Yeah, I mean, well, I trust it because it gets me, like, the maps that I have accessible to me. As long as they get me to where I'm going, they are functional. They serve their purpose.
No, but you believe the map, like you believe that what you're seeing is left and what you're seeing is right, top and bottom is accurate.
And everything that shows me is north, south, east, and west, and such on. But keep in mind, my city I live in is only a handful of square miles.
Okay, no, of the U.S., for example. You believe the map of the U.S.?
Relatively speaking, yeah. It might.
What do you
mean? What I mean by that is, I think there's a good chance that in reality, like you'd see it on a globe or Google Earth or whatever, like it might be in reality ever so slightly elongated, or the other way, you know, compressed. But the general shape, yeah, I'd say, yeah.
Right. That's what I was asking. Yeah, right. That's what I was asking. Because obviously,
I'm not going to argue the general shape of it or the general size.
Obviously, yeah, maps have their own, adjustments, and so, but
and remember, maps are flat.
Okay, yes. So again, we've mapped the U.S., and it's fair to say Canada's above us and Mexico's, south of us, right?
Affirmative.
And Europe, you believe, is east or west of us?
To the east, over the Atlantic.
And what about Asia?
The flat level Atlantic Ocean.
What about Asia?
Well, that would be the other way, to the west.
Well, then, wait, so you can't go eastwards from the U.S. and reach Asia?
You can, bro. I want you to look up Flat Earth map.
This guy thinks traveling directionally is traveling in a straight line.
No, he's looking at the sea navigational map where it is a rectangle, and he's like, you can't go off the left side.
I literally asked for a flat Earth map, and you guys said you don't have one. that you do not know. You have no conception. So now you're telling me to look at a map, a flat Earth map, after telling me you had no explanation.
Because we have no
map.
conception of what the Earth actually like 100% looks like does not mean that I don't know.
No, but
I
I asked you
can't
for
get
a map, and you
Los
I asked for a
Angeles
map, and
to Nevada.
Told you.
Yeah, but I asked for a map, and you couldn't give me one. I asked for a map, and you couldn't give.
I told you why we don't have one. Do you remember why what I told you?
Correct, and he's now telling me to look at the map.
Oh, wait, repeat it to me. Repeat back to me. Why do we not have a map?
Because it's hard. You give a bunch of different reasons. I don't agree with the reasons.
Oh,
I thought
I
they were
gave you one clear, distinct reason. Were you listening?
that we can't verify.
Yes, we cannot validate it.
Yeah, I think you can, and that's the same way you.
Currently, not that we can't ever. Currently.
No, but the same way you validate the map of your town, the map of your city.
I disagree. I think you can't validate something, bro. If you go on like Google Maps and then you like put it in a place and you follow navigation, it'll like take you where you want to go. I feel like that's pretty valid. Is it not?
Yeah, but look again.
Google Maps has also driven people off of piers.
Valid.
Okay.
Wait. No. But so remember, I asked. Now I'm asking a question, and someone's like, "Oh, you obviously didn't check the flat Earth map," which I asked you for.
I told you to Google flat Earth map. Not that there is one map that is 100% the correct one, but if every map that is about the flat Earth is generally the same, it's round instead of a box. I don't know any of us that thinks
I asked. Well, no, but I asked before several times, and they said
you asked for a map. We don't have one.
They said there's nothing I can even look. There's nothing I can. You have no idea what the map looks like. I mean, it's. But we know. But I just asked them. They disagreed that Canada is north of America, South America is south of America, and that Europe is east of America, and that now they're saying so they are claiming to know the directions relative of places.
Yeah.
And you
do
can
I
map
know what the map looks like?
No, map. No, but that's called mapping. Like if you say something is north, you can put it above America, and then we put South America.
It would be cool if we had just like.
Wait, how do you validate it's north though? Like, how do you know? Like, how do you know like what is north?
You go
gravitational pulls.
Compass.
Is it north like a gravitational pull?
The same way you map. The same way you map your town. The same way you map your town.
AJ Fish, just for clarification, you're saying, do you have any map, regardless of how accurate it is?
No. I'm asking, what map do you believe? Like, do you have any map that you actually think is accurate? Because you guys have agreed that
Orion explained that. Orion already explained that there's no map we have that we believe is 100% accurate.
Oh, not 100%. Not 100%.
There is no such a thing as an accurate map.
Okay, but the point is, you do believe
there is no such a thing as an accurate map.
Okay, but Canada and Mexico are in the opposite directions from the U.S., right?
Yeah. And left, right and left.
Yes.
No, not just right. Right
pretty
and
much.
left.
Okay, okay, so we can all agree that they're in the opposite direction. So if you were to, on paper, just draw a circle, irrespective of distance, opposite directions. Europe is the east, right? East of the U.S.
I don't know how your brain is missing this. You're asking two different questions. Do we know generally what it looks like? Kinda. I would say most of us. Do we have a map? Was your question?
Nevada, west of Colorado, west of Kansas. I mean, what's going on
here? Generally, yes. I'm asking for a general fucking map. So I'm walking you through it so I can understand where you think places are. Because right now it seems Canada's.
You open the atlas.
South America's the other way. Europe is right. I don't know if
called Cartesian coordinates.
Okay, and Asia. So Asia and Europe are in the opposite directions of each other. Okay, so how would you get from
kinda? I'd say
if you're in the U.S. No. If it's flat, you're in the U.S., Europe and Asia are in opposite direction. Right?
Kinda, not really.
All maps are flat, dude. Did you get it?
It's not like so like north and south are clearly opposite. How can
muscle milk? Relative to the United States, how fucking hard does my cock kick your lips? Like how fucking hard does it hit?
Like if you were to travel to Asia and Europe, you've agreed that they're in opposite directions.
So hella soft.
North and south are opposites, right?
I love you, man.
East and west opposites, correct?
Yes.
north-south.
Directions.
Right?
South and west. South.
Not north-south. I don't know why I said that. Northeast and northwest are like kind of opposites, though. But they're both ultimately going both north, right? So you couldn't call them direct opposites, right?
They're 90 degrees.
Like this is so remedial, muscle.
No.
You
just said no. You go east to get to Europe.
They are
and you go west
to each other. They are not. They are not. They are not.
Yeah. Did you just figure it out?
You know, and you're saying you go west to go to Asia.
I will shut up. Okay, fine.
Okay, no.
And you're also going north to get to both.
How hard is Mike talking to hit your lift, bro?
Wait. So you think?
Give me answer, bro.
Now you're making.
What do you mean now, bro? You're failing to understand it.
No. You say Europe is east, and they curve around.
Europe is east. Yes. Europe is
Asia.
If I'm
is
standing in America,
being a flat Earth liability right now.
And okay,
I feel like his questions are so ambiguous that there's no way to answer.
If you go directly east from America, and you keep going east, what happens?
You mean directly east? There's like a fucking. How many miles is there from one top of the coast to the bottom of the coast? Where am I? Am I going directly east?
You go from America.
It doesn't matter if you're going east from America. You're not going from one coast, like the top to the coast.
Yeah, exactly. You're going east from America.
You're going
the
Atlantic Ocean.
Yes.
This is retarded.
If I'm going east from America, I'm gonna hit part of Europe.
No. Okay, wait. So, correct. So, and if you're going east from America and Asia is west, there is no chance you'll hit Asia if you purely go east, just in a straight line, horizontal.
Not directly, but Asia is the far east.
If I'm going straight east,
bro.
They just said, wait.
What?
If you go east, if you keep going east.
I mean, depends.
Then you
Yeah,
get to
it
Asia,
depends
bro.
on. It depends on
You're
how
gonna get
you're
to
doing.
Europe,
You're saying
and
east, like flat, right? Like straight east.
Remember when they used to call Asia the Far East?
Well, you said it. Europe is to the east of us, so if you go to the direction of Europe, and you keep going.
Have you ever heard the term Far East?
What is east of Europe? Question mark. What is east of Europe?
Well, on a globe, it'll be Asia. On a globe, it'll be Asia. You said, but no. How is Asia east of Europe but west of America, and Europe is also east of America?
How many minutes ago did I tell you to look
Because the
this
Earth
shit up?
wraps around.
I don't know how many minutes ago I told you to look this shit up, and you went, "No, but I can't." You could.
No.
Because
but if Asia is purely
longitude and latitude, and that's how the Earth is mapped out using longitude and latitude within the celestial sphere above your head. That's where your globe exists. That's where it's mapped out. That's where your latitude and longitude lines are, and your equator in the sky, not on the ground.
To be fair, he's talking about traversing the ground, going from Europe to Asia.
That was Jordan B. Peterson.
Yeah, and you're going to follow latitude lines. They're in the sky. That's how you're going to traverse it. That's how we navigate. We use the stars.
Wait. Do you believe that the east is a direction?
Yes.
Okay. So if you go in a straight direction,
west circles around north.
So, okay.
East and west are
with straight direction.
Wait,
I disagree. I don't think there's circles around north.
Hold on. He's saying he's going back to that straight direction stuff.
I don't know what he means by straight direction. He's being super ambiguous and semantic with.
Well, yeah, actually, I was going to address that a second ago. We should probably explain something to him. So, buddy, have you ever heard of a term called dead reckoning? Do you know what that means?
No. Oh, dead reckoning. I've heard the term. I don't know what that means. No.
What it means is someone, through one method or another, just traveling directly in one direction and not deviating from that one direction, not turning to the left, not turning to the right, just going forward.
That was my point. Yes.
So at least one of the people who were trying to point out to you what you were talking about, traveling over long distances, east or west, is not dead reckoning, as they were saying. You understand that? So as I was pointing out,
east is not a direction.
But it is a direction. It is a direction, but it's not dead reckoning. It's not traveling in a straight line.
But if it's not a straight line, then it's not a singular direction.
Well, look, buddy, you can travel in a pathway that's a straight line or a curved line. One way or another, you're traveling. You realize that, right?
No, but it's still in a...
Dude, you're getting hung up on him. I'm out, dude. I'm out. Dude. You're getting hung up on Orion using the word direction. You insert path, like he just said, because he confused you. Traveling directionally with the compass and dead reckoning aren't the same process.
No, but going in a straight line from one what you think
is not
east.
is not traveling directionally.
Okay, no. Mike, I get that.
You could not go east and travel in a straight line.
I get that. I get that. I understand. My point is, if you were to do a dead reckoning and just keep going forward,
I wouldn't be going east then at that point. I would just be, if I'm going straight, who knows? I might hit Africa if I'm leaving the east coast of America. Who knows?
No, you just said you'll hit Asia.
So who dead reckoned around the globe?
No, if I'm going east from the coast of America, I might hit Africa or something.
Wait. So what map do you think, do you have any conception of where things are relative to each other?
Yes.
Bro, Ice, you're talking to people that don't have a clue of how.
And you have a map for this?
You're wanting a clear answer. It's not going to work, bro.
I have a general idea of how it works. You know what? When I'm looking at that square, map,
okay, the latitude lines, are they curving or are they straight?
I don't care about latitude or longitude.
There we go. I mean,
are you kidding me, man?
What do you mean? Am I kidding you?
Okay, wait. So
this is a zoo, bro.
I don't know how to make this any clearer. If we're on a flat surface and you go in a straight direction and you keep going, like straight is not a weird concept. You go forward and you keep going. What the fuck happens?
Eventually, you go straight, bro. You go south, as far as I can tell.
So you circle around the globe. And then suddenly,
you'd be turning. You would be turning.
You can't be saying that unless you know for a fact that the latitude lines are curved.
You would be turning left or right at that point, depending on which direction you're going.
You guys are committing to the AE map without reason.
From what? What makes you turn? I'm saying go straight.
Bro, facts. Go straight how? Go straight how? You're not defining how you're going straight. Like
he's saying hypothetically he's going straight.
Yeah,
but how? Straight across, ridiculous. Like, am I following east perfectly, going straight, or am I whatever the dead naming or dead reckoning?
Let's say you're Superman. Let's say you're Superman and you're flying in a straight line.
No, you're not Superman.
Word. Superman flying in a straight line.
How is Ice J the most sensible person right now?
Would not wrap around the Earth. I don't know what would happen to Superman, but he wouldn't wrap around the Earth. He was going in a perfectly dead.
This is ridiculous.
How does it?
No, this is the second person today who had to conjure superpowers to save the globe.
It's a hypothetical. He wants them to deal with a hypothetical.
I don't.
Yeah, basically, nobody knows, bro.
Understanding the concept of traveling in a straight direction.
I don't.
And I'm trying to explain
this. How to answer
if you're on a flat surface, if you're on a flat surface in let's say New York City, and you go in one direction.
Yeah.
Where? Let's say you go north. What happens
eventually
if you keep going north in New York City?
You keep going north, eventually you'll start going south. I don't know what.
In New York City? In New York City?
Yeah.
If you go if you keep going north in New York City. What is north to you?
Muscle Milk, you got to stop replying if you don't know what you're talking about.
If you walk in a straight line in New York City.
He's asking.
If you walk in a straight line
he's saying within New York City. If you go north in New York City, you're not going to
only
going to go south after you.
I'm not leaving New York, is what you're saying?
No.
That's what
let's say you're in the center of New York City.
Cool.
You're in Manhattan or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's make this easier. You're in Manhattan.
Yeah.
You walk in a straight line because directions obviously mean different things to us. So you walk in a straight line in one direction towards the Bronx.
This guy, dude.
I don't know where the Bronx is. Is that north or am I going north or south?
Like,
why?
Okay, let's say you.
I don't know.
You walk in a straight line.
I don't. Ice JJ Fish can't pick a fucking definition. Are we dead? Are we dead rearing? Are we going east? Are we going north? Am I
only? North, east, north, south,
hold on. Hey, Plum Bob, maybe you can address this guy because no one else is getting through to him.
No,
address your concern. Hey, Ice, address your concerns to Plum Bob for a second.
No, you don't have to do anyone.
If you're in New York and you travel north in New York, you will move north to whatever the next destination is within New York. That's not what we're talking about here.
No,
We're talking about if you went north. If you went north and continued to go north, at some point in time, you would make it to the North Pole, the magnetic point where your compass is pointing to. And if you kept going in that same direction, you would be moving away from the north and thus be going south.
That's a globe, but that's a globe.
I'm not talking about navigating around a city. Like you're talking about navigating a city. No, that would happen on flat Earth too. There's a central point where the North Pole is. And if you went past the North Pole, you'd be going south.
So you can't traverse the South Pole?
Do you remember I was saying, I don't remember you were here like a while ago, right?
If you can traverse the North Pole, if the North Pole is the center, if the North Pole is the center, then what is the end? The outage?
Hold on. Yeah, Ryan, say it again. You were kind of breaking up, but he's motor mouthing.
Like what is the center and what are the edges?
No one's ever claimed to circumnavigate north to south. Did you hear me when I said that earlier? Plenty of people have done it east to west or west to east. Go all the way westward, come back where you started.
And how do you explain that?
There have been some claims, but
because the Earth isn't a ball.
They're going. I explain it by pointing out the obvious. They're going in a.
Is he cutting out for just me?
You're breaking up there, Ryan. You need to maybe disconnect and reconnect again. You broke up there.
It was a robotic problem.
Okay.
But I do want to hear the answer to that. I do want to hear that. I do want to hear.
East and west are circles around the North Pole, because when you go east, you're going to be using a compass. The compass will always be pointing north, and you will be constantly changing your direction and going in a circle to keep the compass pointing to the north. And the same as if you went west, it would be the opposite. The compass will point north, and you will keep adjusting yourself so that you continue to walk in a circle around the North Pole. That is east and west circumnavigation. It's a circle around the North Pole. Is the North Pole the center? I have no freaking idea, but I do
what
know
about
that
the South Pole?
To the North Pole. The South Pole is not a place that has a magnetic thing like the North Pole. There are some magnetic anomalies down in the south that are a little bit bizarre, but there is a central point of rotation of the stars in the south, like the South Pole, like we have in the north with Polaris.
You just said that wasn't
There's
a
one
place.
of those in the south.
You just said the South Pole wasn't a place.
I said it's not a place like the North Pole where there's a magnetic attraction. There's no magnetic attraction in the south, okay? So we don't have that kind of a pole there. It's not the opposite of the north. It has a rotation point.
What are you talking about, bro? Do any of you have
maps that
maybe this is too far advanced for you, but we do have two rotation points of stars that happen on the flat plane, like two gears intertwining between themselves, that causes the stars to move east to west, and that's what we see. That's all what we observe here on Earth, and that's what we got.
I'd like you to take Plumbob's answer, but scratch the part where he said there's no magnetic South Pole. He's wrong about that. The Earth is not a monopole, Plumbob.
I mean, why does everything? Why do compasses in South America, South Africa, and Australia all point to Antarctica as south?
They don't. That's just a lie. There are some anomalies.
Which one
down
doesn't?
In the south that causes to have to use magnetic degradation. Okay, but
anomalies.
They're anomalies because they don't make sense. There's no reason for them to be there other than the fact that they're there.
They make complete sense. They make complete sense.
Okay.
This is my point. This is my point.
You can believe that. So you can believe that there's another magnet down there pulling your compass. There's something down there pulling it. That's causing it to not point north, and they know that it doesn't point north, so then they've got to do a calculation on their maps and everything to make an adjustment so that their compass is pointing north.
No, but you just admitted that it makes our observation and experience of the real world makes no sense under your explanation or lack of
that's not what
explanation
I
of the
said.
world.
I said that there's some anomalies with the way that the compasses react down in the south that don't make sense. Some anomalies.
They don't make sense. They don't make sense if you don't have a globe model.
You don't have a globe model. You don't have one.
It's called it's called the globe Earth. It's called the Earth.
That's not a model. That's a paper mache thing. Crap.
Like, this is my point.
Yeah,
like your idea of the world, experience of the world makes no sense. Like, how do you explain lunar eclipses? Like, you're constantly experiencing things that don't make any sense to you. You have to kind of create these and not like say it's an anomaly.
Well,
it's like,
how do you explain the Selenilian eclipse? How do you explain the Selenilian?
Can we briefly just
How do you explain a Selenilian eclipse when the sun and the moon are both visible in the sky? How is that possible?
Oh, yeah, easy, because you can see both. It's like they're different directions.
So how can you have a lunar eclipse if the Earth is supposed to be making a shadow on the moon, if you can see the moon and the sun, and you're supposed to be in between them?
Wait, sorry, you got to say that one more time.
Selenilian eclipse. The moon and the sun are both visible in the sky at the same time, and you're supposed to be in the middle of them. How are you creating the shadow on the moon when you can see both at the same time?
Oh, I think it's mostly a feature of distance.
The shadow comes in the wrong way, too.
Yeah, you saying it's just a matter of distance makes no sense.
It doesn't make sense at all.
Good Lord.
Doesn't matter the distance, the angle, bro.
So in the meantime, the Earth is still measured flat, navigated flat, aviated flat, and practically used as flat. So we have that in our favor too.
No. It's quite simple. Like if you take a globe, you take a ball between 2 points. A lot of that ball,
he's talking. Listen, dude, you brought up lunar eclipses. It's obvious. It's obvious. This is time out. It's obvious. This is the first you're hearing of a Selenilian eclipse, correct?
A Selenilial?
A Selenilian eclipse. That was what Plum Bob was just talking about. Do you listen?
No, I heard that.
Okay, that's a type of lunar eclipse. And this thing that you're going to talk about, it's quite simple. Take a ball and another ball and make a shadow. Well, the simplicity of it is lost in the Selenilian eclipse because it's the opposite of what you're going to be demonstrating with your balls.
Oh, not at all. Because no.
So do you want to explain that? Oh, you okay?
Yeah. Atmosphere bends light. Easy.
So you're the one. You're the one with the explanations, the wacky explanations when there's an anomaly, not us.
No. I have an explanation.
Yeah.
No. It's not wacky. That's a functional explanation.
You're a Google as you go punk. I don't know why you're feigning such arrogance.
No. I don't say. I didn't say that. You claim anomaly. I claim atmospheric. I claim the atmosphere bends light. That's I can claim something which is true.
So that's predictable? You're telling me this? So the Selenilian eclipse is predictable. So you can predict when the refraction's going to occur. How do you do that?
Can I predict when the refraction's going to occur?
Spit it out, Junior.
ChatGPT, quick.
I don't know. You can use math.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you can use the refraction.
No, you can. Oh, okay. You said that they were predictable. Have you ever thought that maybe these are?
I said lunar eclipses.
And a Selenilian eclipse is a lunar eclipse.
No, but lunar eclipses. No, yes, but that's one type.
So you can predict the refraction occurring.
No. I didn't say anything about refraction because that's harder. I said under a globe model.
Just did.
No, I said lunar eclipse.
Bends light.
Yeah, a Selenilian is a lunar eclipse.
Yes, refraction. Yes.
So okay, so you're the one with the wacky explanation because all the other times that you're just going to go with your two balls and your shadows.
What?
You said it's quite simple. I can take two balls and blah, blah, blah. Well, like I said, your simple little explanation needs a wacky explanation when it comes to Selenilian eclipse, which is a type of lunar eclipse.
Yeah, but We could probably predict a
Okay, have you ever thought that maybe these aren't predictions, they're a cycle, and these are actually postdictions? That's how they know they're coming?
No, it's still both. Wait, postdiction?
Oh, it's clip it. A prediction and a postdiction is the same thing?
A postdiction is something where you knew something already happened?
No,
yeah, it's occurring on a cycle.
Found out the pattern, so they know when it's going to happen again.
Where your perception of it happens after the event.
What? No, man.
Dude, you're a word salad.
They've observed it in the past, right? This is the post part, so they can predict it in the future. It's just like a portmanteau of the words. So it's a post-diction
that's like
instead of a prediction. Because they've had past observations, so they figured out the cycle. The cycle in question for this, I think, it would be the Saros cycle. Is that for solar eclipses?
I mean, something we're saying a posteriori. I mean, no, it's using math.
Not math.
Yeah, but no globe bomb.
No,
it's called the Saros cycle. It's called the Saros cycle. There's no globe involved.
Well, actually, it is. There is a globe involved. And
no, there's no globe involved in the Saros cycle. It's a timing thing, and that's it.
No. But in the matter of eclipses, we're talking about the reflection of the globe on the moon on a lunar eclipse.
Yeah, the Saros cycle. The Saros cycle. It's a mathematical thing because it happens again and again. There's no globe involved.
So
there's
how
no
do you
globe.
explain the lunar eclipse?
How do you explain the Selenalian eclipse, bro?
No. Yeah, I gave you an explanation. You didn't accept it. Do you have any explanation for the lunar eclipse?
Okay, so you're saying that it's refraction for the Selenalian eclipse?
Yeah.
Right?
Do you have any explanation for the lunar eclipse?
Hold up. The issue is.
I
what makes the moon turn red? What makes the moon turn red if it's a shadow?
One thing.
How does the moon turn red if it's a shadow?
Can you answer the question?
How does the moon
one thing I
turn
want to say
red
is that they've historically predicted Selenalian eclipses days before, and this is not something that they can refraction. Yeah, there's an article where they.
Yeah, in the past, there's been other recorded celestial bodies other than the sun and moon, translucent bodies, things like this. You want an explanation? Maybe it's one of those.
I
don't know. That's a good question. Why do they turn? Why is it turn red?
Because red wavelengths reach the moon, and blue wavelengths generally.
Okay, so why aren't they all red?
What?
Why aren't all the eclipses red then? No, I'm not asking you to be more vague. Why is one red and the other isn't?
Why is one? Because
when's the last time you witnessed? When's the last time you witnessed an eclipse?
It's about scattering wavelengths.
When's the last time you witnessed an eclipse?
Probably a few months ago. I don't know. Whenever the last one was. I don't know. I don't know when the last time. I'm not huge into eclipses. Other people are.
Okay, you brought them up. I was just wondering. Okay.
Yeah, I was asking how you explain the shadow.
Bro, by the way, the moon is like red. It was red for me tonight, man. It's still red.
Yeah, I just gave you an explanation of there's been other recorded celestial bodies other than the moon and the sun. And you're the one that's presupposing that's a shadow.
No, but
they're not always clear cut round as you would like them to be.
They're pretty fucking round.
No, not all of them, dude. That's why you need to watch some more eclipses.
No, but again, it's an ovoid shape. It is not a complete ball. It matches up with the exact.
No, they're not always like that.
What?
They're not always just a clear cut orb.
Well, yeah, not the obviously photography. Yeah. It is always that. When is this? Give it to me. Send it to me. Yeah, send me the non-round eclipses that cannot be explained by the fact.
You've said you've seen them, so don't worry about it. I'll film the next one I see, and I'll ping you.
And again,
how about that?
If you were to.
What do eclipses
the next lunar eclipse, and we'll both watch it together. How about that?
Yes.
We should be talking about the surface of the Earth.
No, he's doing everything to avoid that.
No.
Oh no, actually no, actually no. I
When we asked you
I
for,
understand what
listen, I asked you an hour ago for some presentation of Earth's surface curvature, and you start going up into the stars.
Because you're asking basically a misnomer.
Excuse me?
A presentation of Earth curvature.
Yeah, if the Earth is a ball, why is it so elusive to present?
No, it's not elusive. You just won't accept
Okay,
it.
what do you got?
Well, the things that we got. Well, okay. Well, to answer the first question more in good faith, it's elusive because, by your own admission, you understand that the globe and the world is massive. So, from an individual perspective,
how big is it?
I don't know the exact size of the Earth.
Okay, then you're talking about you.
I can look it up. I can look it up. But
I'm sure you could.
But
why don't you do this for yourself?
Can I finish a sentence? You don't believe in the Earth?
I don't know.
Globe. Jesus Christ! Okay,
your ass, you're a blowhard. But we all know the Earth is massive. How massive it is? Oh, I can look that up.
Oh my God! What do you think? Okay.
Your shouts to God are noted. You know what? You should be muted. You're a bullshit artist.
What? Well, okay.
Yeah. No one's ever told you that before. You act like do you do this? Do you do this shtick in your day to day, just talking out of your ass all day long? This is gold. It's actually not gold. I'm not. Your shouts to Jesus are noted. I'm not getting personal. This is gold.
You're attacking him.
No, it's not. Well, technically, it's not, but I'm saying it is gold, dude. You're just a bullshit artist.
You haven't. I haven't finished a sentence, and you haven't responded to anything I've said in the past 5 minutes.
Well, you haven't responded to a goddamn thing I've said. When I brought up that you're presupposing that what you're seeing during an eclipse is a shadow, you just ignored it. You don't like being called out on bullshit, do you? You just had people blow smoke up your ass all day. Are you a child or are you an adult? What is going on?
I did not ignore it, or I'm not trying to ignore it.
What do you got to say about that?
What do you think it is other than a shadow?
No idea, dude. I gave you all kinds of ideas of what it could be. I don't know. I could sit and speculate with you for hours.
I don't think.
Yeah. I don't have an omniscient. Listen, I don't have an omniscient answer to give you. I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass.
I'm asking what the most likely explanation is.
I don't know. It doesn't have. Don't you understand that you guys got lost in this fucking outer space story because you keep looking up?
Okay.
Oh,
this is the third time.
So why don't you examine the ground and see if it's curving? Why don't you look up how big the Earth is? Do that for me now. Since you're a Google Earth or hotshot, Google for me how big the Earth is.
Notice this is the second or third time the defense has been, I have no explanation for our observed reality.
No, I'm not claiming to be omniscient.
No.
Yeah. What are you looking for? Are you looking for some guru?
Ice, it's your turn to get us the dimensions of the Earth. We want to hear the dimensions of the Earth. It's your globe. Tell us how big
look it up.
The globe.
I know.
Dimensions of the Earth. I'll read it to you.
You're the one telling me that it's impossible for you to perceive curvature because the Earth is so massive. Why don't you find out in real time? You've been pontificating about this for hours, and you don't even know how big the ball is that they claim it is.
Can you name
Just
the
look it up, hotshot. Google.
Can you name the last thing I said or question I asked that you responded to?
I probably could. I probably could, but I'm not going to. Why don't you look up how big? You said I could Google it. You guys could Google it, right? So why don't you Google how big they say the Earth is?
Equatorial diameter is approximately 7,922 miles. There you go. So why can't you answer me?
7,922 miles. What?
Yeah. Did I stutter? Why can't you answer me?
What is that? The diameter? Is that the radius? Is that the circumference? You didn't stutter, but you didn't say shit.
I told you what it was.
You said the diameter, but I don't know why you.
The diameter.
The equatorial diameter. The equatorial diameter. There you go. Okay. So can you answer? Look. So can you answer my question?
What? I don't remember the last question you asked me.
Can you? Okay. There you go. What map or what visualization do you use or base your understanding on?
It depends on where I'm going, dude.
No. Okay. Can you give me one? Can you give me a functional one? Can you give me a coherent map or visualization of the places on Earth as we understand them? that does
No, I
not
don't
conform
know
to the
all the
globe.
places on Earth that exist.
No. Can you give me a visualization of the places on Earth that you
There's
or all
hundreds of maps.
that is coherent and does not require a globe.
Why?
Because without it, that would reach the fourth point where you can't
Can it be
explain.
flat without it? Can it be flat without it?
No.
No? It can't be
No.
flat if you don't have that, what you're demanding.
You should be able to map out flat surfaces, yeah.
So if we determine by other means that it is most definitely flat, you won't accept that because we don't have a map of the layout of all the continents.
You said you won't accept anything other than a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to determine whether or not it's a globe. So if you can't bring me that, that's much easier than measuring the curvature of the Earth. So give me.
That's much easier? Are you fucking insane? Bro, you're an idiot.
How would you make a map? What would be the first thing that you would do to find out what location you were at? What would be the first step?
Perfect. I would mark where I am on a map. I would make a starting point. I would move in one direction.
How do you know where you are?
Well, I would start by positioning myself on a blank piece of paper, and then I would walk in one direction. If I have a compass, it's much easier. And then I would mark the positions of what I see.
You're not answering my question. How would you know where you are? You would have to figure out where you actually are to prove where you are at.
No. Do you know?
Aren't you going to label your little mark?
If you're going to start somewhere, you've got to start from a place. How are you going to identify that actual location? How will we identify it?
Around you with your eyes.
Yeah, what kind of question is that, Plumbob?
I can see the city I'm in. I can see the city I am in.
Where's the city located at? Do you not understand what I'm trying to get at here?
No. What you're getting at is retarded, because if he's going to make his own map, his starting point is going to be the 000.
A percentage.
I can start with my I can start with my building, and then I walk up. I mark another building, and then I walk another. I walk more. I mark more buildings. How do I know where Uptown is? I mark where I am. I have a blank piece of paper. I draw a circle. I start with a circle. I draw a circle on a blank piece of paper. I draw a dot in the circle. I write New York or California or Texas or a city, Houston. I have a circle with a word on it. And if I want to measure my city, I can walk in a straight line and mark buildings. But if I keep walking in a straight line, I then left the city. Where am I now? Oh, where am I?
You've got no clue where you are. You're not telling me where you were located at.
No,
where are you located at on your supposed globe? How do you know where you are?
Wait. Can I explain this to you? I'm explaining to you how to map.
Because this is nonsense. This is the dumbest shit I've heard in a long time.
You said there's no.
How do you know where you are?
You said there's no way. You use fucking compasses. You said there's no way to determine how to map the Earth. Like there's no way to map locations.
No, I did. I said that the Earth is mapped. I told you that. You'd never listened.
Give me the map. Give me the map. Give me the map. I've been asking for hours. Send me the map.
Okay, shut up, man. Shut your gob. Every map uses longitude and latitude lines. Longitude and latitude lines are in the sky. That's where we map.
Would you also have ground positions on the Earth?
Give me a map. Give me a flat Earth map. Give me a map that
any map that uses longitude and latitude is a flat Earth map.
Okay, give me a flat Earth. Give me a map that you believe in.
Any map. Any map that uses longitude and latitude is a flat Earth map.
No. Give me a map you believe in. That's my question. Do you have any conception of where things are?
Any map that uses longitude and latitude is a flat Earth map.
And do you have any conception of where? Do you have any conception of
projections of other maps?
And
have you ever been on a plane? Have you ever gone anywhere?
And every map will be distorted because the map is in a celestial sphere. So the map is put into the sphere in the sky, like a protractor above your head. And then you have to flatten it out to turn into a map. So every map has distortion because of the use of the celestial sphere. Why you're talking over top of me, I don't know why. It's really annoying.
Chopping at the bit, just relax.
Can you give me, so what map do you believe in? Do you believe
You didn't listen to anything I said.
What you said didn't really make sense, Plum Bob. You're saying because of the skies, these things in the sky, we have a celestial sphere, which is where we get the latitude and longitude, right? Ice J, relax, Ice J, for a second, man. You're saying we have the celestial sphere, and that's what gives us latitude and longitude,
for that not to be brought up, and now he's yang with you percentage. What is going on with this guy?
Bro, why are you interrupting now too, man? Like, I'm responding to Plum Bob, if you guys will allow. Plum Bob, you said that we get the latitude and longitude from the celestial sphere, right? In the sky. But you're forgetting that these things in the sky have ground positions on the Earth. So if you're saying that it's a... So why... Okay, so if they have ground positions on the Earth, and they make a sphere in the sky, and with ground positions on the Earth, wouldn't they make a sphere on Earth? Explain how they don't.
No. Because it's like a protractor. If you put your arm straight out in front of you, okay, straight out in front, like you're pointing at the guy across the road, and you see the horizon, and we'll call that 0 degrees, okay? And then you put your arm straight up to the sky, right above you. That's 90 degrees. That's an arc from 0 to 90 degrees. Now, if you're flexible enough, you can reach your arm behind you straight out. If you can, that would be amazing. Sometimes it hurts people. But that would be the 180 degree mark, and that's straight behind you. And that is how we see the sky, like a protractor. That's where your globe exists, in the sky. There's no globe under your feet. That is the globe concept that is mapped into the celestial sphere. Now,
thank you.
Hold on. When you say celestial sphere, what you just showed was that 180 degrees is a line. That's a line. That's not
you need to
a circle.
No, I don't know.
You're saying celestial sphere, that means 365 degrees.
No. This is very basic. At the end of the day, if we are on a flat surface...
Jesus. The celestial sphere is actually a hemisphere, okay? The sky is mapped with the northern set of stars where we have Polaris. As we move away from Polaris, Polaris will drop on the horizon. And if we keep moving back and away from Polaris, it'll get to a point where Polaris will be on the horizon. And at the point where Polaris is on the horizon, you are now at the equator. That's where the equator comes from.
Okay, can I? Okay,
the equator comes from the sun during an equinox.
You need to shut up. Both of you shut up.
No, you need
in order to travel around the
world. You don't just have one hemisphere, Plum Bob. Ice J, relax.
That's not true. It comes from the minimum
I haven't been able to ask that question in fucking 30 minutes.
But you're autistic and you're all over the place, bro.
No. Basic question. You have an understanding of where things are positionally relative to each other. You think Europe is east of us and Asia is west of us. So they are in opposite directions. So if you are in Europe, you cannot, and if you get to Europe by going east, you cannot get to Asia by going east more, correct?
Do you not understand that east and west are circles around the north? You don't get that, do you?
So, there we go.
This is why I was going to say something, but you have to interrupt. Okay?
Here we go. No,
this is it. Relax first. No.
This is the point. If you think there's circles...
You're missing the point, bro.
No, I'm not. This is crucial. If you think there's circles, and you're confident in that, so then you have an understanding of... You have an idea of where things are positionally to each other. So what you're describing is a circular, flat plane. It is a flat plane regardless. But regardless of what shape it is, there is a end point to where we have been. So where are the edges in this in terms of what we have experienced?
Bro, you don't need edges if he's going in circles around the north. There's no it's east west.
Circles have edges. Circles have edges.
Are you, bro?
The edge, said it himself. The perimeter of a circle.
Can you shut up for a second, bro? You can circumnavigate east-west across, like, around a central north. There's no issue there. You don't need to get to the edge of the earth or something like that with that, right? The issue is he's forgetting about the south. He's focusing on the northern hemisphere and forgetting on the southern hemisphere. So that's what you should be asking him about.
I have asked this. Where's the southern hemisphere? Or no. Where's the South Pole? And they'll tell you.
Because Plum Bob, you do admit that there's a southern, like, celestial, like, pole, right? That stars go around like a point in the south.
There is a southern rotation point. Yes.
Okay. So
Wait,
and these things that rotate. Shut up, Ice J, man. These southern, like, rotational stars that are going around a point, they have ground positions, right? So the question is, how do you reconcile the ground positions from the stars going around Polaris in the north, right, making those circles around the north pole, and then how do you reconcile that with the southern stars and their ground positions around the south?
I don't know of anybody ever making it to a position of the South Celestial Pole. I don't know if that's ever been done.
That's not what I asked.
I think, well, then I'm
you
not
don't
sure
just go to the South Pole. I'm talking about the ground positions of the things that go around the southern celestial pole.
Yeah, the southern celestial
pole. There are going to be some that are mapped because Australia is down there, and Australia's been mapped, and New Zealand's been mapped, and some islands have been mapped, and you got South America. So some things have been mapped according to the stars in the south. Yeah.
So you don't recognize the contradiction, though? Because you were saying before that you have, the North Celestial Pole and things going around it, and you have, what was it that you said? Give me a second. I forgot what you said, bro.
Yeah, because the southern pole, it doesn't have a location, because it's not like the north one where it has a magnetic pull to it. That's why the compass works to the north, not to the south. The south doesn't have that.
The south
That's what I've been trying to tell these guys, Migo. You're right. You're spot on.
But that's relevant because I remember what you said. You said that we get latitude and longitude from the celestial sphere, right? And you can go around in a circle, no problem, around the north. But if you're going around in a circle also around the south, then you've basically, and it's intuitive.
Well,
that you've transposed. Hold on, I'm almost done. You've transposed the latitude and longitude lines from the celestial sphere according to the ground positions of the luminaries to the Earth. So it makes sense that you'd have a celestial.
Nobody has gone around the celestial pole in the south. That's never been done, as far as I know. Okay,
what?
There is a location.
Stars do it all the time.
There is the view of the stars doing it, but as far as the ground position goes of that location, I don't think it's ever been mapped. I don't know that anybody has made it to the. No,
you don't have to go to the South Pole to have the ground positions of the stars that go. You could, let's say you're remaining. Hold up 1 second. Let's say you can travel very quickly and you could stay underneath the stars.
Migo talk, so you can be quiet for a moment. And we're going to let Migo have a go. All
right?
But
you're not making sense, and I'm trying to respond to you. And
I'm trying to get.
Actually, you're talking over him, so please stop it.
Oh my goodness.
I'm trying to get somebody in here with some clarity. So, Migo, would you please take the floor here?
Yeah,
you're confusing it, Plum Bob, by going to the South Pole. I'm talking about the...
My point is that nobody's been under the North Pole as well. There is no one that wrote down that I've been 90 degrees under the Polaris. But we can go around Polaris, but we cannot do the same in the southern pole that you're talking about, because there is no geographical place for that. It's all in the sky.
Okay, yeah, you're not making any progress here. How long would it take to get from, clearly on the map you sent, to get from Australia to South America? That would take a long time, right?
That's irrelevant as what you're using. If you're using, if you want to swim, or if you want to cycle, if you want to walk, it's all different stories. If you want to fly, if you want to send a missile, it's called completely different speed.
That's irrelevant.
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
If I want to
because
send a missile there, it's different.
It's not irrelevant. No. You're saying geography is irrelevant?
No, you're talking about traveling from one place to another place. That's irrelevant.
Yes. No, it's not irrelevant.
That's
because
irrelevant.
Traveling. How do you measure? How would you measure?
What are you using to travel? What are you using to travel?
You could use a plane. You could use a plane. You could use a satellite. You could use a boat.
Aeroplane. Okay, aeroplane. How do aeroplanes travel?
To the sky.
Yes, horizontal, straight lines. Right?
Or they go up and horizontal, but yeah.
Yes, and that's what they come down.
And so they go from South America to Australia on the map that I'm looking at that you sent, or the other guy sent.
It all depends which airline you take and what is their route. Some of them, they want to go all the way up to Alaska. The other ones, they want to go all the way to Europe and then to... It depends what airlines you are taking.
No, I'm pointing out to you that the distance, like no matter what airline you take, on the map that you sent, or the other guy sent for the flat Earth, the distance between South America and Australia is twice the difference between South America and the Arctic, or...
You are reading that map correctly, are you, Ice J?
I mean, I'm looking at... If you take one end of the circle...
You're looking at it. Yeah, you're looking at it. Excellent. Are you reading it correctly? Have a look at the legend and just check when you're following those lines along.
Is this not a flat Earth model?
No, it's a fucking map.
Of the flat Earth, right?
It's just a map, full stop.
A flat Earth.
Oh, I never made any claims to what it was a map of. I just said it is a map, full stop.
When I take a map of the city I live in, I tend to interpret it as I go up in the map and I will go up in the city, and I can measure where I am in the map with distances.
Yeah, it's flat
so
too.
A place that is twice as far on the map will be
exactly good for you. That's a map. Yes.
So the map that I'm looking at that was sent from you guys, or of the flat Earth, is showing the distance from South America to Antarctica as double the distance from South America.
No, it's not. If you read the legend, what does the legend say? What's the key say?
Listen, if you go up on a map, you go.
Does it have a scale? Does it have a scale?
Oh,
Number of miles
bottom right-hand corner.
Longitude. What? Why can't you create an actual map of a flat Earth? Like, why do you need a scale for a flat map?
What you are looking
that doesn't make any sense. Like, why would I have a scale for the map of like
every single map
there is
has
like
a legend. Every single map that gets generated is generated for a very specific purpose. If you are using a map outside of its intended purpose, you may as well use it for toilet paper, my friend. That is an AE map. So that means everything is based off of a center point. And you have to calculate out for that. If you use these maps incorrectly, we are going to call you a maptard, and I'm going to put the little video for maptards down the bottom. So
do you have a
map? The legend,
do you have
and then understand?
No, we're not claiming to have one. We're claiming to have one, bro.
If you have a flat surface, you should be able to have a map of the surface.
Yeah, well, we don't. Okay. Now what?
But that doesn't make any sense. If you've been to all the places, then you can map the locations.
Bro, we don't know.
But we've been to every place that we know of.
It's not our argument. Well, it's not our claim.
No, but your claim is that you're claiming that you don't know what's going on.
Our claim is that it is flat and measured as such. That's all we claim to.
On an accurate flat map, on a city level,
Hey, stop. We're not talking about maps. We're talking about outside in reality. The ground is planar in nature with topography. So you can go and get your maps and do whatever you like with them, and when you're finished, get outside and measure the ground and see what shape it is.
I don't know. When you measure things, you end up with a map, and you have no conception of how. Like now we're at maps. You don't understand.
No, we're measuring the quality, right? The quality of the surface, right?
No.
Its properties, right? No, we're not trying to make a map. We're not trying to present to the world.
When you travel, you need a map.
A map or a layout of the lands or a cosmology. We're not doing that. We're just pointing out that when you look out over the water or shoot lasers over it, right? It doesn't deviate from the laser. Like there's no drop over distance.
But if you don't have a flat Earth, then it's bullshit.
Well, we do have a flat Earth because it's measured flat. If it was measured with curvature, I can assure you now, my little friend, none of us would be in this friggin' room.
The same relates to you. You don't have.
There is no curvature, bro.
You don't have the measurements.
There's no curvature. You don't have an accurate map. You don't even have a model, bro.
Yes,
every time a globe comes, well, post it, because we ask every time someone says we got a globe model, and we say, well, post it. They don't post it.
What do you mean model? I'll give you a globe. I'll give you a
What do you mean? What do you mean model? You've been up us about maps and models and shit, and now you say, what do you mean model?
Oh, we have the globe. The globe. The globe.
Post it.
That's the model.
Yeah, post it. You've been talking about
the globe. A picture. Yeah, sure. I'll post a picture of the globe.
Yeah, show us the globe that shows us when eclipses happen and weather patterns and all that kind of stuff.
And how much I weigh at different places and all that stuff.
Wait, you want a picture of
the all-encompassing model that you always claim you have.
Yeah,
or is it a bunch of separate models?
Wait,
is it a bunch of separate models?
Weight? Do you want a picture of your weight?
No, we want the complete model of the Earth. It tells us our different weights at the different latitudes, and we want it to tell us when the eclipses are and everything else. And it better be accurate for measuring distances between continents and cities and towns and roadways.
What format do you want to model in?
Model format, whatever you got.
No. You just get different things. What format do you want all that?
No.
If you're going to give me 20 things to give you, what format do you want this in? You want
No.
It better be
a scientific model. A singular scientific model that covers everything. Because remember, models have explanatory power, young friend. So
it covers everything.
Mighty fine.
Alternatively, you could just post the thing that is at the very heart of it all, the radius value. And then we're going to quiz you on how they got that. Because if they don't have that, they don't have a model. They don't have anything.
No.
Exactly, the one that corresponds with reality, man. That's one you have to put down.
So you have no model of flat Earth.
In all fairness, he only realized what that was claimed to be about half an hour ago.
You have a model of the Earth.
You've just realised that you've got no model of Earth that covers all of this bullshit.
Yeah, it's called a fucking globe.
Exactly. So why have you not posted it yet?
Model of reality.
What?
We don't need a model for reality.
No.
Reality is outside.
I'll post it right now. Here you go. I'm posting it in 1 second.
Insert cartoon now.
You need a model of the Earth? Here you go.
Cartoon Network. I'm sure.
Got popcorn ready.
Now again, you just want to model the globe, right?
Bro, gonna run out of popcorn before this comes up.
Still waiting. I hope we can see gravity in this one.
See gravity? You think gravity is you could see it?
Well,
listen to him try to get onto something else. It's wow.
I cannot see it. I
trained you.
It's there. Traffic with the satellites. I think satellite having problem.
It's more like having an iPhone 12.
Yeah, it's all that rotation, it's like the satellite's going, it's like the speed is not enough to reach your phone. You have to wait a little bit.
Here's a model.
I hope so.
There's a model of what the Earth looks like. Notice it is a model, a physical model.
Have you seen that model? With your own eyes?
Is it a pinata?
No, it's. It is a globe. It is a globe model.
Does it show the weather systems? That doesn't show the weather systems. I can't accept that. It doesn't show the eclipses. I can't accept that.
Wait. So you want a physical model that shows eclipses?
We wanted a scientific model of the Earth, the globe, the scientific model. You must have it. You keep talking about it. You must have one.
That's a misnomer. That's a misnomer. That's like saying, give me a model of your head.
Oh, no.
Oh, you keep on using the word misnomer wrong.
No.
Model of the Earth.
No, give me a scientific model of your head.
This is crazy.
You keep going on about a model.
You said you had explanations and everything.
Have a model.
Give me, if you can't give me a scientific model of your head, it doesn't exist. I mean, it's that simple.
The model is not reality, it's in your head. Oh, okay.
No, but there's no model. Wait, so give me a scientific model of your head.
Does the globe model explain seasons?
Yeah. I mean, given everything else you know.
The one you posted explains seasons?
Well, no, the one I posted is one that is...
Oh, so you're talking about a different globe model. There's another globe model, is there?
I don't know. I mean, does that one explain seasons?
So what you've posted, what you've posted is just a globe. That's all you've posted. A three-dimensional map, if you will.
Hey, Ice. Don't you remember Ice? Ice. Don't you remember when you said you had explanations for everything?
I have a functional map of the world.
Explanations for everything.
Where's yours? Where's your functional map?
You're spiraling, dude.
In the side chat.
So I
pointed out how it's not.
So as you should have realised by now, instead of spiralling out, all the different things that are required for you to have a model of the weather, a model of gravity, a model of everything else. Every single thing that you've bitched about to us that we should have on one single silver platter, you've just realised that you don't have it either.
No. I gave you a globe.
Yes. Saying no 5 times isn't going to change the fact of the truth. You don't have a model. You've provided us with a globe. And then you're going to tell us that, hey, this is the world. If that's true and correct, at the given radius, we should be measuring a 66-foot drop at 10 miles. So let's go out to a large lake. Let's shoot a laser across it. Let's go 10 mile around the other side. And let's measure for the 66-foot drop. There isn't one. Let's go 20 miles. There should be 266-foot drop. There isn't one. Let's go 30 miles. There should be a 600-foot drop. There isn't one. This is what we're trying to get through to you. If we're on a ball with the given radiuses and the diameters and circumferences that we're told and taught at school, then it should be quite easy to measure it. And when we go and do this, there's nothing measured. This is why we're telling you it's measured as flat. I posted up a laser test for you back at 19 minutes past the hour. How about you go and watch that first?
Why do you think there is in the bottom right of the image that was sent as a map to give different distances depending on how far you are?
Because it's an AE map. If you go and look up how AE maps work, they are all based off of a centre point. And everything is stretched around that. So you have to allow for that stretching.
Why would you need
We're not talking about maps. Get off the maps, idiot. We're talking about reality. Out in reality, when we measure for the curvature, like your globe picture shows, it's supposed to be curved. There is no curve. So that means your globe map is incorrect.
Wrong. Look at the
Chicago. So me looking at 9 different other maps is not going to change what the ladies and gentlemen are measuring out in the real world. You do get that.
Look at the Chicago.
Well, you can say it's wrong, or you can get off your fat ass and go and measure it yourself.
No, look at the Chicago skyline from across to Lake Michigan. But again,
what about it?
You gave. You can't see the bottom. The map that you
What about the Chicago skyline? You shouldn't have seen any of it at that distance. You shouldn't have even seen the top of the buildings, let alone halfway down them.
You should have. Nope.
How do you calculate out that you should?
What's the big question? And
what is the formula you're using to calculate out the fact that you should see those buildings?
Well, you need to you need to take into account, refraction and other factors.
And, what's that? Yeah, you give us the formula. What's the formula?
The formula? It takes in a bunch of different things. I don't know. I can give you the people who have done calculations.
Yeah.
There's a lot
You're
of different things that go into
You're talking about shit you don't know, bro. You're just saying.
Bro, I literally asked you. No. I asked you for a map that like a flat map, a flat Earth map does not need an AE fucking projection.
Not having a flat Earth map does not mean it's not flat.
You gave me a map which confirms a globe. Like the air
okay, Ice J, stop having a spiral out. Ice J, shut up or I'll mute you. I'm going to ask you a simple question. If I was to give you a quote-unquote flat Earth map right now, would that prove to you that it's flat?
If you give a model, a map of the Earth that was flat, that was coherent?
A map or a model? Pick one. You've been rambling on about maps. It's a simple question. If I was to give you a FE map right here, right now, would that be enough to satisfy and say, yes, it's flat?
It would help me prove it. That's one of the bare minimums. It's not enough.
So why would a piece of paper with a drawing on it prove to you what reality is or is not doing outside?
Because if you cannot,
how would you know it's correct?
Because I can come up with a map depending on my city.
So can I. But here's the question: how do I know it's correct? How do we know it's correct? We go out and measure it.
Okay, and we have measured.
Excellent. And you have not measured any curvature. That's where you're coming unstuck.
No. Yeah.
There is no measured curvature.
No. Mention.
Don't say no. Why don't you ask how it's done instead of just going, ask Scott Mackey Jr.
You don't use curvature to measure distance. You are measuring distance.
I'm not saying we use curvature to measure distance.
No. Well, you just said you use curvature.
There is no curvature. That's what I'm trying to get through your head. That's why we just measure in straight lines.
You would use curvature to measure the distance of your fucking city.
Okay, Ice J, listen carefully. Before you spurg out and start saying the wrong shit, we are expecting a curvature at a given rate with a radius of 3959 miles.
You are
As we were all force-fed at school, whether you accepted it or not. That's what you were taught at school. So when we go out, Ice J, and we measure for said curvature, we're not finding it. It's that simple. So your maps of cities that you want to make for yourself absolutely mean nothing. Please understand this.
Okay.
And there's no models required. There's no maps required for you to go out to your nearest lake and measure it. Grab a laser, shoot it across the lake, and measure the difference between the laser and the ground.
Jesus Christ.
So, you're having a spurg out because you are trying to be hooked on maps. Maps prove nothing.
You don't have a conception of where things are relative to each other.
I don't need one to measure the ground. That's what we're trying to get through you. I need one for what? I need one for what?
Nobody knows what you're talking about. Nobody knows.
I need a map to travel. Listen, I don't want to be offensive, but you new age kids are fucking stupid in the head. I don't need a map to travel.
How are you going to get to fucking China without navigation?
How would I get to China? I'll tell you how I do it. Have a go at this. I can dig a fucking hole.
Yeah.
All right, shut up, Ice J. All I do to go to China is I contact my nearest flight company and I say to them, I would like to purchase a ticket to China, please. And they'll say, not a problem, Mr. Matrix. What day would you like to go? Oh, as soon as possible, thank you very much. Please pay your X amount of dollars. You hop on your happy little plane and you fly across to fucking China. Nowhere in that do I need a map.
You are retarded. You think the plane industries are lying to you? The plane companies are lying to you?
You asked me how I'd get to China without a map. I'm pretty sure I've just done it.
No. You intentionally missed.
You're an idiot.
You've intentionally
misrepresented my question. You acknowledged earlier that planes fly at an elevation, dude.
When I asked how to get to China, I did not ask Do you know how to get to the airport? I assumed you know that. I'm sorry I didn't, that was not a safe assumption to make. I asked, how do you determine navigationally how the fuck to get to China? How do the plane companies know how to get to China? Are they dark magicians? Are they part of an Illuminati? Are they teleporting us? How are they getting to China?
It's been mapped out on flat
How are they getting to China?
Unfortunately, you didn't listen for the last 1 hour that we were talking to you. We explained to you all these things, how it works with the latitude line, longitude line. You never listened to anything.
Latitude and longitude. It's a flat fucking map. You don't need latitude and longitude. Tell me which direction you go to get to China.
You do need latitude and longitude if you want it to make sense.
You never use the compass, and all you do is talk over people. You never use the compass in your life, and you don't know how the compass works. And now you are coming.
Says the guy denying the compass.
Yes, look, you have a compass. How it works?
You have no idea. You have no idea how. I can tell you. You don't know how the plane companies are doing it. How the airlines figure it out. I can tell you how they figure it out. I feel bad because
a long time ago.
lunar eclipses, plane travel, maps, relative positioning, all of these things you keep saying are anomalies that make no sense. You can't explain it. I'm telling you.
Actually, we can explain your flights. It's quite simple. All you're doing is having a spurg out, and whenever someone goes to offer you an explanation, while you're having a shut it. While someone goes to offer an explanation, you go no, and talk through them. So, would you like to discuss the flights thing first? Perhaps not. So he's been in for over an hour, melting down.
Yeah, I know, but you see, he's like, that's what he's not understanding, because he's not listening to us, what we are telling him, our rebuttal to his claims. He's not listening to that. All he wants to talk...
I noticed.
As soon as somebody...
All he wants to do is refer back to, you don't have a map, you don't have a model. Bzz, reset. You don't have a map, you don't have a model. That was it.
And worse yet, he was here yesterday. I spoke with him for over 2 hours.
Yeah,
and he didn't get any information from you.
No.
Well, he's got no chance off of anyone else then.
Yeah, at least he's sincerely passionate about it. He's not just trolling.
No, that's just cog disc. That's not passion.
Yeah, he just found out all these things, and he cannot resist it. He's in cognitive dissonance, and he's going everywhere. He keeps repeating the same questions, and he doesn't listen to the answer.
He doesn't want to listen. That's why he's coming.
Did he leave or get booted?
He bounced himself.
No. He bounced himself. Wow.
But yeah, it was time. I think yes, it was enjoyable for a couple of hours, but it's too long. I mean, it's like it's repeating itself too many times. It's like you're okay.
Every single time any person said anything of any sense whatsoever, all I heard was no, and then he just started rambling on again.
Yeah, that was that started in the third hour. He'd been on for hours, but he ran out of ways to avoid the actual topic. He went through all his little. He's been here 3 hours, Matt.
Yeah. It's been maybe 3 hours. Yeah,
or maybe more.
Yeah. I know it's been a long time. I mean, I didn't look at the time at the moment, but I know that he's been talking for a long time, and it's like it's not going anywhere. He's like.
So he would have come on just after I left. I popped on for lunch, stuck my head in, had a look around, and when did I get out? Just before 1 o'clock. So he would have come out just after that. So maybe.
Well, there was another dude that he kind of stepped on who was talking for about 15 minutes, claiming that he was a satellite. He had designed and works on satellites, and he's not here to argue this whole thing. And then ICE jumped in. Yeah, the Ingersoll or whatever that guy's name was. And then
that was Josh.
He got progressively. Josh. He was
Yeah, I mean, I was driving. I couldn't talk back then, and I was like doing some. I was working at actually. I couldn't do much, but I'm like, man, he's talking about in the space we send things. Now we have not compulsion, gas compulsive machines. We have electronic machines that they generate things that you can travel in the vacuum. How can you travel in the vacuum? It's like a balloon that if you leave it in the vacuum, it will go around. I mean, can you show that? You cannot show that. So he was bullshitting so much, and I was like, oh man, I'd like to ask him a question, but I couldn't.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it comes back. But it almost seemed like Ice there was sort of in cahoots with him a little bit, because he kind of started talking for him, and then the Ingersoll started, what he said. But I think
because he didn't understand what they were talking about, and he wants to go back to the straight line. All he's saying is a straight line for 2 hours. If you travel a straight line, you come back where you are on the globe. But you never travel a straight line on the globe, you idiot. It's always curved. It's always there is a curve on the globe. You're never a straight line. And it's like, yeah. You go straight line, you come back where you are. And they explained to him many times, it's a coordinates. It's you never go straight line. You know, you have to keep your 90 degrees with the Polaris. If you're going west or to east, if you want to stay in that latitude. They explained all these things to him, and he doesn't want to hear it.
Whenever he started reading the writing on the wall and seeing where the conversation was going, he would shift to something else. But ducking overlord,
he was not so aggressive. That was good, but I mean, still, it was too long.
Yeah, he kind of found his sweet spot around like hour 2, and then he melted. I can't believe he melted down like that. But ducking overlord is here.
What were you trying to ask me? What's up?
I was just acknowledging your presence. Hello. I'm recuperating from listening to the same guy for the last 3.5 hours spaz out, so welcome.
Well, thank you. Hello.
I mean, he played clever too, you know. I mean, he dragged everybody into the conversation and everything, but he didn't have anything anyway to support. So, still no globe.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that he's self-ejected kind of makes the whole journey worth it, I guess. I don't know. He was something else.
Yeah, you know, he was kind of the personality that he wants to hold on to his globe no matter what. Even what he says doesn't make sense, or you know, you tell him 20 times, he will not listen to it. You know, he will keep talking over people, and he keep talking and not listening to what we are saying, and that's sad, you know.
Yeah, whoever called him Scott Mackey Jr. That was a good zinger. You know, as bad as Scott is, he's even worse than the Junior's worse. But it's the same cycle of behavior. You know, get too close to something, and let's not talk about that. Tell you brought something up that he brought up, and it's like, what is going on? It's just obfuscation, but it was weird that there's like a little tinge of genuine. Well, I think just the way he acted, that when things got too real, it was switch the topic and then zoom himself out of here. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he'll come back. Maybe he doesn't.
Every time he comes to a corner, he's trying to, you know, like jab with the left hand just to skip from the right side. You know, it's like something like that or whatever.
Like Jerry Lewis. boxing
Yeah,
basically.
he just wants to go away from that punch, and he brings another subject. And there was another guy before, he was the Indian guy, but I think it was on the English Hub. And this guy, he never agreed of anything that Gene and another guy, I think it was John, he was talking to him. And the guys, they were explaining everything to him. He never said, "Oh, okay, then, let me think of what you said now." He's already have the next question. Blah, 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 blah. I have another question. Yeah, but what happened with the one we were talking about like for 10, 15 minutes? Nothing. And in the end, he didn't got anything, and he kept asking about. He started to go away from the Earth, of course, the sun and the moon and the planets and the stars and blah 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 blah. As far as I can go, please.
Yeah, it seems like that would get exhausting to constantly, get yourself painted into a corner and run away and act like that paint job never happened and on to the next thing. That's why I asked him. I said, "Do you do this? Do you carry on like this?" I mean, I know I don't act like an angel on here, but I act on here pretty. Luckily, I don't find myself in points of confrontation, but when they do rear their heads, I don't go, "Oh," I don't curl on a ball and safe space it. I say what I say. But that's if he's acting like that every day. I mean, I guess there are obnoxious people like at the sandwich shop who are just like just like what the customers in line. They're like, "Get a load of this guy," I guess these people exist. I have no idea. But the way he's what I'm saying is he's in a conversation about a certain topic, but his whole 3-hour act was running around in circles around the back and forth around the topic. Exhausting.
Yeah, that was the. I think his part to play, I guess, right? I mean, for 3 hours, we let him go, which is like his point already was invalid from the beginning. When it was told him, somebody told him that it's measured flat, that's why blah blah blah, and then he goes to his way. But I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I'm having problem with the flat Earth communities, people that they believe in flat Earth. I'm having problem with them. I keep getting banned from their channel or muted or things like that.
So the ones you're getting banned from, Migo, they are flat Earth believers, or they know it's flat.
It's esoteric flat Earth believers.
Ether Earthers, yeah.
Not even Ether Earthers, man. The other day I was on a platform, a TikTok platform, and flat Earthers. Everything was going good, and suddenly a couple of people joined in that they were flat Earthers apparently, and they start all this crazy stuff that I was like, how can you prove what you are talking now? And it doesn't matter. We have the right to have imagination and dreams. I'm like, okay, yeah, you can have that, but that doesn't have to do anything with flat Earth. No, you are poison. You cannot say that. They were showing. Okay, somebody came up as a doctor, and he was saying that ether is water. We are 100% water. We were born from our mother's womb, which was all water. We came out, we are breathing water, blah, 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 blah. And then he goes, ether is water. Okay, I tried to ask him a couple of questions. People talk over me and, they don't let me. Okay, I said, okay. And then somebody goes into the main screen and he starts to show his puddles, like, like the word puddle and then you have another puddle outside of the Antarctica, another puddle away from the other side. It's like the puddle map. And he's like going, oh, this is the puddle of Mars. This is the puddle of Earth, and this is the puddle of Jupiter. And I'm like, man, how can you gonna verify all these things? How can you be sure? And I got attacked from everybody. They didn't let me talk any second. Flat earthers, you first they start to attack me. Oh no, you are a false flat earther, you are a glober, you're globe, you cannot leave the earth, there is no space, blah blah blah, and you are not letting us to have our dreams. What the hell you're talking about? You can have all your dreams that you want, but that's nothing to do with reality. No, you are poison, you are not flat earther, you are poison to the community, and blah blah blah. Okay, but how can you verify what you are telling me? No, you're poison. It was crazy. I mean, I tried to stay there as much as I can, and then they booted me, and then I couldn't speak. Even in the chat, they booted me, and yeah, it's crazy. And then I found out that, oh no, when sometimes people they say,
you know what else is crazy? Thinking that the Earth is flat. It's pretty psychotic.
Well, why are you thinking about it? Do you want to start over, Popcorn, or is it just going to be a cope session from you?
Well, I mean, it's just going to be a narcissistic echo chamber, but go ahead.
Isn't your participation proof that it isn't an echo chamber?
Well, no. What will end up happening is that
you sound like a narcissist, bro.
Okay, that's fair. But we can play ball, and then you mute me, and then you install.
Calm down, right? Deep breath.
All right, stop being hysterical. We didn't even get started yet.
Actually, it's you that's hysterical. So breathe easy, sunshine. So, let's start from the start. You believe you live on a ball tard. Why do you believe you live on a ball tard?
Well, because I have eyes.
And what have you seen?
So through the optical lens of my eyes, I can clearly see that the Earth is round, and there'd be no reason for somebody to lie about it.
Tell us about it. Tell us about it. Where you saw it.
Oh, where I saw it. So do you believe in photographs? You know what that is?
Oh, so you know what photons are?
You know what a photon
how about
converter
something
is?
we don't have to believe in?
Oh, how about something that you can't something you actually know?
Okay, dude. What picture is your favorite?
Give me something.
My favorite is the Earth one. Oh, you're just waiting for me to say NASA so you can be anti-authority? Is that it?
If this is your best evidence that you're on a globe, show us your favorite picture.
Yeah,
you must
so
have
tough
one.
in an echo chamber, aren't we? So much confidence.
No, I'm begging for you to present the globe.
I don't have to.
I thought he was
because it's
talking
already
about
been
Bigfoot.
presented.
Sasquatch, Yeti.
So anyway,
dude,
hold on. So
you asked me, do I believe in photographs? That's what you asked me. How about you show me the picture that how about you present the picture of Earth that's your best?
So you can mindlessly dismiss it like an ape?
No, sure. I won't mindlessly dismiss it. We'll go over it. We'll look at it together.
Yo, I have a question.
Your question can patiently
that
wait
sounds like a don't make it the chuckle hut's down the road. Don't make it a joke, but ask your question.
You guys believe in flat Earth, right? Yeah.
Well, dude, the word believe is I don't know if you're using it consciously.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, we're just talking about things in reality, things that you don't have to believe in.
So you beg the question of, can I present the flat Earth as a photo? Can you present?
No, you asked me,
Can you present the flat Earth?
Do I believe in photographs?
Ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't give a fuck about flat Earth.
Thank you. You're better than the other guy, if you can believe that. You're a better participant in the conversation. Not gonna lie.
Immediately got server meeting.
I'm just dying to see those photographs, man.
What, the same ones you've been fed the entire time that you've dismissed? Sure.
Is that the case?
Which one's your favorite, dude?
How do you know I've seen the same ones that you're going to post?
Well, because you guys are in here 24/7. Well, it is a 24/7 Flat Earth channel. So
does that, because we're in here,
how old do you think we are?
Does that actually mean that we've seen everything that you've presented?
So I can make a logical. So I understand it's theatrics for you guys. I understand that, right? It's one big show.
Oh, you think so?
You're projecting.
Okay. Yeah, you're entitled to you're entitled to your belief. Yeah.
Well, I'm entitled to the truth, as you just hit out of your bong. Drugs are bad for you, bud.
Too, yeah.
That's why you're
But
part
what
of the
you just
cult.
said before was just a belief, right?
Maybe if you weren't smoking so much weed, you could actually see the truth, huh?
Not smoking.
You wouldn't be blinded by your cult.
Dude, that's what you were talking about.
That's another one of your. That's another one of your beliefs, right? You're just going to assert anyone who points out your bullshit. Oh, this guy just must be high, right?
So you've created a non-existent problem to distract from the fact that.
So Popcorn, how about we get this nailed out straight away?
The one you feel, the one you see, the one you...
Migo, hold on. Migo. Popcorn, let's get this down and out. See the guy that's been red flagged, ducking Overlord? He's on your side. He's the one that did that. So you can apologise to 20 Cups for accusing him of such.
Oh,
what, no apology?
So also it'd be may you apologize.
So you can apologise to 20 Cups for accusing him of doing that. You're not going to?
If
so
I
you're here in bad faith.
Yeah, fuck off, man. You're obviously a piece of shit. And I'm entitled to my belief too, right?
Yes, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but it's not reality.
All he had to do was say, sorry, my bad, wrong person. That's it. And ducking Overlord, if you have any intent on doing stupid things, mute your microphone, or you might find yours helpfully muted by one of the lovely moderators that frequent this channel. More longer than you wish it need be. Well, Popcorn, you can start off if you want to be an adult by apologising to 20 Cups, and we'll go from there.
All right. What was his name?
Oh, wow, this is nice. Actual civility.
No, I'm being honest. So you said 20 cups or 22?
20.
All right, 20 cups. I don't apologize and mute me. Good boy.
What a goofball.
You're an idiot.
Oh, man. Real mature popcorned.
and in the text chat, let's be adults.
I mean, I gotta unmute the guy. I mean, what the hell? Dude. All right, start over, popcorn. Why? If this topic bugs you so much, why'd you drop in?
Well, I will apologize. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings. I'm sorry that
apology is not accepted. You didn't hurt my feelings. I pity the fool.
Oh, really? I didn't hurt your feelings. Why would
you didn't hurt my feelings, but if you start to speak about geometry, we will be so glad.
Yeah, let's speak about imaginary numbers.
How about show that you can talk about the actual topic? We had a guy spurred out avoiding the topic for the last 3 hours.
How about you show me the flat Earth and maybe I'll engage?
Go outside.
Right? And in addition, let's acknowledge,
let's show him flat Earth.
Right?
Do you want to see flat Earth?
Sure.
Okay. How much of flat Earth do you want to see?
So, are you going to be an adult or what?
No, I'm asking you a serious question. How much of flat Earth you want to see? All of that or part of that? Huh?
Let's see, about a 15th. Go ahead.
50 what?
I said a 15th.
15 what?
1 out of 15.
1 of
a
15.
fraction of it. Yeah, he's asking for a specific fraction of what? The surface area?
Of course. Well, that's what he's asking. He's like, how much
Right.
do you want to see?
Can I show you 10? Can I show you 10 miles of flatness?
Oh, sure. Your doctored photo. Go ahead.
No photo, video.
How do you know it's doctored? That's poisoning the well. Maybe you should examine the photo first.
Show his picture.
Are you saying that elevation of Great Lake? Are you saying that elevation of the Great Lakes in USA is
I can't poison the well if it's already been poisoned. That's impossible.
Okay, do you know the position of the flat? Why flat earthers are flat earthers?
Because it's a cult. Because it's a cult that's enticing for lonely people that are in deep isolation.
That's not correct.
That's why you're in here.
Who's the leader?
What are you talking about, dude?
Man, it's not about that. It's about the surface. If you want to ask the question, it's about the surface. People are flat earthers because of surface, not because of cult, not because of moon, not because somebody told them, because there is no measurable curvature in reality. It's flatness in reality. That's
so
why.
you get so caught up in the lie that you can't even see reality anymore, and it just turns into some big sarcastic charade.
Do you know the geometry?
Yeah, what lie are you talking about?
Do you know what is geometry? Actually, exactly what you said. You are so blind that you cannot see the reality. You are so right. We're all like you. We used to look to the reality. We used to imagine things.
So, Migo, join any other channel, you get insta-muted. Nobody gives you the light of day. I guarantee it.
Once you can start, still don't know why people don't believe in a globe. When you
The only reason why these people are putting up with you guys, you foreign guys, is because you agree with them. That's about it.
Man, I check it for myself. I didn't ask any guy. I checked for myself. I didn't ask anybody.
Okay, buddy, if you checked for yourself, why are you in here surrounded by a bunch of people reassuring your delusions? Tell me that.
Because they are sharing the information, but you don't want to check.
Idiots like you show up, and we give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe they would want to hear about what we figured out. But apparently people have to cope and seethe over it.
And one thing to keep in mind,
I guess everybody else is coping, and you're not.
Let's
Do
keep
you
in
want
mind,
to know that information?
Lord, dude.
Do you want to know that information?
Sasha,
sure, give me the magical cantation that spontaneously makes the earth.
Okay, I will give you simple things. We have observation with 1 foot observer height showing the 10 miles of the flatness. You cannot have 10 miles of the flatness on the ball with the radius of 3,959 miles. Did you get it now? We can show you that.
Do you know what quantum? Do you know what quantum? Okay, I know you're excited. Right, calm down. So do you know what quantum uncertainty
excited,
is?
yeah, about the geometry, yeah.
Gentlemen, if I may.
I know it's great for you to have your voice heard, right? Which is rare, right?
Hang on.
But
popcorn. Hang on a second.
Lord, dude, you preface shit with such smart assery. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Guys,
20 cups, yes, we can hear you now.
One thing to keep in mind, guys. We're about 2 minutes into the conversation whereby we've already derailed from the initial premise that there are photos that prove the Earth, supposedly from Popcorn. So keep in mind, maybe we can circle back to that. No pun intended. Or scrap that, and Popcorn can concede. Oh shit, my photos are bullshit. Never mind. Let's move on to something else.
Or you can pick another reason why you're so convinced you live on a globe.
Or you can
have a reason to mute me. I mean, if you're going to continue on acting like an a-hole, you'll just be muted. And whoever this person is that keeps jumping in and out, that'd be nice if they stopped too.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, it's
so if you guys invested your effort into maybe physics or something, you guys could be mega geniuses. You have so much potential. I'm not saying I'm a genius, or I'm not saying I'm smart, right? I'm not a physics major.
You're a smug little prick, is what you are.
I guess I am. Whatever illusion.
Thanks, mister.
Jeez, you'll have nothing and like it.
All I'm saying is that if you guys exerted the same effort into a useful
smug little a-hole, bro.
Okay, maybe some people might
know
care.
what people in here do,
well,
or
you
have done, or will do.
You might not care.
You don't have to pick
I understand
on us
that you might
because
not
we
care
figured
personally,
something
but you
out
don't
that you
speak for
can't figure it
everybody.
out. I know it blows your mind that this ragtag group figured out that now we're not on a spinning water ball hurtling through outer space. I know it hurts your
and you
feelings.
think that we're on a spinning disc instead?
No,
spinning frisbee.
that shows your ignorance.
Oh, equally as absurd.
That shows your vast ignorance.
Yeah, Popcorn, where'd you get that idea from? Who said, oh, no, we're on a spinning disc instead?
I just made it up, obviously.
Okay,
right?
well then make fun of yourself for making that up. You sound like an idiot.
Talking about poisoning the well. Fuck.
Yeah, dude. Dude, do you not think I've spent my entire life thinking that I was living on a spinning ball, hurtling through outer space?
No, I think you're wasting your life. That's what I think.
No, well, too bad. I don't give a fuck what you think.
Well, you clearly do.
Nah, I don't.
No, we care about the proof, dude.
I'm addressing your arrogance, you old punk.
Yeah, we care about your alleged proof. So I'm going to go back to that and maybe post something. Or we're just going to run away and say, oh, you've seen it before, so it's the same ones you've seen all the time.
Or are we just going to be LARPing hypocrites, huh? That's so much fun,
LARPing? Huh? You think so? Okay. But
I don't think so. I know.
Name something that's been hypocritical.
So just bring those images, bro.
Right? Yeah, and whatever hypocrisy that you've noted, let us know.
Just like drunk or something, or like mentally ill.
None of the above, dude. It's 3 o'clock.
I may get the cabinet out if I keep talking to you. Yeah,
interpreting drunkenness for tiredness.
So you're so high and mighty in the flat Earth room, huh? Any other room, you look like a clown.
You think so? Maybe this is the only room
that's what I do. I traipse around Discord rooms.
There's a reason why none of you leave this room.
Yeah, I enjoy listening to clowns like you come in here trying to prove something that you can't.
That's why you're sitting here all day, huh?
Yeah, So someone, dude, if someone comes in here and wants to actually talk about what we figured out, we're glad to do that with them.
Try debating without mod perms. You get destroyed.
What? See, you're mistaken. It's not even a debate.
Dude, we're not even using mod perms.
Yes, you have. What do you mean?
Yeah, you have.
I haven't.
What does he say?
Whiny little bitch.
I haven't. You've been roasted already. You can't prove what you said.
Fine example of pathological liars.
Pathological liars, dude. I mean, you said you have proof, right? Who's lying?
So even if you are LARPing, by the way, that doesn't change anything from you being a pathological liar.
Who goes into a room and says, "Hey, I have proof," but I'm just not going to show it to you. Dude, come on, get with it.
So why would I point out? So tell me, why would I point out the obvious? What's the point of that?
Get those photos. Come on. What's obvious, sir?
Yeah, you said you saw the globe with your eyes. That's how we got to this photo show and tell moment. You obviously don't have. You haven't. I guess you don't even have a picture to show us that you're confident in. And everyone you go through, you're like, "Oh, I can't show them this. Oh, I can't show them this. This is the."
I just made up this. I just made up these
Italy covering 1/8 of the Earth's surface. I can't show them that one.
So back it up, we'll just kick rocks, bro. We're not interested.
We must have already seen it.
We've already seen it.
You're a dime a dozen. You're a little bitch.
So you know the mute's coming when the mentally ill Australian starts talking. You know the mute's coming.
Just kick rocks then, bro. Kick rocks. See you later. You're not interested? We're not interested. End of story. Kick rocks.
Okay, he's going to tirade.
That's not interested. It's quite.
No, you're the one that keeps yammering about something that you can't stomach even talking about. So what is it? What is it? You can't stand talking about it, or you can't stop talking about it?
I'm still waiting for the proof, man. All this meta, not necessary.
All these theatrics and role
we all know that.
Yeah, really cool guys.
He's come in here just to throw his ego because he probably got slapped around in another channel on a debate where someone's over-moderated him. So he comes in here where he knows he's going to get muted because he's going to act
Fallacy
like a
of
clown.
intention. Fallacy of intention.
Well, you've already done it to yourself. You poisoned your own well, son.
Okay, so keep repeating the same fallacy, keep misusing it.
LARPing, all this stuff. Yeah, come on, dude.
Still
it's getting old. LARP is old.
All right, we'll let you sit on the sideline. We'll see if anyone else wants to talk. Okay.
Yeah, put it on ice for now, man.
Yeah, just chill out. If you have something, if you actually want to have the conversation, pipe up. But we're going to see if anyone else is out there wants to talk.
Just let me know when you want to have a conversation.
Oh, okay. Show us your picture. That's what we were having a conversation about. You derailed from the original conversation because you couldn't, for whatever reason, won't post one of these. Do you believe in photographs? That was you. So show us one of these pictures.
Yeah, dude.
Show us your
I'm
paper.
waiting.
We've been asking you like 2-3 times at least to continue with the conversation.
We're going to leave you dangling.
Well, there you go. I'll start it off for everyone. I've just posted a picture.
Yeah,
See,
you
popcorn?
did, buddy. You did
That
post
easy.
a picture.
There
Look
you
at
go.
that.
That's too real
Just
for
for
this
you.
guy.
Yay. Good job, Matrix. You did it.
Ever just said that based.
He was taking the piss out of you, dumb nuts.
Yeah, this guy's so corked he probably doesn't catch it. Like, come on, dude. Now there's your role model, Popcorn. Now it's your turn.
My role model, yeah. This guy.
Follow in his footsteps, dude. He showed you the way.
Follow his flat footsteps, yeah.
Oh, is that what you said? I don't think I said that.
You have flat feet, do you?
Do you make you have flat feet?
No, I was talking about popcorn.
So I can prove the earth without the photo. So I have a second. Because I actually thought about this while on the toilet.
Here we go. Drum roll, please. Finally.
So you know what a basketball is, correct? You know basketballs exist. Okay, that's fair. Okay, so imagine. So you're saying
this
we can have a ball on a smaller scale.
image of your beloved Earth, then, huh?
Well, I know you're interrupting because I'm making a very valid point that you can't refute. I understand.
You're going to tell us is flat, but if you actually look at it, it's still curved.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
But okay, so the basketball, right? Imagine that, but on a larger scale. So if it's possible on a smaller scale, right? Do you think it's ludicrous for it to be on a bigger scale?
What's it? What are you talking about?
Yeah, dude. Time out. I have
to ear-shaped basketball.
Let me address this. Time out, please.
How big?
He's gonna show us a zoomed-in basketball and tell us that it's left to right on the x-axis, as they call it, flat. What we're talking about is drop over distance. Not left to right.
That up. I just said that if something is if a ball is possible on a smaller scale.
So if an ant were walking on that basketball and you're holding that basketball at arm's length, are you following me?
Hopefully.
Okay, and there's a little ant and he's walking away from you on the basketball. What would eventually happen when the ant reached the curve of that ball?
Oh, this is the part where I say, I'll stop seeing the ant because it's on the other side of the globe, and then you'll bring up some doctor photo.
That's okay. What are you talking? Why are you trying to get out ahead of everything?
Well, I just called you out, so you're not going to do it now.
The thing is, we don't see that with this big basketball, dude. We don't see things doing that.
Yeah, you don't tend to use your eyes. Yeah, I agree.
But you told us that's where you saw the globe with your own eyes.
Proof.
Popcorn, check this out, right? Instead of asserting that the photos are doctored, why don't you ask the presenter how they were verified? Right? Because you don't know, right?
It's a good question. It's a great question. So your photos, how were they verified?
Yeah, you would come up with this yourself, but of course not, right?
So your photos are valid, but anything I post, you're just going to pick apart.
No.
Correct?
Well, hang on.
You can recreate
it. Poison his own well.
Not necessarily.
How about you post something first?
You're mixing things up, right? You know, it's a level playing field.
Is Matrix photo valid?
So the rules go both ways, right? So if you present something, we're going to scrutinize it. If anybody else presents something, they should be scrutinized too. You would think, right?
Yes. Now you have to show your curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
popcorn,
you can make a field trip of it and go and recreate that on your own if you so choose.
I mean, in a way, you're right? So that image, right, where it's like obviously enhanced and shit like that. Yeah, there's an aspect of there's a color effect, right, to accentuate some elements in the photo to demonstrate, to further the point being made, by using it, right? But to say it's altered, like warped or something, it's a bit.
So do you want me to prove it?
Go for it.
Okay. So 9.41 miles, 6.21. Tell me, how's that measured?
Matrix?
Linear?
I don't even, it sounds like he was calling a quarterback play. Set hut.
9.41 miles, 6.21 miles.
Yes, we can. We understand. You can.
That's how far they are from the camera.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that how do you know that those numbers are accurate?
Because people measure them.
Because from my perspective, all I see is numbers that say miles, yet there's no proof.
It's a simple state.
Those are the
You
numbers on
can
the
go
books.
and measure them if you so wish.
I'm asking you to provide me the measurements, right? But you haven't.
The measurements are written in yellow writing on the screen.
Well, I said physically, Maverick. So Maverick.
That is a fair question.
If I could make a photo, right, and I could, let's say that I put a ship next to another ship, and then I just put a label on it saying that these are 9 miles away.
This is not a made photo.
Yeah, that
like
would be dishonest.
you're asserting you're going to do. This is a frame from video footage.
Yeah, and there's also
so here's the distinction, Popcorn, right? So if we provide you a method, right, by which someone can determine the distances.
Which you can't, but yeah.
Oh, well, we can, right? The guy who did it, he showed his methodology in the video from which this photo came, right? Now, if you don't trust that, you, like Matrix was saying, you can go verify. You can go do it yourself. You can go, right? You can replicate the method, right? Or you can actually go to these places, right, and observe it. You can check out other sourons to confirm.
Well, that wouldn't work. So I thought about this, Joe. I was like, what if I just hopped on an airplane and showed you the curvature?
Hang on a second. Here's the point, right? So you can do that, right? Now, in your photos, claimed measurements, distances, whatever's going to be, in them, right, or claimed to be, in them, how can one actually verify that?
I haven't presented any, so I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
You're right. Like, for example, right, if you're going to show something like a photo from a satellite out in space, for example, right, there would be a claimed distance and all that stuff. By what method can anybody verify claimed distance?
Because the satellite is transmitted. Because, for example, Starlink satellites, right, they're transmitting waves that are being collected by antennas, right? That's how we know the satellite actually exists, right? Because we're actually getting those signals.
So there's the method. There's the claimed method by which the distance is determined. Now, how can anybody go verify that, sir? I'll try again.
Can go verify what? How far the satellite is?
The claimed distance is, yeah.
Sure. Right. You can make a rough estimate based off the oscillation that's being transmitted into the antenna.
This guy's bitching and moaning about oil rigs, but he's going to oscillate where the Starlink is. I love it.
Yeah. He's totally full of shit.
Talk about a hypocrite.
Well, I guess I am.
Yeah, it's obviously trying to obfuscate. So here's the point, right? You see the contrast between here's a method, go check it yourself, right? Versus here's another method that you can't really check, you just have to guess.
So here's the problem with what you just said, which is that what are we looking at?
Right? You see the disparity, right?
The disparity being what? That you can actually prove it by not even leaving your room. You don't even have to look at the satellite.
Prove it by estimating, by guessing, by doing some calculations, right?
Quantum uncertainty
variables.
If you've got a fish aquarium, you can prove it in your room. Sure, yeah, just fill that up and check out the water.
So I don't know if you guys heard of relativity.
Here's the point, right? I don't think you're seeing my point, right? Right, and on one side you can actually go check it yourself, literally, and the other one you have to trust that one, the formula using in your estimation is accurate. Number two, the variables that are actually relevant or accurate at all, right? You just punch in a number into a formula, right, and you get a number, and thereby, there's my check. It's a very different approach than actually going and physically checking, right? You see the point, right? So no wonder there's, this is not going anywhere, right? Because you can't.
It's really not, because you're not actually refuting my point.
You can't actually see. Of course I am, right? Because you're applying.
Oh yeah, in your head you are.
A different type of method, right? Than what we are, right? And your method doesn't show anything, right? It's full of holes.
You're talking about both sides of your mouth.
So my method was far more efficient, right? I just told you, so you can actually measure the distance.
Your method proves nothing.
Hang on. So you're going to measure the accuracy by how much calories it takes to employ the method. Nice try.
Yes, we use the form of metricology. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So again, right, you're gonna use a formula, plug in some numbers, right? Trust that the formula is accurate, that it's actually representative of reality. Trust that the variables that you're going to put into the formula are accurate, right? Not get off your ass and do any work, and therefore it's more accurate, therefore it's true.
So you do realize, so 20 cups. So you do realize that we build off of what other people already invented.
I do realize it's verifiable, and you can't, you have no legs to stand on. So therefore, there's no point in talking to you, dude. Or do you actually want to present something instead of, us speaking hypotheticals? Present something, we can scrutinize that, and we can show you how this approach that you're talking about is futile.
So I post a photo, you go into a frenzy / tirade about the photo.
Weren't we so close to you posting your favorite globe picture, and then you start talking about basketball? I mean, I'd love to talk about basketball, maybe in another channel sometime, but...
Yeah, I'd love for you to pay attention to my point, yeah.
Well, your point, it was sort of a bait and switch.
Oh, sure, yeah. I was totally baiting you with that one, with a basketball.
No, dude, that's... you people you people who say literal so much don't even realize when things are figurative. Or even the usage of the word bait in that. It's crazy. Someone, I don't know, man. You guys,
he's stuck in a gaslighting loop.
Your arrogance, bro. So are you gonna show us your favorite photograph of Earth, or do you not want to have the conversation? That's fine. But you
sounds like
arrogantly said, hey, do you believe in photographs? And here we are 45 minutes later and nothing.
I mean, you could fish for a reason to disengage. That's fine.
Are you talking to yourself?
You're providing on a silver platter, dude. What are you talking about?
It's only his photographs. They are good. Our photographs are refracted.
Yeah, I don't get it. That's the funny part. So at this point, for all we know, he's just rage baiting, speaking hypotheticals, got nothing to begin with, just wants to stay in rage of the room, talk shit. Unless he can prove otherwise.
Here it is, the projection is script, ladies and gentlemen. Right on you.
Hold on. There's someone else here. Someone, Oblate arrived. So yeah, you don't have to bullshit anymore for the time being, Popcorn. Get your shit together.
Yep. Just let me know when you want to have a conversation.
No, I'm just trying. Well, that's what we're begging for. We're begging to just progress the conversation that we began originally. You said, do you believe
in a reason to disengage by saying that somebody just
photographs? Your tactics are a bore, bro.
Yeah, how about you put it on ice?
Oblate. I'm trying to say the other person's name. Just shut your app for a second. Oblate Amadalia. Bicklighter.
Yeah, we'll give Popcorn a chance to go get his stuff.
Yeah, you can listen to what you call an echo chamber, Popcorn. Just relax.
Whoa, what did
I'm not even talking.
Yeah, that was.
I think I did.
Friendly fire.
Success, not try. But what's up,
narcissist butting head?
Oh, hold on.
This.
Friendly fire.
Just tuning in.
Friendly fire. Yeah. Hold on. You're committing friendly fire here, bro.
No. I was talking to Popcorn.
But I was the one talking.
No, I don't know.
That's okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to say Oblate Amangalyang.
Amygdala?
Amygdala, thank you.
There you go. What do you guys think about Mark Rober's satellite?
Mark Rober?
Well, if you want to give him names, go for it, bro.
I just want to know what you guys think about that. Because it kind of looks bullshit to me.
The satellites.
Really think about satellites. Yeah,
people keep bringing up satellites because they think that means if there's something in the air, that means the Earth's a ball.
No, it's a satellite that takes you can upload a picture and it takes a picture of the Earth.
Yeah, I haven't seen Mark Rober's, but yeah, there's stuff up in the sky. I'm not denying that they're able to, hell, they invented airplanes over 100 years ago. these people that are insisting that these satellites are some sort of orbital free fall around a ball Earth. Do you think Mark Rober's satellite is in an orbital free fall?
I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know if it's real.
I don't know. First time hearing of it. You have any pictures of it from it?
I'll put the website.
Dare I even ask someone else to bring up to post a picture of something they bring up? Who knows?
It's spaceselfie.com. That's the website he made.
Oh, well, that sounds legit.
He made a video about it on YouTube as well. I just saw it and I was like, this kind of looks cheesy, you know?
Yeah, space.com has some of the most outrageous, outlandish stories.
Samsung had one of them. Fell out of the sky, attached to a balloon. Fell on someone's farm in Kentucky or somewhere. Can't remember exactly now. Yeah. But yeah, fell on a farm. Farmers woke up, walked out their front door. There's this device, this beeping Dalek-looking thing on their lawn. Big balloon attached to it.
Yeah, I actually uploaded an image to that website. I want to see if I ever get a picture. If I do, I'll put it in chat. I doubt it'll fucking happen, though.
So, has the popcorn popped yet?
Yeah, you're coming back to me. It's interesting.
Oh, the guy died out, so.
I don't think so. I think you're just getting bored. So you want me to talk?
No,
we're getting
what they say.
I mean, well, yeah, the guy died out. Nothing going on, so I figured.
I mean, it's unfortunate when you ruin your room, right, where people are afraid to talk, so you can't have actually
with you allowing you to talk. I know.
Kind of defeats the purpose of learning, huh?
I'm not interested in hearing your voice any longer. But if the others are, then okay, I guess I have to suffer.
No, he's a special case of a-hole, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the odds are I probably wouldn't last long anyway. I just want to check on the popcorn and make sure we didn't burn it, you know?
He's popped. Yeah, he's burnt.
Being the most popular, I guess being the most popular channel in...
here we go. Hold up.
Two different...
Hold up, Roots. Check it out. Inside chat. JJ has just posted a link to flatearth.ws in response to the Black Swan. JJ, would you care to step up to the microphone and have your say?
Not if I'm just going to get muted.
You're not going to get muted. You're going to explain what you've linked us to. Why does someone else have to talk while JJ was supposed to be? Silence! Right, JJ was going to talk, not you.
That's why I'm not going to talk, right?
JJ, I silenced him just so you can talk. Please, the floor is yours.
No, I think because the previous interaction demonstrated that I don't feel comfortable talking.
Mate, please don't turn this off and down.
Elaborate.
I have gone out of my way to make it so you can do your thing.
I'd love to elaborate.
Please explain to us what is the problem with the Black Swan.
It would be fruitless here. I would love to.
Yeah, what is the problem with the Black Swan?
Well, I'd love to, but you guys have demonstrated that it's not fruitless.
Yeah, well, you've got the opportunity now. Please enlighten us.
Don't grandstand then. If you do want to have a conversation, then hang around, post your things. But I don't know what you're doing here if you don't want to engage.
I'm not going to engage via voice chat because I'll just get muted at some point. So I'm going to engage in side chat if you like.
You won't get muted as long as you're being honest and as long as you're not over talking, being rude. If you're being cordial, you won't get muted. I can assure you of that.
You're only muting yourself by complaining about a future mute that may not even happen. Just keep your shit together, dude.
Specifically cleared the floor for this guy. And now he's complaining
if you have
that he doesn't have the floor.
If you have a coherent argument, then why are you afraid to share it? Does it matter then? If your argument's the winning argument, it doesn't matter what happens after that, right? Or are you afraid? It sounds like you're afraid.
So basically, you're going to go to a website, you're going to grab one page, and you're going to play pigeon chess. Awesome. So now I've got to apologise to that other fella when he comes back for railing him so you could talk. This is not going to be cool.
Maybe he doesn't understand the argument that he posted.
You wouldn't believe this. That's
don't
just
make
what I
us
was thinking.
unmute popcorn again, JJ. Say something, man. Save us. Anyways. Spectre's here. Translucent X. And Oblate. Oblate's still here. Talking about his satellite from space.com.
Basti and Zed.
Are you drunk? I don't think that's anything close to what I said.
No, you guys are driving me to drink at this point. But now I'm sober as it comes.
I know that's not what I said.
You said, what do you guys think of that Mark Rober satellite? And then I said, first I'm hearing of it. Do you have any pictures from the satellite? Because that's what you said the satellite did, is took pictures. And then you said, well, here's something from space.com. I think that is what you said.
No, it's spaceselfie.com. I said Mark Rober
spaceselfie.com.
made that website. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Spaceselfie.com. But I thought he was taking pictures of Earth.
This is his. I'll put a screenshot.
Embarrassing. Should have been Earth Selfie.
This is his Instagram post.
I guess that's a tongue twister. They're like, it's called Earth Selfie. And they're like, no, it's Space Selfie. Oh, Lord. So you pretty hyped about this space selfie thing?
No. I guess his
you said it was goofy. That's right. I keep forgetting.
That's why I asked if you were drunk, dude. I was like,
no. I don't have that excuse now.
I don't know. I haven't seen any other pictures other than his on that thing. So,
yeah, it's weird to keep pushing stuff like that. I mean, it's everywhere. The endless stories.
Like I said, they're just picking up where Samsung left off, right? They were doing the exact same thing. They had the same idea. It short-lived because their satellite, quotes, fell out of the sky attached to a balloon.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's what they are, I think it's pretty neat putting a camera on a balloon. I've always liked aerial photographs. ET's here.
Ah, for fuck's sake, I thought the store was open. It's 1 o'clock already. Fuck me.
No, they like to close the stores early nowadays, don't they?
Yeah, I was gonna just get some ice cream for some reason. I was just like really digging.
Remember the good old days, 24-hour stores everywhere you looked?
Yeah, but then they were causing people to like trash the place, so that's why they like a lot.
I went to a lot of 24-hour stores, and I never saw anyone trashing the place.
It just causes more littering, I guess, in the area. I think that's
hire more people to pick it up, I guess.
Yeah, somebody was trying to tell me, they're like, I don't see why being a dark place makes it more like that there's crime in that area. I'm like, what do you like? It's because it's like it's darker in that area, therefore you can't see it as well, which makes it easier for people to get away with shit. Like, how is this hard concept for you to get? How does it being dark make it more likely that there's crime in the area?
Okay.
It's like, because you can't see it as well.
That's great. JJ.
You'll find some ice cream somewhere. You'll be fine.
Yeah, grab an ice cream. You'll be good. JJ, unmic yourself. Come on. I'm not typing all this shit out. Excellent refutation on the variability of atmospheric refraction. Okay, JJ, let's go back to your image. The greeny coloured image, you see the three eyes looking at the tower. Low refraction looks at the top, medium refraction looks at the middle, and high refraction looks at the bottom. This is where you and your clown shit show, flatearth.w fuckwit s, has come unstuck. At best case scenario, you get an extra 10%. So you've heard the argument when we say the square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. All that happens is it's the square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.34. So let's put that equation to the test. 1 foot, square root of 1 times 1.34 equals 1.34 miles. The horizon is still in front of both of the oil rigs. You have failed. Please, like I said, and I wrote it down just for you. When you understand the argument, you will realise how irrelevant your .ws crap is. Have a nice day.
Yeah, I guess I didn't know any of the backstory of this JJ character if he just arrived, but I don't get it. if this is all over him worried about being muted in the future, he's like, all he's done is you're muting yourself, JJ. And maybe he doesn't want to talk on the VC. I get it, but I don't know. I'm only saying this because I'm trying to get someone to talk me out of unmuting Popcorn. Every time there's silence, my thumb goes over Popcorn's mute.
There's a couple of them that pop in, a couple of little debate bro clowns that pop in, and the tactic is stir people up, cause trouble, then bitch about being muted, not put an argument forward because we're too scared we're going to get muted, and that's their whole stick.
JJ's a debate bro?
Obviously not, because he doesn't even know how to talk.
They're usually some pretty talkative chaps. The Micro Machine. I don't know. I didn't know if there was any backstory or if he disappeared, but yeah, I don't know.
No, he's been in before. Anyone who comes in and goes, I'm going to get muted if I talk, and then silences themselves, has obviously got mental issues.
I wonder if he does that in all the rooms, everywhere he goes. Well, I guess every other room is just a zoo mayhem. So he probably does the same thing. I'm going to get muted.
I cleared the floor for him just so he could talk. Like that other guy, JJ started speaking, and the other guy just went straight over the top. I silenced the other one so JJ could say his piece. Oh, you're going to mute me from your last interaction. It's like, look, bro, I just cleared the floor for you. I'm trying to do you solid. Like, come on. And you're bitching about it. When was the last time I was nice to somebody?
Yeah, this might be a first.
That's right.
But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, but yeah. Hopefully had his, I'm just here for the ride. I like it whether it's a race without a crash, but I like a good crash there and then too. Yeah, I like it both ways. I don't care. But yeah, it's funny. I mean, popcorn had nothing.
You could get fat eating popcorn.
Yeah, at least this guy gets that's in my. At least this guy's being a gentleman about it. Just there's some dignity in silence, and popcorn kind of yaps and yaps and yaps about sort of a long drawn out. You're gonna mute me. You're gonna mute me, but it's in different forms. So yeah, maybe I'll unmute him because I'm talking about him.
Wait, Soaring Blades. Soaring Blades has just rolled in.
My name is Brian Jim. My name is Brian Jimenez is here.
That was the one that I muted so JJ could talk. So someone likes him.
Oh, he's back.
Who's back? Well,
yes, both of you are back. Soaring Blades and my name is.
I wasn't here a while ago. That definitely wasn't me. I just woke up.
Oh, good morning. Even though it's a terrible phrase, isn't it?
Hello.
Hello. Let's get it back on track.
For a while, I don't know what year it is.
You don't know what year it is? So I don't think they do either.
Are you drunk?
No, you're the second person to ask, though.
That's funny.
Are you?
Thank you. I'm just watching this shit right now. I'm just watching this shit. I'm gonna kill myself tonight too.
All right, dude. Well, call a friend. Don't do that.
He was on a voice changer too.
Seems to always happen as we get close to the full moon. It seems to agitate them. Yeah, I was telling a guy the other day that the moon was in the sky while I was watching the sunset, and I think he thought I should call like Ripley's Believe It or Not or something. I don't know. A lot of these people we're talking to, well, there's different. But I don't think it's their fault. It's just the way the society changed around them that they were born into. A lot of them don't go outside that much or look around. It's kind of sad, but anyways.
It all depends how much they're gonna hang on to their beliefs, right? Because in their mind, it's like, if I let go of this, I'm done. I am nothing.
Yeah.
I'm nobody.
I'm just saying it's just not even like in their general disposition. I know I'm making a blanket statement, but I don't know. I don't think it's just the way of the society. I don't know if life's become so ever present. Exactly. They don't have time. But yeah, I'm not just talking about them going out and doing a long distance observation. I'm just saying in their day to day.
Look at ourselves, like how many times we saw in our life the horizon, and we never thought that, man, this cannot happen if we are on a globe. How many times, and we saw it, but we didn't see it. Like, it was there, but
why is this channel so popular? Do you guys think?
Because of people like you who visit, and
because there's bots in here. It's not actually popular. It's an illusion.
Well, people are asking me right now, so I was curious. So why do you think this channel's so popular?
Because of people like
it's interesting to people.
And the reality that you can experience to yourself. It's not telling you something that you cannot do it. All you have to do is believe in it.
All right, boring.
Yeah, of course, it's boring to go out from your room and check the lakes or, get a hike or whatever. It's very boring to do that thing. Sit down in front of your computer is more exciting, It's like you get more excitement from sitting in front of your computer.
He left.
I know.
I was going to tell him, some people think Pac-Man's boring. And here this guy has it as a TFP. Yeah. But yeah, that was a good smoke screen for popcorn to leave too.
Yeah, the other day I heard somebody, he's a flat earther. He has a channel, and somebody came in and he wanted to have a debate, let's say, right? Or this conversation. And the guy said, okay, but can you tell me the radius of the Earth? And the guy, he couldn't say it. He said, I don't know, what is it? So he said, how you have a dignity to come and tell me I want to debate you on something that you don't even know what it is, how big it is.
Yeah, that was ice. That was ice right after he said, well, you got to understand there's massive.
Yeah.
So how massive is it? He's like, well, I could Google
it. I mean, that's why I start to ask them.
I love it when they say, don't you know how big the Earth is? Do you realize how big it is? And they don't even know. They don't even know. Literally, they're asking you if you know, and they don't. They're asking you with this exasperated expression,
Exactly, that's what they are trying to do, is defending something that they don't know anything about. And when you start to ask them and they want to make the question, the answers on the spot, and That's why they don't have any questions. Like today, there was this guy. He was talking for like for 2 hours, and Gene CBR1 and another guy was like explaining to him everything. He never said, "Man, yeah, whatever you said, it's right," or "No, I don't agree with it." I have another question. And I'm like, come on, when you gonna say like, thank you for your answer? It's like never. I have another question. It's
even
crazy.
this debate, quote unquote debate aside, is it not strange that someone is here? I'm not saying there are exact peers, but here they are having a conversation with us. I'm guessing that guy was younger, Ice. But he's living on Earth for decades, and he isn't aware of what they say the size of the ball is. I mean, that's strange, is it not? Like, how is this the first time that he's ever looked into what they're saying the size of the ball is? He's a member of human society, a supposed adult, and he doesn't know what they at least say it is?
Bro, like I've been watching this guy Eamon RTM, I think he's on YouTube, right? So he's just this black guy in Europe, Britain. He walks around the streets just asking people general knowledge questions, right? Sometimes it involves things about the solar system. He'll like ask them, "What's the largest planet in the solar system?" And they're like, "Mercury, Earth." Like we should be asking people these basic fucking questions before they even start, bro. Like just to gauge where they're at. Do they even fucking know what they're talking about?
Exactly. If they deserve our time or not. We're gonna spend with this guy like 2 hours, okay, discussing. At least, do you know what you're talking about? Like, do you know the radius? Do you know the circumference?
That's why, Migo. That's why Radwan's triangle question is so important.
Can you say that again? Somebody took it over you.
No. I said that's why Radwan's triangle question is so important.
Oh yeah. I was gonna add it. Migo, I don't know if you were there yesterday, but the individual that you're talking about, the Ice JJ Fish, he was also here yesterday, at least my yesterday, for 3 hours. So in aggregate, like 5 hours plus, and got nowhere over 2 days.
Yeah, I know. I think your yesterday was my today, but whatever. But I think I heard you talking to him as well. But I mean, he's not the only one. There is so many of them. It's like they come in and they don't even know what they are. It just the title triggers them. And they come in and I am the guy that I want to go in this pub and I want to beat the guy, everybody in the darts, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I am the master of globe Earth. He comes in, ask him one question about the globe, they don't know. But they're going to tell you about refraction, they're going to tell you about the moon, the sun, the planets, everything else except the Earth. And because they don't know. Because I didn't know. I mean, I take it to myself. Like, I didn't know. I was like, I used to buy every month subscribe to Astronomy magazine. I used to get them every month. And beautiful pictures and everything. I didn't know what was the radius, what was the circumference. I used to look to the pictures and I said, what a beautiful picture of Plato or whatever it was, the comet was passing by or whatever, it's like whatever it was. Oh, beautiful picture. Who took it? How do they take it? How did they went there? Don't ask that, man. It's a beautiful picture. You see, you don't ask questions. That's what I was as well, until I found out that the water doesn't curve, which was all my life's experience. And I always experienced water level and straight, but even when I was looking, I didn't make the connection. And I can understand these guys when they come here the first time, oh, flat Earth. Oh, let me go and teach them. And you ask them a couple of questions, they don't know anything. And instead of going, say, okay, let me go and come back. No, blah, 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 blah. They go up.
Do you think astrophysics works on a flat Earth?
Everything ever you experience, it was working on a flat Earth.
Astrophysics do not work on a flat Earth at all, whatsoever.
What is astrophysics?
You don't know? That's embarrassing.
Well, maybe you can teach me today.
Why are you looking? If you're going to argue about the shape of the Earth, it's quite a simple concept.
Yeah.
Astrophysics. Exactly. Why are you looking up? You're supposed to be looking on. With the shape of the Earth.
Well, I would like to have knowledge on what NASA and SpaceX use to launch rockets into our atmosphere. What would I need to know in order to do that? And in order to get a degree, you need to learn that type of math and system, right?
What about if
only described by the shape of the Earth, correct?
What about if you measure the shape of the Earth that you are standing on first, and then start to see?
You don't do that from the ground because we have sophisticated technology to do much more than that. The reason you think it's flat is because you use technology that has been outdated for years. You just stand on the ground and take a picture miles away and say, hey, there should be curvature here due to this math. You have the math wrong. You always have the math wrong, or you're standing on
Goda, that's great. We've got the maths wrong. I just got that. So please enlighten us on what mathematics we should be using.
Flat Earth.
Hey. I just asked you a simple question. Why is he still talking? How about you shut up for a second? you're going to run again. So that's what his stick is all day. That's good. I'll just leave you on red flag.
Yeah. Because all he was doing is asking question, but without even listening to the answer or giving answer to our question.
Well, Migo, he said that our mathematics was wrong. I've got no problem with that at all. If our maths is wrong, please put forward the correct mathematics so we can use it.
Yeah, which one you were using?
That's it. That's all I want. I've got no problem if someone points us out for using the wrong shit. Hey, that's good. Please, what is the right stuff?
And then he says, "Is our sophisticated whatever." I mean, okay, then you didn't know that 2,000 years ago, so you just
our equipment's all outdated. Coming from a 2,500-year-old, affirming the consequent.
And I'm sure if we talk to him a couple of minutes, he was going to say, "Oh yeah, 2,000 years ago they measured that." it's damn.
Oh.
Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. Oh, sorry. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to marry me. What's your question, mate?
Hey, how are you, man?
¿Estás bien? Mire,
Well, Whisper Jack, a little bit more context there would be great.
I was referring to the guy that came in and popped off and then just ran off.
Oh, the Muhammad something
yeah.
or other.
Yeah, whoever's just talking in the chat. It sounded funny in my head.
Fair enough. Ooh, Goat Shit wants us to watch a video. Should we watch it, boys and girls?
Only if you dare.
Oh, you're joking. I've got to watch 47 minutes and 3 seconds of Planet Peckerhead.
What about you start showing us the curve and we just go home? Is it Peckerhead Peckerwood for 47 minutes? Oh my god. Sorry, man, I cannot do that. Planet Peterson, he's the dumbest of all.
Hey, Migo, check that. Sorry, mate. I'm 38 seconds in. Oh, mate, straight away. How can we have gas pressure next to it without a container? And Peterson, oh, we can do that here on Earth. Fusion reactors. I made it 38 seconds in, and I'm already laughing at this shit. Oh, man. Oh, fuck me. He's as dumb as a box of rocks.
He's the dumbest of all. He's the dumbest of all. Like him and what's his name? Professor Dave. They are in competition. Who's going to be number one? Idiot.
Oh, man. That's crazy.
Like these guys, they have their own channels and they explain things without explaining. Like I don't know how to say it. It's like for example, water is sticking on a ball. They explain it to you, but without explaining it. It's like they don't make any sense. It's all they do is like just say words, and whoever it doesn't know how to hear will not hear them what they're saying, which is bullshit. They cannot explain. I mean, I'm telling you, man, they are competing on who's going to be number one idiot of the of the globe earthers.
Nah, 4 minutes 10. I've turned it off. I just want to drop kick something now. I'll have to go and watch some kind of, I don't know, violent type of movie. Matrix 2. That'd be awesome. Where Neo kicks the crap out of all of the Agent Smiths. And then he fucks off and leaves them all standing on the ground looking like idiots.
Ah, man, don't do that. Channel all that rage into a Globie. Better for you.
Huh? You're messing with my Zen thing, man. Oh, shit. Oh man. Oh, is this goat crap still inside, chat? What is wrong with him?
What's this? Genuinely, please tell me, goated shit. Please tell me why every university that teaches astrophysics teaches math and principle that is simply impossible on a flat Earth. So fucking what? Who cares? Not a soul can explain that. It's not magic or a lie. It's just shit you know nothing about. Why the fuck would we care if they aim astrophysics at flat? Or I don't think they give a rat's ass what the ground is.
Can I ask? Go to shit. What aspect of? Go ahead.
Mick, can I just quickly say something to Matrix? Matrix, ask him to come back and teach him. Because that guy's a fool. He keeps looking up when he's supposed to be looking down.
I don't think I want him back in here. He's a muppet.
Oh, he's not in here. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, he had his opportunity in here, had a little spiral out, and now he thinks he's tough inside chat. There's actually a couple of them that do that.
Can we hush in here?
We can. Old Hoss is having a chat with him.
Okay. Go for it.
Leave Old Hoss to go for it, but when Old Hoss has finished playing with him, just hush him.
I'm addressing his chat skanking. He's just boo-hoo. Yeah, I don't even think he's in here.
No, he's not.
He's a goofball. He just spazzes out. He's the worst spaz we've had. He doesn't even. It's a very short term spaz out, and then he's gone. He says, tells us how much he hates it. He particularly doesn't care for me. So sorry, dude. Everything will be fine. And pretty active. not the high quality activity, but lots of players. They're getting worse though.
"24/7 Vlad. What's poppin', peeps?"
Just a side chat meltdown. A couple other sorks.
Yeah, same old.
Melting
one of them had a cry. You like this one, Gilliam? One of them had a cry about being muted. I actually muted somebody else so he could have his piece. He had a whinge about being muted. He doesn't want to talk because he'll get muted, and then put himself on mute and didn't talk.
That's very complicated. UK Space Marines here.
He put a sock in his own mouth after being told to go in the corner. Interesting.
He was given the floor. We cleared the floor for him.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He chose to put a sock in his own mouth after being put in the corner, but he had the
naughty corner.
Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy.
We can't always appeal to the snowflakes, or the leaves like to blow in the wind, if you will. That wind requiring a closed system, of course, because if we didn't have a closed system, that wind would have a really tough time undulating. As we all know, second law of thermodynamics, entropy, positive pressure will seek negative pressure for equalization purposes. But I digress. Alright, well, I'm getting the gear on to go jump in the pool.
I have a question here. Wasn't there, I don't know a lot about the topic, but wasn't there a billionaire from China that flew over the North Pole or something?
You know what an authority is?
Wasn't it? No, his name was, I googled it just now, his name was Chun Wang.
Do you know what an authority is?
Well, it's a leading figure, yeah.
Right. And do you know when somebody tells you a story, you always have to go back to that story and say, more please, sir?
I mean, yeah.
That's what an appeal to an authority is. So in order for you to prop up your globe belief, your spheroid claim, you have to go back to this authority that apparently did something that nobody's quite sure if they actually did. So until you're actually able to confirm what this guy did, you're constantly going to be in a place where you're appealing to that authority in order to prop up your belief. That's all. Thanks for listening.
I think you seem to be misunderstanding my request, yeah? I'm not proposing that this is actually the case. I'm just inquiring about whether or not you've looked into this, yeah?
Yeah, you're wondering about the veracity of it, and I totally understand that. From my standpoint, right. Just like NASA, I don't believe their stories, but thank you for sharing, brother.
What was the statement / question?
Oh, just whether or not the Chinaman actually went over the North Pole or not. You guys look into that. Yeah, because I was curious, because I heard about it and I read a little article, but I'm not an expert and nor do I really care to be, but maybe you guys are experts and you would know.
Sounds like something that the Chinaman government, that sounds like a stunt they would pull now. They like their stories, don't they? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Wang did it.
Right.
Kind of sounds fishy, doesn't it? On its face?
A little bit.
A solo mission? Or did he have like he probably had, I mean, what did he have, an icebreaker up there? Or what was he doing? They gave him a stick and told him to walk?
So from what I read, he was in a spacecraft that was automated, so he didn't.
I love it. Okay. In a spacecraft. Whew, close call. I thought the guy was like in peril.
He's not walking, no.
Okay. I misunderstood. I don't know. I mean, every night I make a point to look up if it's clear night. I see stuff up in the sky that's not on the flight radar. And it's, yeah, who knows what's up there? Who knows? It sounds like an outrageous story. You know what I'm saying? To go over, that seems like it's very important for them. Didn't they just do a moonwalk, the Chinese, just before the Indians?
Did they?
Yeah. Or, I don't know, they had some sort of moon landing. Maybe it wasn't, I guess it wasn't humans. Yeah, they landed on. It's very important to. I don't know who's making the Chinese stories. Is it the Is it the CIA writing about what the Chinese are saying they're doing? Jim Wang, his name was. Well, I know, I'm making light of it. Okay. John Wang.
C-H-U-N.
Yeah, John Wang. Quite a name. What they needed their what are they looking for? What was that guy's name? That's interesting. John Glenn. They needed their man in a space capsule. But who knows? I mean, a lot of these stories that they say what China is comes from Virginia.
Oh, it's a
who knows?
conspiracy.
Maybe people work from home now. I don't know.
Maybe.
Oh, check it out. Goat Shoot's back.
Welcome back, buddy.
Think he's going to break if I unmute him? Let's find out. All right. Tell me where the flat earthers hurt you.
You guys didn't hurt me.
Let me just say real quick.
Like you're hurt.
They may think we're crazy, but they always come back. Go ahead.
I just want to know.
He's like a Yankees fan. You know, the Yankees suck. You guys suck. Next day, back at the ballpark.
I'll let you do your
Thank
thing.
you.
Don't worry.
Thanks, man.
Don't worry.
Come on, you're good.
Speak
Ask
up
the
a little
question.
bit.
I just got here. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, it's.
What in system of physics would you use to launch a rocket from ground to air on a flat Earth?
What's
I
that
used
got
to have
do
a
with the
little
shape
water
of the
rocket.
Earth?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're
Yeah,
right.
I used to have a little.
Would it be this?
I used to have a
Would
little
it
water
be the same
rocket
that you would learn
in my backyard when I was a kid. Little plastic thing full of water. You pump some air into it. That worked pretty good.
So would it be the same? Would it be the same math that you learned in school, high school physics?
Well, dude, those are all stories where they have these things, they're launching things, and then they're even the stories where they went to the moon. The rocket goes around the rocket goes around the ball 3 times, reaches escape velocity, voila, on the way to the moon. Next thing you know, they're driving a Jeep up there.
So the math that we use in physics system we use is just a story.
Well, I mean, have you ever? There was a book written, 2 books, editions by a guy called Physics of Superheroes.
Yeah.
And he worked out all the physics for everyone. Superman's his leaps and bounds seem like flying because he's from Krypton, and Krypton has 7 times the gravity of Earth. Yeah, they go from swinging I'm going to swing this pendulum, holding it to my face. It's going to swing back and forth, and then they go and open your textbooks, and here's what we see from 300 light years away, and they like to use the things that are actually in the physical world and then extrapolate from that to give us a fairy tale, and that's what everyone's caught up in. What was your question? Is NASA lying? I forget. That was about Jim Wong. That was their guy. I can't keep up.
He wants to know why they keep teaching this shit at school. All they're doing is just passing on the original misinformation.
Yeah.
Why is there such hysteria out in Salt Lake City? They've got a little system that works for them. They like it.
Probably the meth out there. There's a lot of meth.
No, it's the church. The church gives a lot of order to those people's lives.
There's probably like a higher.
Yeah, you've seen Salt. Have you ever seen SLC Punk?
Of the earth, yeah, a lot of meth.
You ever seen SLC Punk?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's also a very established church out there that they all thrive within.
You can
like financially and
as long as you have a group that agrees with you. That's why this Discord channel exists. You feel safe.
Now you're projecting the system, the globe thriving that you're a part of, and you're so pissed off that we figured out we're not on a globe for some reason.
Come in here by myself, willing to like take whatever like nonsense you have to say and just
stay on track. Don't start meddying and complaining.
I'm willing to listen to you, but you haven't.
We're talking, dude.
If you're willing to listen, you'd understand something as basic as there's no measured curvature. So how's that to listen to?
Where did you learn that from?
Excellent. I shall show you. That is a great question, young fellow. I'll post up a little video for you right now.
And don't show me a picture of somebody taking a picture.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Across from a lake.
This is the last I'll say. This is the last I'll say. But it had been under our nose our whole lives, and we hadn't connected our dots. The whole idea that we're living on a water ball. The whole idea that we're living on a water ball crashes down when all you do is acknowledge what you see water doing in reality. And what they say on the TV and on the books, this water ball of specific dimension, it can't be possible with how water acts in real life.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. We got a video. We got a video.
Yeah, dude. Just find a reason to complain.
Okay, go. Before you get all excited about a video, hold up. Underneath the video, as you can see, is a little cartoon diagram showing exactly what's happening. There's a laser pointed over the alleged Earth. Now, if this is correct, as you move along the laser from where it's really close to the Earth and get further along, the distance should increase at a calculable scale. So, at 10 miles, it should be 66 feet. At 20 miles, it should be 266 feet. 30 miles, about 600 feet. And 40 miles, you're looking over 1,000 feet. As you can see in that video that you'll probably will choose not to watch, there's no measured curvature. And that's at 21 miles. This is why we're flat earthers, not because we just like saying, hey, it's flat, not because of any other weird, stupid reasons you guys concoct. We are flat earthers because it is measured as flat. I can assure you now, if it had measured curvature, I'm fucked if I'd be in here listening to people come in and dribble on all day. But anyways, watch that video, enjoy that. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask afterwards.
Hello? Okay, you're done. So you were speaking for over a minute straight. I would like to say, and I would like to at least have half of that amount of time to say something. Within the video and within the links under the video, I've gone through multiple times. There is no math. There is nothing that relates to a.
If you start off poisoning the world like that, son, you're not going to go very fucking good with me. You haven't seen that video. I know that as well as you do. So what I should do is I should put you on mute for as long as the video runs, so you've got nothing but time to watch it. Or you can be in good faith and say, hey, that's excellent, I'll go and watch the video. Your choice. Oh, you're going to go and watch it?
Like it's kind of embarrassing what this VC is about. You want to talk over people for twice a minute.
Hey, Blake.
Say something.
Oh, Blake.
It's really sad.
Oh, Blake.
It's really fucking sad.
Oh, Blake.
If you were just able to listen to
people... Are you going to respond? Oh, Blake, are you going to respond or are you just going to talk?
Talking and speaking.
Oh, Blake, are you going to respond or are you just going to talk? I think you chose wrongly. So I wonder which one's an alt of the other one. So, oh, Blake, the reason the other clown got muted is because he started off quite poorly. When someone posts up a video for you after you've asked a question to prove how something is measured flat, and it's provided, you don't just bitch about how they've spoken for a minute straight and you haven't had time to talk, and that how you've seen the video before after not seeing the video. We know damn well he was a liar. And now you're carrying on. We don't need that in here. What we would like for you to do is put forward proof of your curvature. Can you do that for us?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Exactly. So you're here in good faith also.
I wasn't listening to a word you said because you didn't give me the respect. I gave you the respect for a minute.
You earn respect.
Hey.
You earn respect.
Yeah, fuck this guy, man. Sounds like the same guy.
It is.
What a clown, man. Fucking grow a pair. God, these kids, man. Is it just me, or do they all sound like they're under 18?
Oh, it's getting harder to pick them. They all sound like just dumbasses to me.
I wonder if they're even allowed in here. Sometimes. Technically.
Well, the problem is Discord only asks them if they're over 18 or over 13 or whatever the age bracket is. I don't even know what the age bracket is anymore. I thought it was really young. It just asks them if they are. If they turn around and lie and say, yes, I'm over the age, there's no other further checks. That's it. It's just they've lied. So if they sneak in underage, then so be it.
Yeah, not exactly our problem, but if that's the case for much of the activity, well, so be it. It would explain everything. In my humble
all we can do, if we suspect one is underage, we just ban them. That's it. Just say, sorry, bro, you sound like you're underage. If they go to the upper end moderators of the channel and provide proof of otherwise, then it's just an apology. Sorry, you sound like you're 10. You're acting like you're 10. You're out. Until you can prove other, then no, we don't have to entertain.
I have a question, yeah. I thought that this server was 13 plus.
With the way that other guy was carrying on? Did you want to throw a random number at him?
I'm sure he's at least a teenager, yeah?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Some of them are just clowns, just kids having a laugh. They watched a Professor Dave video and all of a sudden they know it's a ball because Professor Dave said so.
Yeah, but to answer your question, I think you're right. Technically, it is 13. I'm not sure. Is that just for our server, or is that for Discord? Like, why?
I think it's Discord in general.
Okay.
Yeah, so
we're just like, all right.
Yeah, the way it works is Discord has a TOS, and you have to follow the TOS regardless of the server rule. However, TOS is 13 years, and this server can then restrict it further, but they can't lower it.
You're saying this server can choose to have a restriction of 18 or older. They just can't be like
Exactly.
So you look up the Discord community guidelines, the very first rule, do not promote, coordinate or engage in harassment. And what do these kids come in here and do? Try to harass us. So we could boot them out just on that if we want to.
You can boot them for any reason.
Most of the time we don't. If they're coming in here asking sensible questions like you've done so far, I've got no reason to boot someone. If they break TOS, insta-boot. No questions asked. But if they carry on like right dickheads, then yeah, what do you think's going to happen?
I think they're going to get kicked, yeah.
Yeah.
And thank you, yeah. I'm trying to learn about this stuff. It's quite an extensive topic, so there's a lot to take in.
It's really easy when you start looking into it. It's just measured as flat. The biggest stuff comes from the other side with all of the stories that they use to explain every little thing. Oh, we explain space by this. We throw rockets at it. We don't tell you where they land. We explain gravity with this. We explain the fact that you can't see so far with this. Everything has to have an explanation. But when you start backing up those explanations and testing them, that's when you find a lot of them fall apart. And that's how to tell what people are fair income about it. It's the ones that actually go out and start testing things to see what is going on. Some people go out and do long-range observations. Some people go and buy some very expensive hardware and do laser transits across large expanses of water. Some people just go out and buy a bloody P900 or a P1000 or whatever number it's up to camera so they can do some mad long-range photography to see how far those cameras can go. Others have gone out and bought infrared tech so that they can cut through all the haze and all the bullshit and see even further. So it's up to you, man. Others just do it really cheap. Buy yourself a little 8-inch square mirror, get some friends, and do a mirror flash test across a large span of water. You know, you don't have to spend $1 zillion to work it out. But up to you, mate. If you got any questions, there's plenty of people on the panel here that'll answer them for you.
Yeah, Matrix. You at your machine right now?
Yeah, man.
Can you check a distance for me? I'm curious about this.
Distance. Earth curve calculator coming right up.
Nah, just a straight shot distance
Google Map.
per Google. Yeah. I'm curious to know what the distance is from Toronto, Ontario to Seattle, Washington.
Toronto, Ontario. Oh, wow.
Seattle. And I have two structures. Two structures I'm going to point at.
Toronto, Ontario, Canada. There we are. We'd like to. I'll just click on that. Measure distance. So what we after? Seattle, Washington?
Yeah, Seattle, Washington to Toronto, Ontario distance.
Distance
miles
to here.
Miles if possible, or whatever we can convert.
In miles, approximately 2,080. 2080.
Okay, now in a second window, can you pull up the CN Tower and the Seattle Space Needle?
Okay, I'll just.
Do you know about these two structures?
I've heard of them, but I wouldn't know it if I tripped over them.
That's all good. Well, I don't think you'd trip over it, but.
We'll have to Google Maps again. You got to remember, every time I start Google Maps up, it goes back to Sydney, so I've got to do some scrolling. Oh, good. Yeah. Okay, so Toronto.
You're fighting up from down under. I understand.
It's upside down. It's all good.
That time of the day.
What?
Oh, it's that time of day.
It's the time of day. The time of day for me is currently 5:37 a.m.
I know. I already said this is the time of the day, but no one is. You're not talking.
I'm talking. I took that comment. That was an attack. That was a personal attack because I'm talking. That means that you discounted what I was saying.
No. What I was saying. I'm sorry. Call me.
I'm joking around. Don't worry about it.
You so have the wrong name, bro. Because we normally say less meta around here. Damn. Anyways,
well, you're trying to insult me and get it. Autistic.
Yeah, well, that's great. Anyways, Killian, what was it in Toronto?
The CN Tower. CN Tower and the Seattle Space Needle.
I did prove the fact that.
Oh my! You kind of walked into a conversation that was already on the floor, right, Brother Meta?
Okay.
You know about respect?
Can you tell me about it?
RESPECT. Find out what it means to me. RESPECT. Bing bang. 1 2 3. Something like that.
I did ask, what's the topic about?
Yeah, you can just filter in because Matrix and I are going right back and forth on it. So what we're looking at is the distance from Seattle, Washington to Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And the two buildings we're pointing at is the CN Tower and the Seattle Space Needle. Two towers built to a principle of Plum. I'm just trying to figure out, based on the spheroid claim, what the axial...
I know.
Whoa,
you want to know how to figure
You're
it
hot
out?
on the mic. You're hot on the mic.
What?
How do I spell this? CN Tower?
So since yesterday is the first time I talked about this, and I got my ass whipped.
Thanks, Meta.
I was trying.
Meta, just hold on a second. I'm having a chat with Killian.
Okay.
I know you're excited, and you've probably got 1,001 questions. But
I have the
if
answer
you just
to the
wait,
question.
they might get answered in the process. So how do you spell the name of this tower, Killian? CN Tower. That's what I wanted to know.
Do you want the calculation how to do it? Have it. So you do. Just use the horizon formula. Come on.
Bro, we're about to walk you. If you're gonna hold on a second. This is what's about to happen. I'm talking to Matrix about the CN Tower and it's Seattle. Bro, do you need to be muted? You want to be muted?
No, I'm saying this is how you do it.
I'm gonna shut up. Matrix, you go ahead with this one.
No,
Force is strong.
Plus
Force is strong with this one.
Need somebody to mute him so I can talk.
It's a woman, and I am.
Okay, Meta, put the brakes on, or someone's going to do it for you, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're he. You sound like a man. I don't care what you have between your legs. You sound like him. So I'm just going to go with.
We're not going into that conversation.
Yeah, we're not. So mute him, please. Now.
Yeah, just put that on there.
It's what was I watching yesterday? I think I was watching friends get into it, and I realized it was because again, like the one person was super calm, right? And then you have this other person that just keeps talking until eventually the other person gets annoyed enough to respond, commits assault, and ends up in jail. So that was a very short lesson for me. Whenever I say that I don't F with these people, and I'm talking about the people that do what this dude just did, come in, interrupt, you calmly tell them, hey, I'm having a conversation. And then they're like, oh, yeah. So anyway, and they keep talking to you. Like, just because it's the internet doesn't mean that we have to even acknowledge that shit. Like, that's the kind of person that you mix with. I'm sorry. Now, mind you, I'm not talking about, abuse of power. I'm talking about muting someone who doesn't understand either A, when two people are already having a discussion and you let them know and they're still being a-hole, or B, you're talking to them and they're just not responding to you, but telling you what they want to tell you, those people don't deserve responses. And if you try to disengage them and they force you to engage by continuing to talk to you in your general vicinity, we do have the power to mute them. We do have that. You don't have to punch them in the face. You don't have to be like, who the is this guy rolling up on us in the bar talking you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have to allow that. Mhm. Ridiculous. Please continue with your CN Tower thing.
Thanks, Elijah. I appreciate that, man. So here's the deal, right? Us investigating two towers located both in North America, same landmass for that matter, and the idea of the distance between these two towers, which are built to a principle observing plumb because they are literally observing verticality because they're towers. I'm just curious to know, right, based on the distance between the two of them, what the drop over distance would be based on the spheroid claim. Because again, these two structures exist in real life. Now we have to figure out verticality and how that fits in with the spheroid, if in fact the spheroid claim is true. If P, then Q. Thank you for that.
Question number 1, distance between the two devices, 2,066.89 miles.
That's pretty substantial. So we take that number, we plug that into an Earth curve calculator to get the drop over distance, and the result is?
I'll just put it at 2067. Height. How high do you want to be? Don't answer that, you other lot.
Give them the benefit of the doubt. Give them 50 feet. Let's say they're above the surface or above sea level by 50 feet.
Whoa, that's a big number. Okay, at 50 feet, the horizon should be at 8.65 miles, and hidden target height 2,656,547 feet.
2 million? Nah, B. Feet. Well,
the number it's given me. 2,656,547.
Wow. What's the conversion to miles on that then?
Okay, I'll just bring the converter up.
Because again, like 100 miles, 66, 100 miles is 1.25 miles.
Feet, so what were we? 265,6547. 6547. 503 miles.
Wow. So 503 miles. Bet. Now, next distance, and Matrix, you let me know if I'm being annoying with these distance checks.
No, you're right, man. I'm not doing anything.
And if anybody wants to jump in with a question like spheroid, whatever, please feel free. We're just making conversation at this point. The next thing I'm curious about is Toronto to China. What's that distance?
Ooh. So from the tower to China, any particular spot in China?
If you can locate it, the Great Wall of China specifically.
Great Wall of China. And yeah, we'll go from that spot there. I'm just dragging the little slider thing over.
If I may put in a small request, Meta, can you close your camera, please? We don't want to limit the room to 25 people. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that tower in Toronto to the bottom section of the Great Wall will give you about 6,540 miles.
That's crazy. And we know that all walls are built again to a principle of plumb, right? So the wall itself is honoring the principle of verticality, just like the tower in Toronto, just like the tower in Seattle. Thanks for those numbers, Matrix. I appreciate it.
Oh, good, man.
One thing to keep in mind, though, with that calculation, what was it? CN Tower to China? What'd you say? 6,000 something miles?
6,540 miles.
All right. So that's greater than the supposed radius, right? So at that point, you're talking something like the point B, right, somewhere in China, right, would have been wrapped around, that part of the ball, right? So if CN Tower is at 12 o'clock, this thing is at 7 or 8 o'clock. You're already past that point.
Thank you, Cups. That's exactly what I want, and not say I was trying to troll or fish out anything, but the idea of this, we take the number, right? What is the radius claim? And then all of a sudden we start looking at these vast distances between structures. We start pointing at how these structures are built, and we're like, wait a second, we're literally looking between our legs, trying to look at our ass by the time we take in these numbers. Thanks.
Yeah, man. So keep in mind that Matrix, I think, depending on the calculator that you used, if they used the parabolic approximation, right? They're using a parabola, that thing extends out, laterally, right? So it may not exactly represent this accurately. It's greater than 1,000 miles, so certainly beyond 1%. But in this case,
let's use the measure distance on Google Earth.
Right.
That's all.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know how it does it, but yeah.
So it's interesting because it highlights the point, right? So any distance beyond the length of the supposed radius, right? You're talking, or is it? No, excuse me. It would be 1/4 the circumference. So 7,000. So I could actually be wrong on that because the circumference, right, 24,000 something miles, right? So from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12, each of those are what? 7 or 8,000, between 7 and 8,000, between 6 and 7,000 mile segments. All right. So I actually might be wrong on that one. The child. What was the distance? Not the drop, but the actual distance before
6540. The drop, however, is 3678.
Okay.
Yeah, you got the Sagittar as well, right? You have the actual drop over the surface, but then there's also the actual difference between the 2 points, which would be the drop over distance.
Cutting through the ball. I think the drop is measured. Yeah, the drop, at least insofar as how we've calculated it to this point, is the vertical drop from the tangent point, alleged tangent point, right? Yes. So you draw a line straight out and then you drop it, right? That drop on the y-axis is what we usually talk about. So what's
I believe that would be the Sagittar. Go ahead.
No, I think the Sagittar is, or the Sagitta, however you want to pronounce it, is the line that cuts through at a diagonal, right? So if you take a clock and you draw a line directly from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock, it cuts through the circle, right? I thought I understood that that's what
No, you're right. I apologize profusely. Yeah, no, you're spot on, Cups. Thanks.
Okay. Or even then, the Sagitta might actually be the height from that line to the hump, to the apex, right, of the circle, right? Cutting through that arc segment. I don't know, I forget. But those two things, one of those two or both or whatever, I think are represented.
Well, I know it's synonymous with the archer's bow, right? So you have the bow and you have the line that goes through the bow, and now it's either the drop from the bow to the line or the actual distance of the line of the bow, if you will.
Yeah, the string. Yeah, one of the two. Because the arc segment would be the bow, like the hard part of the bow, like the structure of the bow, and I think the Sagitta is the string, the length. Anyway, just quickly, what's the circumference again? 24,900 miles?
Pretty close.
So let's say, right? There we go. So 1/4 segment would be 6,225. So indeed, the China thing to Toronto would be just over that quarter of the circle mark. So it does wrap around then. So I was correct, but not for the reason that I thought. Lucky guess.
Now, for the ultimate throat slit, Toronto to Australia. Because I got that one is. Because I got two structures. Well, I already pointed at one, but I got another structure I'm pointing at, and I'm like,
All right. Sydney, Australia. Measure distance. And Toronto. I've lost that space here, I think, again. We'll just go.
Toronto to Sydney is 9,686 miles. So the Sydney Opera House, brothers and sisters, is literally more than upside down in reference to the CN Tower. That's nuts. Sorry, I think someone's trying to get in. I apologize.
It's that far on a flat Earth map, around a globe Earth map, or both?
On Google Tard Maps, to be specific.
Okay, bro, so the globe flies.
The globe.
Well, I mean, it's as the crow flies, right? Because we know these distances that we can check commercially have been confirmed because airlines honor these distances, right? They base their fuel mileage on them. They base even how much they charge the people that get on the plane, the passengers. We know that these distances can be confirmed because we can have been confirmed because we can just commercially check them.
They're saying you can't trust anything that they won't let anyone go past the border or whatever.
Oh, so you're saying that we can't actually check the distances that planes fly to?
No, the other people here were arguing something like that.
But here's the thing, brother. I'm going to say this to you respectfully. We know what the cruising speed of a plane is, approximately 650 kilometers an hour, right? And then we know how long these planes stay in the air for when they're flying. So through simple multiplication, we can kind of verify plus or minus if they're right or wrong. Right. I think this is where we can put on our thinking hats and walk out the actual idea of flight times compared to distances, etc.
And what map gives you workable flight times that's not around Earth?
Just as a fill-in for you, Killian.
Hold on. How is a flight time synonymous with a map? I'd like to know this from you, because that's an interesting question that you asked, right? This is about your mental construct and how you understand things versus how they actually occur. Go ahead.
Because if you're going at a fixed rate, a fixed speed, and the distance, and you compare the distance between 2 points, one is twice as...
Hold on.
Your if is incorrect. If somebody said if, I'm going to stop them.
You asked a question, and then you interrupted me. So,
what is your
do you want to answer, or do you want to keep believing? Do you want to live in an echo chamber?
So this is another kind of person that I'm talking. I didn't do anything egregious. I just said, hey, if your if statement is going to begin with fixed speed, that's already incorrect. Why is it incorrect? Well, if you look in flight dynamics and all that goes into it, wind drag, all this other stuff, you don't have the same kind of metric that you have for, say, traveling along the ground.
Actually, no. If no. I don't know if you've ever driven a car before, but if you're in a car and you measure, the rate of speed, and then you can calculate how far.
I'm almost done.
Well, you interrupted me, so I thought might as well reclaim my time.
I'm almost done. Don't worry. I'm almost done. Don't worry.
So you try again.
Well, I'm almost
already
done. Don't worry. Well, I did misspeak because if you look at the equation, there's a difference between the one that you use for the ground and the one that you use for sky because of what I said.
Yes, and ground to ground, you can compare. Sky to sky, you can compare. It's not that complicated.
So anyway, that's the point I wanted to make. If he wants to ignore what I said and continue, then all right, fine. Then I'll just come in on the back end and say the same thing.
No, you're free to point out the existence of air and wind. Doesn't change what I said.
Yeah, you don't have a direct measurement of anything. You have an average. That's why flight times aren't always the same, moron. Nobody knows the distance over sea. It's not possible.
Okay, yeah, and how far do you think South America is to Australia compared to South America versus Greenland? Out of curiosity.
Don't know because
okay, well, use whatever conception you have of the world and give me the best estimate you got. Because if you were to take a flight to Greenland and a flight to South Africa or South America from the Arctic or Australia, I can tell you, there's going to be different things. So I'm curious, what is your conception of the world relatively? Things relative to other things.
Response to you is that's a red herring. I was actually addressing your point, which was false. I'm not here to.
He's flipping the burden, man. Oh man,
the burden.
Yeah, 100%. Because I'm still. Here's the thing, right? And I'm going to jump in hot for a quick second to say I'm still trying to figure out how you take the construct of time and demand a map on top of that. How is time related to a map? You're missing a step. You've leapt from a time construct, a time measurement into a map. How did you get there? How did you get to a map from time? What did you use? Tell me. What did you use?
You use speed and time.
You use speed and time.
And
great. So I'm going to go up in the air. I'm going to travel for a certain amount of time. Awesome. What haven't I used yet in order to figure things out, Bright Eyes?
Well, you use observation too.
No, you're still wrong. I'm pointing at a tool and you're still missing it. I'm being passionate because you're still missing it. You think you're hot shit, but you can't tell us what we need to use when we have time.
No, you can't tell me where you are. You can't tell me where you are. That's like
what do you need? What do you need? What's the tool? What's the tool, Bright Eyes?
Bro,
what's the tool you need?
I'm asking you where you are. I'm sure you would know.
What's the tool you need? What's the tool you need? If you have time,
you don't know,
brother.
You don't know?
You need a compass, don't you? You need to figure out the direction you're traveling. Thank you.
You don't know?
Is this a conversation that you would share with your aunt or your cousin? Because if not, you need to control how he's speaking to you.
What?
Like we have to control how. If we're talking like this to other people, then I don't get to say anything because I would be a hypocrite. But there's no reason for this dude to just be bouldering through you. There's no reason. It's disrespectful. He don't even know you.
Yeah, the reason is that you do it to me.
The reason is he's been on for the last couple of hours. JJ, shut up or I'll kick you out.
Real time. You asked why.
Shut the fuck up. You have been on for multiple hours this afternoon. Every time someone gets to a point, it's just no, and then you bulldoze through them. So here's an option: stay out. Not only was he on for multiple hours this afternoon, Big Daddy, he was on yesterday, I believe Mick said, for multiple hours. And basically, every time someone gets to any valid point, he just turns off. He may as well put his fingers in his ears and go, la, 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 la. All he wants to do is preach shit to us.
Yeah, every time that we... Like, just as a society, I know it sounds super meta, but every time we gift that with actual response and back and forth, it legitimizes somebody talking like that. Police can't even police how you talk to them, but you see them try though, right? Because it's like they want to establish some sort
of authority.
Now, I'm not talking about establishing authority. Well, yes, I am. For yourself. If you would let anybody just come up to you and just say whatever they want to you, then okay. But I mean, in the greater world, I think that the reason that people are turned off by us is because we have lowered ourselves to the standard of people like that and talked back with them and to them. And normal people look at that and they go, fuck that. Excuse my language. I don't want to hear that. Most of my friends don't want to hear this because of conversations like that. If it was a regular conversation where you was asking a professor, so hey, I was at the beach, I'm under the impression that the horizon should be this distance, but it was this distance. You're right. Let me see what you got. Let me take a look into that. If conversation was like that, we wouldn't have a problem with the world. But you know what conversation is like? Conversation is like when you watch the news and two people go at it for 20 seconds about a conversation that obviously needs more time. And the only reason that they think that's okay is because the consumers have consumed it. If nobody was consuming it, they wouldn't have done it because they would have nowhere to go. These people, if they didn't have anybody to freaking talk to this disrespectfully, they wouldn't be here. So we allow that. Y'all got to get that through y'all. It's not a game where we should be, just debating back and forth like this is a debate no. Letting people take us out of character. No. That don't make no sense.
Right on, man.
Do we also have to moderate what goes in the chat? Like, if you can't curse on the mic, like, can you curse in the chat?
That's on England or English server. There's a rule about respectful discourse or something like that.
Not as far as the text goes.
Yeah, in politics, it's more free for all. You can swear here.
Okay. Oh, this is politics.
Yeah.
I thought we was.
Nah, not in English.
I could have been dropping so many F-bombs. No, I'm getting better though. It's good.
Here he is apologising.
YouTube. I think I could put it across in the way that people might understand. Do you think somebody deserves to be knocked out for talking crap? No, I mean, I'm like for real. Like somebody's just talking smack. Like view them as puny. Somebody who isn't any threat to you whatsoever. They got glasses on. They're as nerdy as can be. Do you think if they were talking smack to you, it'd be okay to just lay them out? Or do you think it'd be better to show some restraint?
Depends on the context and what the talking smack was. Like if I'm down the pub, minding my own business, having a beer, and some random just starts coming up, talking shit about my parents or something like that, it's highly probable that, he's going to have to lay down for a while.
What if he wants to do that? To put you in jail?
Then it's going to be a long night for both of us.
I like how you thought about it, and then it's like, fuck it, I'm going all in.
Go hard or go home.
I get what you're saying. All right, that's your answer then. Cool. I think that the outrage and the anger is justified, but I think reacting to it in giving it an existence in your heart.
It all depends on the circumstances. If it's just some pissed idiot that comes up, I think you're a fuckwit. Go home, clown. You've had too many to drink. It all depends on what the circumstances is, man. Like, yeah.
I asked that because, you guys have probably seen videos of, black people that react to white people saying the N-word, right?
Yeah.
And as disrespectful as that is, how many times has that landed somebody in jail because somebody else was being an a-hole? Like, is it worth losing your job, getting a case on your children of all because somebody said something? And the point is, What if we live in a world full of evil where for some people it's their job to make you react to them? I'm going to be religious and wholeheartedly believe that and treat people as if that's the case. If you're talking to me, I want to know why you're talking to me. If you're being disrespectful, then it means automatically to me, I'm just going to make the assumption that you want to pull me out of character and put me in a dangerous situation. I'm not even talking to you at this point. Why I'm going back and forth with a girl? That's not right. That was a little sexist. But why am I going back and forth for? It really is akin to going back and forth with a 5-year-old. A 5-year-old that wants to tell you what's what and tell you what's true. So that's why I say the things that I say about, like, come on, we got to be better and this, that, and the third. Like I'm saying it specifically for us, for y'all, for us, because okay, I'll give you a better example. Look what it turned QE and Nathan into. Full on assassins, right? Like you can only put them in one setting, a setting in which they're gonna have to take someone's head off. I can't sit them in front of my grandma. As right as they be, as right as they are, I can't sit them in front of my kids. And I used to be one of those types of people. Don't sit me in front of your grandma and ask me about flat earth. I'm gonna take her head off. We're talking that old mess, like back in the day, right? Damn near took my father's head off. God rest his soul. Talking that 5%er Muslim stuff. Talking about the planets or this and that and the third and blah 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 and the governance. Look, I don't want to hear none of that. That's BS, Dad. The Earth is flat. I don't care what you've been teaching me since I was 7. That was a hard combo. But my whole
Big
thing
Daddy.
is
Big Daddy, bro, it's you.
Here we go. My whole
Bro, you're
thing
the
is
most fucking insane one here. I love you, dude. You're a fucking nut job. You're a fucking nut job.
I'll end it off with this.
You have fucking killed your brain with alcohol, you dumb piece of shit.
He doesn't even know I don't even drink. See what I'm saying? Like, but if I did and I felt a way, am I supposed to get upset with him and disrupt the message I was just giving y'all to engage with that? Why? Why? You know? So like the whole thing is, man, we've been knowing each other long enough for us to have these kinds of conversations because I actually care about y'all. And I also care about me. And I care about it. If we don't consider this a movement, it damn sure has to be, because it's an easy lie to defeat. I think it's just our tactics as a whole. It's this, yes, baby. One state can say, "Oh, that dude is, he's unhinged. I don't want him on my platform." It's all right. Then we're complaining about other flat earthers that are probably less effective, less trustworthy, out there representing us. Whether you want them to or not, whether you think about it or not, people are going to be out there saying stuff. And if you're not out there putting truth out there as fervently as the lie is being put out there, you're going to be overrun, which is why everybody thinks the earth is. And then they convince themselves, oh, truth doesn't matter. Truth doesn't matter. Okay, well, then drop your religion then. What difference does it make? Drop your religion then. It doesn't. I don't know. He asked me if I want to let it.
Just check this out. Just scrolling through Facebook, and every now and then you come across a funny post like this one. So you're telling me you drove a mile to the gym to walk a mile on the treadmill? That pretty much sums up society, boys and girls.
Aside from socializing, I really don't understand going to the gym to work out.
Yeah, here's an idea. Get a freaking job.
No, I mean, that is a solid point, because you can just do workout, push-ups, sit-ups, like run, even in place. You'll just lift household items. You don't need fancy gym equipment. But going to the gym is a social thing. It's supposed to be.
I spent years working on the rail crit, swinging 14 pound sledgehammers. My mates were forever asking me, how come you never come down to the gym? Why don't you join us down at the gym? Why don't you all get fucked and come out and join me for a day and see how yous go? Yous go down there for fun. I do this shit and get paid for it. Like, what's the deal?
And it's kind of fun when you take a friend who doesn't really work out and you do something like really, like really simple.
I did go years ago. One of my mates was big noting about how strong he was, and I went down to the gym just to see what had happened. And there's one where you lay back and you push the weights up with your legs, and we fully loaded that thing, put 500 kilos on it, and I pushed it for him. And there was quite a few people down the gym were just absolutely amazed that someone could do that. They're like 4 tiers of weights that you could load up on it. Just pack the shit out of it.
Yeah, that leg press. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that one though. People really, when they do ego lifts, they can really screw their knees up.
Well, we didn't just stack it straight away. We built up to it, so it wasn't like we just went, "Hey, let's load it up and see if we can break our legs." But we slowly built it up. But yeah, we got the thing fully loaded. The only way we'll put more weight on it is if someone jumped up on the machine. But just to give you a bit of context, at the time, I was playing football, riding my bike everywhere. So I was packing a lot of scrums. I don't know if you've seen any, like a rugby league or rugby union when they pack scrums. I was one of the guys in the front line.
During this moment of silence, I just wanted to say welcome to the room to any Globers. If you have any Flat Earth questions about the Flat Earth topic or any globe proofs you'd like to present, feel free to unmute and join.
It's pretty funny. I thought this was me where it's like no bond is stronger than two coworkers who hate another coworker, both the same person.
Oh, I definitely got to wind this guy up. Hey, Dank, you got any proof of curvature?
Yo, what's up?
The sky is up. And the ground is down. And these are up and down. You can know up and down. So once you know up and down, then you know that when you're looking at the surface of the earth, that's down. There's never up. The earth is never up.
المظالم حتى الأراضي ساموا رسول أهل العزاء
that right now I want to talk about, and we can't say it over like in this room because it'll people will get fiery about it. So I like that. But amongst us, we can dissect a lot of the topics a lot easier because we're of a different mindset. We see the world in a very unique perspective. Put it that way.
For sure, bro. Send me a link.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'm actually gonna post it. You're part of the 24/7 server, right? I might put it almost because I think we're gonna figure that we're gonna do it from there. We're gonna live stream from there. It's me and CB, a Jedi, gonna be hanging out.
So sometime I'll tune in over there, but there's no one ever over there.
It's gonna be Thursday, right? Is that the day?
It's tomorrow.
Okay.
I got to set up the live stream and that.
Our group is kind of nomadic. We travel.
Yeah, we decided like, we got a lot of cooks in the kitchen. We can leave this places kind of like in good hands.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, we go over there
I kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I have a lot to say about controversial topics. So trust me, man. I do want to talk about them. And it spans from anything from like relationships in current times to like the war in Iran to the border controls in different countries and just different things that are occurring and how we deal with that. So that's what I'm looking for, man, is how people can have discussions about these topics and a platform of people that can critically think about them and not just like accept narratives. So
yeah. No, that's dope, bro. That's real tight.
So I'm hoping that it'll turn out good. But me and CB have been talking about it, so we don't know where this is going to go. And I've talked to Jedi in the back chat, so
I think I heard CB say something about something like that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. There's Red Pill podcasts that are out there, dealing with the subject of like relationships in current times. So like. How men and women are dealing with that. So, kind of want to put that on Front Street. So, see where we go from there. Because people have their their viewpoints.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like, we're trying to see if people want to get some listeners in that. But since it's our first live stream, we're gonna talk about a few things. So, it might be longer than other live streams, so we can kind of get a feel for like a time frame.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear what y'all have to say, man. I hear how you destroy these guys who come in here. It's funny. I don't say much, but I be rolling on the other side of the phone like.
Well, it's. I mean, I could give it to like. It's how we were raised to think, like in a culture, in a society that we have. So it's giving us like viewpoints on like what critical thinking is, and it's just basically boxed into like adhering to listening to your authoritative figures, like their teacher or somebody who's a bit more intelligent than you. But as far as like you've been able to take on like how to dissect information, I think that's kind of been put to the back burner because now we have ChatGPT and Wikipedia, and all you can do is look stuff up and just repeat what you see, and it's like people just along the way have lost the ability to have intellectual conversation. I think that's what stimulates the human mind, is when you're able to sit down and like listen to somebody's point of view and be able to say, oh yeah, why do you think that's true? What gives it that value? So I don't know. I've been yearning for that type of, kind of content. And me and CB too, we're wanting to branch out and do, things like that. So we'll see where it goes. It's kind of a project.
Yeah, bro, for sure. Send me a link. I want to tune in.
For sure, man. I'm gonna hit you up in the DM, and then I'll just hit you up in the DM.
For sure, bro. Yeah, I hit one of my boys. I was talking to him about Flat Earth, and he hasn't responded back to me. It's been about a week. I think I pissed him off.
Is it like a work work partner?
One of my from where I'm from.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I was just like picking his mind, like, you know, how he kind of thinks, and he didn't have much to say when I would question him about like some of his like ideas, and he would just like drift into other topics, and I'm like, dude, like, just kind of running all over the place, and yeah,
he didn't want to face it.
He hasn't texted me back since like a week.
It's hard, bro. Like, because when somebody, it feels, I don't know, I guess like a feeling of inadequacy, like to actually have a conversation of something you don't know. So when you bring it up to somebody, it's like, bro, how do you know? Just asking, like, how do you know? They're like, dude, like, why we gotta go this hard, man? What's, you know, like they, yeah, I've had that in like real life too. Like people, they'll kind of shy away from it because it's like some stuff they don't know. They just accepted this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's just like you want to have like a truthful conversation, and it's very difficult, dude. Telling you, do you have anybody that you can talk to, like in your circle of people that you have?
Yeah, my family, like my wife.
They haven't wrote you off. You're like, Earth is flat, Dad.
No, actually, like, no, like, I have this book I read to my daughter and son, so it's pretty, you know, like.
Hello, prove me wrong about me being God, please, because I am actually God, just so you know, and you get to go to hell if you blaspheme me here, just so you know. I'm the Holy Spirit, just so you know.
Well, Holy One, if you're so godlike, unmute yourself.
Got him. Yeah, so what were you saying, Plague? You interrupted.
No, I was just saying, like, this book I was reading to my daughter just last night, like these past few days, like in the morning, at night, just like keep feeding her information and breaking things down to her. And like, she's like full on board. And it's kind of amazing just to hear her like explain things back to me where I know like she understands. And there's no like me manipulating her mind or anything like that. It's just pure like reading to her, she listening, and we going through the examples of what the book offers, and it makes sense. Even my son, he's 5. So it's just like, it's pretty cool because I didn't have this growing up, and I'm just like, I tell my daughter all the time, like, if you tell people you know this, they're going to look at you crazy.
Right.
You know, and just accept it, but just know that.
The ability for somebody to critically think is not given to people. Like what we were taught as young people, it's to just accept and trust and believe. And when you show somebody how to think instead of what to think, I think they can actually grow in their own mind. Like you can feel comfortable knowing that you've gave them enough tools to have discernment so that they're not like out in the world trying to figure things out just based on what they have been believing. Like they could figure things out. They're problem solvers, you know?
Yeah.
And that's, I think it's a beautiful thing, man. Like they might have a hard time in the world because a lot of the world are just robots, you know, they're just going based on, you know, regurgitating information and not like dissecting it. Like they're not just going to accept narratives in the world. And that's what we hope for, right? Teaching the young people, like, hey, we're going to show them, like when they hear something, ask questions, want to figure things out, and, you know, stuff like that. I don't know. I've always looked at it like going to like teaching them like when they go to school, because I mean you can say like you can do homeschooling so that they don't have to hear any of the globe nonsense, but they can be exposed to the information so long as they have the mind to be able to have discernment of what's right and what's wrong, you know, or ask questions. You know, how do we know this is true? Like,
yeah, my daughter, she's pretty witty, so I don't know if she would last in public school right now. Like I told her the other day, like, baby, you would probably get kicked out. Just because like she'll speak her mind, not in a disrespectful way, but just like she's confident and things beautiful. So
I agree.
But yeah, man, like the critical thinking part, like that's huge. So I put my babies on game. Like my girl, she knows about it. But pretty much, like I've told my brother, like he's not with it. I've yet to tell my mother. But yeah, pretty much like all my friends, they are totally like just write me off. Like I'm just a fool. And I'm just like, dude, Y'all are like the other day in the text, I was like, "Where's the curve?" I just said that like at 6 in the morning, and my boy was like, "What curve?" And I didn't even say anything. I'm like, dude,
he's bewildered, dude. He's like, my homie, just like he's slipping, man. What's going on? Like, I'm surprised he doesn't like. All right, Plague, like, go on, and tell me what's really going on, man. Like, I'm surprised that nobody's ever done that. Yeah,
they know. Like, they know they shouldn't do that because I send them some of the pictures from like the room, the 24/7, the original room, and like some of them laugh. Like, I think some of them are with it, but they don't want to express it in front of everybody else because of like just. Few of them only laugh when I send certain photos, and the others like question or mock it or try to like discredit it some way, like with a stupid link or like some flat earth dumb photo or something like that. So I kind of know who's like still like just believing lies, and I kind of feel like, all right, they're on board just because like, you know, they be giving like thumbs up and stuff like that. But no, man, still quiet out here in my world.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fight for a critical thinking mind in this day and age, bro. Everybody just accepts narratives, man. As you see, like, whatever it is, like, it could be the current news or whatever. They're like, oh, this is happening. Okay. We'll just feel emotional about this one thing. It's like you're getting caught up on your emotions and they're playing to those emotions. It's, I'm saying, I might say this incorrectly, Jedi. The Hegelian dialectic, right? Problem, reaction, solution. So that's how narratives are played against us. So, you know, whatever it is, it's a problem that, you know, occurs, then there's a reaction to that problem, and then there's a solution that comes afterwards. You know, but through the process, it's gauging people's emotional states, right? The reason why you would react to that information, like something happening, you know, people rioting or, you know, everybody's looking at the news and like, oh shit, man, we got some stuff going down. And so everybody's feeling some kind of way about it, right? So the government said something, Elon Musk said something, you know, how are we going to feel about that? Like all kinds of shit, you know, so it's gauging people's reactions within the actual narratives that get spoken over us, you know? So that's the thing. It's like, how do we know what's true in the information age when we're getting all these narratives being like told to us? That's what I think is really fascinating to me, the human mind being able to like go through this minefield of like what's right and wrong, like to have discernment, you know, to not just fall for everything and just be like, oh yeah, I'm with this whole group over here. I'm a soldier for the cause. I mean, like, why? Why are you a soldier for that cause? Like, what's making you feel that way? Are you drawn in by like this, you know, you feel like you're a part of this group or whatever? Like, I don't know. That's, you get me? Like, that's why I'm like...
No. Is it like true? Is it like inspiration or is it like really like you? You know, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Yeah. It's giving the people the ability to take their mind back from all these narratives, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you could, obviously, right? We can all think for ourselves, but the idea is to move people's minds with emotional like information. So we see something happening, and then we're like, oh yeah, I want to react to this because I think that's incorrect, that's wrong, which people shouldn't live like this or whatever. So I'm trying to figure out like what's right and what's wrong based on how we discern information, how we dissect it. I think that's really important. If we don't have that, then we're just going to accept narratives or be emotional to them without having any response. So like, okay, why do you feel like you are a soldier for this cause that you think that you're in? Either it's right or wrong. That's what I'm saying, based on like, I don't know, but, you know, people being in a state of confusion or in the right mind. That's what the way I look at it. Either you're in your right mind, having a discernment about this, and you have a way to advocate for what is true, or you're not in your right mind. You're thinking illogical based on your emotional state.
Yeah, yeah, I agree, bro. Like my boy, he was the dude I'm talking about. He was, he was like, he like conceded. He was like, okay, it's flat. So what? Like, how does this significantly impact your life? And I'm just like, here you go, bro. Like trying to like this little switch tactic, like,
yeah,
like trying to make it seem like I'm, you know, making something like so cool that's unimportant. And it's like, you're the one believing the lie. And I'm like, if for the sake of the truth, that's the reason. Like, if you're a 45-year-old man still choosing to accept lies when you can go find out the truth yourself, all right, bro. But remember, you're the one asking me, why do I believe the earth is flat? And I'm telling you, and now, why is it a big deal? Why is it significant to your life? It's like nothing is ever good. It's just like you keep complaining. You don't want to find out the truth yourself. You complain about why it's important, and it's just like,
yeah, if it's not
I hear
important,
that
why'd you ask?
in the chat too. Like, I hear people come in and say, why is this important to you? I feel like that's their like waving their white flag, never to like really admit it, but just to like, okay, fine. But why is it so important to you? And it's just like, all right, you lost.
That's exactly why you can see right past it, right? Whenever they say that, like when they ask the question, why would they lie? To them, they're already like trying to figure out motive to the reason why. Like they're in an emotional state. They're in an emotional state when they ask that question. Well, why would they lie? They wouldn't lie to me. Like I understand. I can discern. I know things are true or not true. Like they're emotional about it, and so they go to either they're able to discern or they're indifferent about it. Like, well, who cares anyways? I go to work and I put on one leg at a time in my pants, and like, who cares? Like, that's not going to change anything in my daily life. Like, you know what I mean? That's their defense because they don't know, so they're just going to appeal to being indifferent about it.
Yeah,
what's going to change in my life, anyways?
Yeah. I still got to pay taxes. I'm like, all right, bro, whatever, dude.
But like, if truth doesn't matter at all, then why are we making these forums in the world about having conversations of what truth is? Like many different, like on different topics. If truth didn't matter at all, why does everybody want to find truth?
Yeah,
well, it's like it's in human nature to want to be curious about what is true and what's not. So, yeah, they're just denying that thing because they don't know the answer, so they just appeal to being indifferent. That's a weak tactic, man. But
yeah, and I hear it often in the chats when I hear you guys, debating these fools on schooling them really on what the truth really is, and then when I challenge other people and they hit me with the same thing, and I'm just like, see, you don't know that I've heard this shit a million times. You're just saying it for the first time from your perspective. But like, dude, you're so behind. But I don't go too far because it really like makes people uncomfortable because it's a topic that not a lot of people really even, they don't spend much time at all, like even thinking of it at all, so. I kind of learned from the room, like just to keep quiet a little bit.
Yeah. That's important, bro. Like, I mean, sometimes the best thing to do is just be like, all right, cool, bet. I mean, if that's how you want to take it, it's cool. Because we've seen people. It works in many different ways. You could chase the information down to where somebody's like, no, man, let me show you. Earth is flat. Look here, let me point it out to you. And they're like, dude, like, I said that was cool, man. Like, you know what I mean? The mind it doesn't want to absorb that, so they're chasing them down with it's not going to go any better. You know what I mean? I don't know. Do we have any reactions from the panel about it? Like what me and Plague are talking about?
Only the fact that I just heard you say bet, and that's the sort of thing that I hear CB say. You two have been hanging out too long, dude. What's going on?
My vernacular has changed. What'd you say, Chris?
Yeah, man, you're down with the kids. That's what it is.
Yeah. I gotta try to stay relevant, man, because I don't want to sound antiquated when I'm speaking to the population. I can't use my '90s terms, man. Back when the homies.
We've been saying bet for a while since I was like 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you'll be like 20.
A Plague?
You said I'm like 20?
No, he's old as us.
Yeah, I got some age on me.
He's one of us. One of us.
yells like faux show, right, or something like that. Like Snoop.
For show. Yeah.
For show. Yeah, Crit doesn't. It's for show.
For show.
Yeah, it's got to roll a little smoother than. It's not faux show. You got to show people a little bit about relative culture. I think too, it's like with the younger kids, it appeals to them because you're speaking their language. So I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna be like 100%, but like at least stay relevant a little bit.
When I was a kid, you'd say catch that and paint it red.
Yeah, that sounds like I've never heard that. To be honest,
like it's so like the words come from the person's mouth are so true that it just might make it a sign. Like
that's the first for me. That's funny though.
Yeah, man. Shoot, there's a lot of topics we can talk about. Like other than this one that involve critical thinking, and but stuff that's like actually happening right now, and just like that's why I was pointing out like the reason why people feel like they can't even have their own thoughts are not even their own because they have to feel some kind of way about it. But like there needs to be a good way to discern, like I said before, what is true and what is not true. If you're gonna have, whatever side you're gonna be on these topics that we bring up. So, like I said, relationships, the current events, that sort of thing. We're still picking out a name. That's another thing, too. Me and CB are in the back chat trying to figure out what name we're going to give it. There's a few names we're batting around, but nothing's really come to fruition where we're going to be like, that's the name we're going to give it.
Go with catch that and paint it red.
For the name of the live stream.
Names are always
you got to bring it back. Like, let's take it back.
Well, yeah, because like you don't want to take a name that somebody already is using. There's a lot of really good like live stream podcast names. So yeah, that's what we got to figure out. It's going to be about like from actually right now till about maybe 10 o'clock tomorrow. So when we do it, it'll be that like this time tomorrow.
Bro, you got to do one thing for me. Explain to me how a lunar eclipse works. Like, I think I know. I haven't like delved in it much, but just like, because I didn't really like understand it when I heard you guys talk about it the first time. And I was just like, dude, like what is the sun? Like, what is happening? Like, and then when I believe I know, but now I see the globe model and how they see it. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, it's completely different, but I still want to hear, like, what is it? Like,
sure.
What is happening?
All right, Jedi, did you want to go through that with him?
I was just surprised that somebody had said that we knew it was the lunar eclipse. I was like, really? And I don't think anybody can give you a flat Earth perspective of what causes a lunar eclipse. No way. I can explain it to you. I've never heard Alpha say it.
Are you talking about like the paradigm coming from the globe, how we describe what it is, and then go into like how they can figure out either they know or they don't know, or
on a flat Earth, like what's
causing the effect?
Yeah, what's causing the effect of what I'm seeing? I've never seen it, but I've seen Google images and stuff. But like, what is happening right there?
So yeah, let's put it this way, man. For anybody to tell you the cause of the effect, nobody knows. There's explanations that give it, like the paradigm of the Earth being a globe. The explanation is the reason why things are interrupting the sunlight is because there's a syzygy. The syzygy is when the planets align. right? With the sun, moon, and stars. So you have sun, moon, and earth. Sorry, sun, moon, and earth. So you have like the earth getting in the way of the sunlight, which is causing the lunar eclipse, and then the moon getting in the way of the sunlight, causing the solar eclipse. So that's the cause for the effect, right? The effect you see is a shadow on the lunar surface when the earth is getting in the way of the sunlight, and the effect on the shadow for the being cast on the earth for the solar eclipse is the moon getting in the way of the sunlight. So the moon's getting in the way of the sunlight, and then the earth's getting in the way of the sunlight. So those two causes are not determined by anyone. I don't know if you've heard this or not, but like the what causes the effect in the globe paradigm are the sun, or excuse me, the earth and the moon. Earth and the moon are what's causing the eclipse.
Okay.
But nobody's ever proven that. You can't prove that the earth... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, sorry, I thought you finished. Just going to say, the observation of a curved, quote-unquote, shadow on a curved surface debunks their claim that that's happening. That shadow, and I say in inverted commas, that shadow, if it was a shadow, wouldn't look like that if it was caused by a curved surface, the Earth, onto a curved surface like the Moon. It would be more distorted. So what are they going to say? To have this, they need a flat moon, basically. The moon must be flat, so the Earth's shadow looks like a curve of the Earth on a flat surface of the moon. So the moon's got to be flat in this example. Or, I'm not going to go on with the other example, but just the observation of it debunks their own claim that that's what's happening.
Yeah, okay, let's say you have two spheres, right? You have the Earth as a sphere and the moon as a sphere, and then you have the sunlight coming off of the Earth, and then you see a shadow on the moon. Well, if it was two spheres that you're doing this with, it would create a complex curve. It wouldn't give like a nice little curve like you see on the lunar surface. So what two spheres create is a complex curve. It wouldn't create a regular arced curve like you see when it occurs. So there's a problem, right? They can't resolve the fact when you use a sphere and you have a light source and that sphere is casting onto another sphere, an exact curved surface. It's not doing that. Can't. Not with the way that they think these things are lining up. It has to be, one of them has to be flat in order for there to be a curved surface on that sphere.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Try and do some try and do some shadow puppets. Right, get a light source. Right, get your wall, get a ball, get your hands. Right, notice that the shadows they're really good. Now try casting a shadow on a curved surface. Yeah, it's going to start distorting.
Look at the example Plague that Matrix has put up in the text chat. He's used both of them. He's used the one where it shows like a flat board going across an orange, and the other one's two spheres one's casting the shadow on the other one. It's a complex curve on the second one, which means that it's not actually just a curve. It looks a little bit wobbly. It's not even. The one at the very top that's using that flat surface on that orange is an even curved surface, a curved shadow. I don't know if you could see that. They're showing examples of both. That's good. I'm going to save that second one too. So their idea of the Earth is causing that, they haven't proven it.
And don't forget, most lunar eclipses are red, not actual absence of light. Most lunar eclipses are known as blood moons because they turn red. Try telling me that's a shadow. They're going to start lying, right? Oh, that's the sunlight going through the atmosphere. hearing it, because of the wavelength, it's red and it's going to be cast red on me. Yeah, whatever. It's not a shadow, is it?
All right. Is there anybody here in the chat that thinks that the Earth is a globe? We got Isaac that just jumped in. Anthony, welcome to the chat. You guys think that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead and chime in if you'd like. Isaac on his profile says, I reject using faith as a legitimate method to reach conclusions. He must be a flat earther then.
Must be a flat earther.
That's a flat earther right there.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. No. He says, we are great apes. Nope. That disqualifies him.
Well, he's contradicted himself with his belief.
Oh, man. I got to take a screenshot of this. This is rich.
I mean, he just put full faith in a guy called Darwin who said there was genetic variation in people proving evolution, and then married his cousin. Had 11 kids, many of which died of genetic diseases. Dude, come on, man. You can't be this dumb. His own book, Darwin's Doubt, or whatever, like the guy who broke it apart, said that he didn't include people in evolution to begin with. It's extremely racist, homophobic. Let me say, oh, he's just a man of his times. I thought you guys said that he was some advanced individual breaking the mold. Like, his ideas broke the mold. So which one is it?
Essie, look, I put it in the text chat. It says, he has it up there where his little avatar is, we are great apes. And then on the bottom it says, I reject using faith as a legitimate method to reach conclusions. Well,
the irony is fantastic, isn't it?
If that don't beat all.
Is he just going to send text chat, or is he going to mic up? Like, what are you waiting for?
Chris just combed his hair, man. I tell you what.
I know. I'd like to talk to these guys who are like atheists, and they just love these government indoctrination systems. They just love listening to public school. You think public school gave you some tools that you were going to need to question what they taught you?
We are great apes. Unbelievable. Now, if that isn't a paradox, Crit, I mean, I don't know what is, brother.
Yeah, I don't have faith-based opinions. I believe I'm an ape. I'm a mankey.
I'm a mankey. I'm a mape.
So he is rejecting in faith of the curved water.
No, I don't think that's what we said here. He's rejecting the fact that people are created specifically and unique, and we didn't descend from apes. He says, yeah, we descended from them's our cousins. Them's our cousins. Good God. Anybody else? We got John Doe that just entered the chat. John, do you want to speak on the matter?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Key, or are you a man?
Are you a mape?
Yeah, are you a mape, a mankey, or a man?
I think I'm a man, right?
All right, I'm just wondering because some people aren't sure.
Like Isaac, he's
like
not really sure.
Like an ape is like it's like herbivorous, right?
Yeah, well, he says we're great apes. Yeah.
I mean that makes no sense because we're carnivores.
Well, we evolved. How about that?
Nah.
That don't work still. All right. So what do you? All right. The subject would be the topic of the shape of the Earth. Do you think the Earth is a globe, John Doe?
Nah. I don't believe it's a globe.
What are you?
No idea what it is.
No idea what it is.
Hmm.
And why did you reach that conclusion?
I mean, yeah, there's not like, there's no proof, like nobody reached the outer space to see it,
Okay, so your opinion is we don't know what the Earth is because we've never reached outer space?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never seen people going more than like 20 kilometers up in the air.
Okay. So therefore, people aren't going more than 20 kilometers? Because you haven't seen it?
I mean, nobody's been to the moon, so you cannot confirm.
Yeah, well, how do you know that?
I mean, I saw many fakes about it.
Many what?
So many fakes about it. How they know?
Any fakes? Yeah, what did you see as fake? I'm dissecting how you critique the information.
I mean, they said that we don't have the technology anymore to go to the moon, even though the technology was like in the 60s.
Okay.
Like I find that hard to believe.
Well, it's hard to believe, but I'm just getting you. Like, if somebody was to actually press you on it, you don't really know if they went or not. You're just saying it's hard to believe.
Well, I mean, doesn't really make sense, to be honest. Like, I got the Van Allen belt, which is supposed to be
but where did that Van Allen belt come from? Did it come from someone who's a skeptic or somebody that's showing some facts? Is it a factual statement, the Van Allen belt?
I mean, since they say that people have been to the moon and they've gone beyond the Van Allen belt.
Yeah, but what did really? Well, how do you know the Van Allen belt's real or fake? What's the determining factor for getting information to say that that's real or fake, and that somebody traversed that?
Or there's a contradiction here.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. There's a contradiction, but we're not determining any facts from this information, whether or not the Van Allen belts are real, or whether or not they went to the place they went. I need you to build a bridge to how somebody knows or not know the information is true or false. At the moment, right now, it's something you feel like is a strong belief. That's about all it is.
We can only assess our reality by our observation.
Okay. But how do you know that they're not doing what they say they're doing? What's the determining factor for that? How did you determine that that was not true? Or are you saying, I just believe it's not true?
I mean, many of the rockets I've seen usually curve.
Okay.
When they go up in the...
But they're saying that they need to curve because they're taking a curved path around the globe.
Yeah, but it seems that from the footages they curve too soon than they're supposed to.
They curve too soon? How soon do you think they're supposed to curve? Or how do you know?
No idea, bro. I mean, there are so many articles that they found many rockets in the ocean.
Yeah, there's articles that they found rockets in the ocean, but what if that's just one of the stages of the rockets and that's not the whole complete rocket? What if the rest of the rocket was still going forward?
I don't know.
Right. So you don't know, it sounds like, but you're denying the fact that it's happened, John Doe.
I mean, bro, just my personal belief, man. You don't gotta fact check me and everything.
I know. Well, it's what we do. I'm pulling people up on how they articulate points. The reason being, if somebody was to do this to you in real time and they were a Glober, they would eat you for breakfast, dude.
I mean, yeah, I don't really debate.
They chew you up and spit you out. Well, I know. The problem is you have to realize when you say things that can be foundationally true and you could give somebody something to work with. When you don't give somebody something to work with, they'll just walk right over you easily.
Yeah, I know.
So, okay. Yeah, so now that
I'm not prepared to do any kind of these debates, you know.
Yeah, I know, dude. But what I'm showing you is people might think like you that are listening at the moment. They might say, well, why isn't that good enough? Why would he be questioning him on what he's just saying? Well, the important thing is when you tell somebody something, you can stand by it, or you're just saying it's my personal belief that this is the case. And so a lot of newer flat earthers are taking the stance that you're taking. Well, they should just accept that it's my strong belief, and therefore they can also have that strong belief. But yeah, but people don't have to believe like you. So we don't base things on belief. We base things on things we can arbitrate as something we know or not is true.
Mm-hmm. I mean, how would you respond in my place?
Oh, it's easy. Let me ask somebody from the room from 24/7 and see if they can give that a good response. So, what would be the case opposite of yours, John? That they're going to space in rockets, right?
Like I'm the one who should like say.
Let me show you. Let me just show you how it's done. Yeah, so you can see.
All right.
I'll ask somebody the question from 24/7 as if, let's say, I'm a Glober going, talking things like maybe like you didn't have a response to it, but maybe they will. So, who wants to be the flat earther here in this example for my question? If you guys are here. If not, I will be, so I can show them the example of what should be said.
What's the question, Miggy?
Okay, Sasha? Okay, I'm going to critique you, Sasha, if you don't get it right, dude. So hopefully you got it right. So I'm a Glober, and I'm saying rockets are going to the moon. And I have strong evidence that rockets are going to the moon because we see rockets leaving a launch pad and going up in a parabolic arc that it needs to take if it's going to go in orbital trajectory in order to gain escape velocity at 25,000 miles per hour. So I see rockets launching from a launch pad, and I see the orbital trajectory of a parabolic arc going around the curve of the Earth. So what is your response to that? How is it not true that it's going to space?
How is it not true that it's going to the space?
Yes.
Because of the second law of thermodynamics.
Second law of thermodynamics? What's that?
Yeah. That's the... you have a lot of... my English will not be, but if you know that somebody will point it out more, like gas laws, all that laws. That means that you cannot have gas near to the vacuum. It will spread it out. Yeah, the high pressure will go to the low pressure always.
Okay.
Yeah, and that means if that rocket went to the space, that means that also all our gases should to go to the space the same way like rocket went.
Yeah, but how do we know that would happen?
Because of natural law.
Yeah, what example do we have that that's going to be happening? Well, I think rockets have to use escape velocity because of the gravitational attraction to the Earth.
Now I need to go to the gravity. What do you mean by gravitational?
Yeah, so all the gases are held down by the gravity of the Earth. The gravity of the Earth is holding these gases down. That's all I know. That's why I use escape velocity at 25,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, you can say that gas is doing. Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, just look up.
Look up there.
Look up at the sky. The sky. That's where the rocket's going. Yeah, it's going around the Earth.
Yeah, where is the all these gases? I asked you only that you show me demonstration of that, but you told me that it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's only what you told me. That means that's birds. Can you show me how that demonstrably how that's working? If I show you that, you know how it's water boiling. I can tell you the water is boiling with the heat. But I after that I will show you how is that going on. If you tell me that some gravitational field is doing something with the gases, can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, I can. The rocket's leaving the Earth, and the gases are on the Earth.
That's the claim, not the demonstration.
Well, the rocket's demonstrating that it's leaving the Earth, isn't it?
Yeah. Does that have to do anything with? Does that if rocket leaves the Earth, does that has to do anything with the surface of the Earth?
Yeah.
What?
The rocket leaving the surface of the Earth.
And that means the surface of the Earth is spherical.
Well, we're just demonstrating right now that rockets can leave the Earth in an orbital trajectory.
Rockets can leave the Earth if surface is whatever surface it is. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. That means that we need to realize what the surface is, not what the rocket is doing.
Interesting. Why would you say that?
Because I'm flat earther.
Okay. So you believe that you're saying that this would have to be proven, but I think that rockets are going to space, right? They're going to space and they have to take a parabolic arc according to the orbital mechanics based on the Earth being a globe.
Okay, that means that what he's doing in this.
Fuck all of you.
Wouldn't you have to prove it's a ball first in order to take off from a ball?
Yeah, also
if you're making such a claim.
Yeah, well, we've known that the Earth has been a ball since like 1,000 years ago.
Oh, please enlighten us. How did you find that out?
Well, there was an ancient Greek guy. I don't know his name.
Era Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, he lived a long time ago, and we know that the Earth is a globe. So,
you know it's a globe. How do you know it's a globe?
So how he did it?
Well, he measured the Earth as a globe.
He measured it.
Oh,
yeah. Well, he used sunlight at the angles of these places like Alexandria and Syene. And he used the sunlight cast on these sticks, and the sticks were showing that the angle of the shadows were different. And there, he proved that the circumference of the Earth is said to be, according to what the story is, that it's close to the radius of the Earth. So he got it.
That sounds like a begging the question. He's already assumed a ball in the first place.
Well, he didn't assume because he built his information on Aristotle. Aristotle saw the lunar eclipse, and the lunar eclipse was proving that the Earth was a Earth's shadow on the moon.
How does looking at something in the sky prove the shape of the ground?
Well, how else do we know that the Earth is a globe?
You can measure it. Drop over distance. That would prove it clean and clear for everyone.
All right, so I'm going to give a little review on what happened with our interaction.
Sorry, Avo.
Somebody's coming in here. Casey, are you trying to say something?
You don't.
Did he say something? I missed it. Casey, are you there?
Can you hear me at all? I don't know if my mic's working. Sometimes.
Yeah, you're coming through now. Go ahead.
I get bad days on it.
Try again. Go ahead, Casey. Oh, I guess not. All right. So, John, did you hear what the interaction was between me and the 24/7 team?
Yeah, I heard that.
What do you think happened here?
I mean, he asked you multiple questions, like to demonstrate. Asked you to demonstrate.
Yeah. So you know where your logic stopped was it stopped right at the beginning with you. It was your belief system that you think that you can disprove by saying, "Well, this is my strong belief," and they didn't do that. What did they actually do?
They're like dissected the point for, like, step by step.
Yeah, and so what did they show? Like, I want you to. What example did you hear that they were proving that maybe like as a kind of a learning tool?
They like reverse the situation. Like they've made you explain how did that come to happen.
Yeah, that's the important part. Because if I'm assuming that the rocket's doing something, right? It's going to space.
You should provide evidence.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. You understand now how we do things. This is what we call exposition. And if we don't do it this way, then people are just going to make their best explanations as facts, and they're not.
Yeah.
They're not supported with facts. So if, like Matrix and Sasha, we're going through, how am I saying that the rocket's leaving the Earth? And because I can play the Glober part, but the thing that I can't do is give them facts of how I know something about the Earth being a globe is true. I can't do that.
Yeah, that's true. Because you made the claim, so you're going to have to explain it.
That's right. So the next thing, when somebody says that rockets are going to space, and you're saying the Van Allen belts and all these things, they're claims that people have made about what that is up there, and you can't verify that, then you're in a state of belief just like them. And you're using their belief to counter their belief, which oddly enough is not going to get them to think about how they know we're
I
not.
wanted to point out that with the Van Allen belt, with the moon landing, I just wanted to say that was like contradicting. That's it.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't matter because it's still in their paradigm. That information is not something that's privy to your knowledge base.
Yeah.
You get it? So,
yeah.
I do, man. I want to help people get to the place where they're stronger in their things that they say. But if you use what they say against them, they're just going to turn around and make it sound like you don't know what you're talking about. Or you don't understand the math. You don't know how it actually works. And so it'll be a debate.
Yeah.
You're just a science denier.
Yeah.
Heard that a few times.
Yeah, and I think that if you've been exposed to this argument long enough here on this channel, you're able to navigate these sophists, right? Because I could have turned into the biggest sophist doing what I was doing. For the sake of the conversation, I just want you to get the good stuff, right? What we would say and return back to them. But the game, the way that this conversation can be played out is multifaceted. It could go in many directions. And so the burden is usually on those who make the claim. Now, they're saying that space is real because of a rocket launch. Well, they're assuming that the Earth is already a globe based on this idea, right? So the rocket launch is not foundational to them. It should be that the Earth is a globe, so the rocket can leave the Earth in an orbital trajectory in gas pressure less environment. So there's no gas pressure like you have on the surface. You're faced with multiple problems.
You got to know some physics as well, right?
That's right.
I mean,
anyway, I thought it was a good exercise anyway, just for you to get the understanding of how to approach a topic such as this.
That's just something different.
Cool.
No, I like it.
It's hard to do. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's hard to do in real time with somebody who's an actual sophist because they want to overtalk you, which is a thing you have to combat. See, if we didn't have the mute button, nobody would hear how proper exposition would be done, because they would just overtalk you the whole time. They wouldn't allow you to speak.
Because the belief is like so strong that it was just, not accepted.
Yeah, and then it overcomes your ability to speak truth, because when you're speaking, they're speaking, because they don't want to hear you say truth. So the mute button is essential, or it's a part of the culture here. If we don't have it, we don't have good exposition. And the thing is, we allow them to, like, what I'll say is, we allow them to have their stance, or whatever it is. We want them to get out their premise. We just don't like them to waffle. They just continue to talk and talk and talk. We